Name after me. Amuneke Estate. This estate, and I will say it again, will be named after me, Amunkwes Estate. I'm the one who bought the first land as soon as this estate was commissioned. And I am the one who first built house in this estate when it was commissioned. You know what? I don't have time to play politics with you. I think we should call someone who is independent to preside over this case. Call out the residents and we conduct an election. Whosoever wins, then this estate will be named after him.
Ah.
Yes.
Is that the angle you want to go?
Go ahead and
Who is scared of election?
You are.
Bring somebody who is independent to preside over it. That is Akam case. I'll call somebody.
Call the person.
Yeah? Hello, my chief priest, where you there? Please, can you come to that one new estate? Yes.
Did I just hear my chief priest?
What was it supposed to be?
We agreed to call someone independent.
Your reverend father, he said you're supposed to call somebody. Who told you it's not? Oh, thank God. Who told you it's not independent?
I came as soon as you called me.
Yes, welcome. You know, it's very good when it comes to presiding over matters. Yes. So that's why I call somebody I know. You expect me to call who I don't know? He's independent. That's what matters. Okay. Please conduct election for us. I want you to conduct election. Whoever wins, his name will be used as the name of the estate.
Wow.
Simple.
That's very good. Okay, you sign here.
Beautiful.
Sign.
As long as you are independent, I don't care.
Yes.
He's independent.
Very independent.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Ever ready every day. What do they call chief priest in your place?
Eyes of the gods.
What is this? Eyes and neck. He decided to go with eyes and neck. Is it? This is eye neck of the gods.
How is
what?
You first request.
Brother, welcome.
One name matter.
Thanks for gracing this invitation.
It's not a problem.
So we'll go into the election straight.
Did I just hear, brother?
Would you have loved sister? Which one do you want?
How do you expect this election to be fair without him looking at your face?
Brother, are you going to look my face?
No. I'll look away and declare him the winner.
What sort of joke is this? How can someone who is contesting appoint someone?
The vicious fighting in Sudan has taken a new disturbing turn. This week, the Sudanese armed forces lost control of a key province to a rival paramilitary group, as reports of harrowing atrocities continue to emerge. The vicious fighting, which has been raging for over 30 months, has left over 40,000 people dead, bringing about claims of genocide and
Yeah, thank you all for joining me today. Before I just wanted to stop that first because just to explain what I'm about to show. It's been an interesting week of news from Nigeria to what is going on around the world. And as a disclaimer, whatever conversation and all the conversations we're going to have today is meant to bring people together and meant to make sense of this world that we live in that seems to be becoming senseless every day, and to deal with our own issues within the African context and the Black community, and also to deal with general world issues. And it's always going to be with the mindset of trying to create bridges that create on this in terrible divisions that leads to negative outcomes. We want people to be able to get along and live in a fruitful world that we have the ability to create in this world today. Human beings have the ability to do so many good things, and that is what our conversation is heading towards. No matter it will get heated, we'll say some things, I will say some things you will not like, but keep in mind the spirit that we are coming with, because we are all trying to get better, and the world demands that of us. And if we are going to do well in the future, we have to learn to speak to each other and find paths that are going to lead to progress for all of us. So that's why we're here. And so now, one of the terrible news for the week is that this rebel group in Sudan seems to have taken another town in Sudan. I don't understand. It's a shame. These forces they seem to be expanding. and they are doing horrible things that are hard to reverse. Because when you cleanse an area ethnically, it's hard to get it back, to give it back to the people you have cleansed out. And that's what is going on right now. And this is what I call, this is why I called out the strategic silence from Muslim leaders, Arab leaders, and Western leaders. Whether leaders, one understands them, those ones, our blood doesn't mean anything to them. But the reason why I call out Arab and Islamic leaders is because they often like to talk like religion comes first. Yet there are Muslims that are being slaughtered by other Muslims because they are not Arabs. Strategic silence. In Nigeria, in North Africa, in the Middle East, where our people go on Hajj every year, they are all silent because they know they are becoming more powerful. What do we know? How does that work for us? Because while what is happening in Sudan is tragic for us, but it's not tragic for the Arabs. They are expanding. So why is it that our own people don't open their eyes to see beyond religion, that what is going on here is different? So that is the issue we are seeing in Sudan right now. I'm going to play the video, and I'm going to play the one regarding the Tanzanian election. And I'm sure a lot of people know more about that, because I'm not sure I know too much about that. One thing I know is that if somebody gets 97% of the vote, I don't know. I don't know how that is possible. I don't know how that is possible. No matter how popular you are, you get that. In a democracy, you get 97% of the vote. I guess it's possible if you wipe out all your rivals, which this woman did. She made sure all her major rivals were not able to run. So that's another one I heard about. And there is the issue with Prince Andrew here that seems to be getting worse for him. There is also in Nigeria, the third Ribadu was that life was under threat. I don't know about that. All this drip feeding of information that is not clear. I don't know whether it's healthy. Maybe they are doing it because of national security. They don't want to talk about this publicly, but they seem to be dripping information out there. I don't know whether it's a healthy thing to do. For me, one of the big news for the week is Dangote refinery coming on stream and talking about increasing the that they're already on stream, by the way. I mean the announcement that they want to increase their capacity to 1.4 million. Is it barrel or liters? I'm a bit confused about that, actually. I need to get that right. So they want to increase it to from 630,000 to 1.4. That is more than double the capacity. And that also enraged me a little bit, because the Nigerian government used to have 20% stake in Dangote refinery. And this government went and reduced our stake to 7.8%. That 20% would have meant almost completely wiping out the fact that we don't even have a refinery. Because that 20% expanded to a capacity of 1.4 million barrels. If we take 20% from that, that is significant. That's almost 1.4 million divided by 5. That is our capacity. That's more than 200 million. That's 200,000, more than 200,000. I mean, 200,000 barrels per day. That's what Nigeria would have had. How many of our refineries can produce that? Individual refineries can produce that a day. That's what our Nigerian government went and gave up. Now we are reduced to a rump of 7.8. This is one of the grievances I have against this government, by the way. I don't know why Nigerians don't even get crossed about such things. Because they are selling your future that we should be having now, probably looking to enjoy more of. Now other people are going to enjoy it. Rich people are going to enjoy it that have the shares in Dangote refinery. All right, so that is that. And the other news that is on this thing, President reverses clemency list. I don't know about it. I hope some other person can tell me more about this clemency list one. That's a bit funny, actually, reversing it. I don't know why they will reverse something like that. All right, so let me play the videos, and these videos are a little bit disturbing, so let's just play them and hear what is going on in Sudan. So in Sudan, it's a very serious issue because it ties into what is going on in Nigeria. I think a lot of conversation need to be had within Nigerian communities, including the Muslim communities. All right, so let's play this.
13 million more displaced. The result is one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. Here's everything you need to know. The conflict in Sudan is between two main forces, the Sudanese military and the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The RSF is a paramilitary group, an unofficial army, which operates outside a country's legitimate military, but oftentimes uses similar training, tactics, and equipment. This week, the RSF completed its 18-month siege of the provincial capital of El Fasher, the military's last stronghold in Sudan's Darfur region. Harrowing videos have since flooded social media purporting to show RSF troops killing and beating citizens attempting to flee El Fasher. According to the UN Sudan coordinator, it received credible reports of sexual violence towards women and young girls, as well as summary executions, which are extrajudicial killings that occur without a proper legal trial. Suspicions of executions further grew after chilling satellite images emerged, showing large patches of discolored ground around clustered objects. At an El Fasher hospital, over 400 people were reportedly killed. The governor of Darfur shared a video that purports to show RSF fighters roaming the hospital as bodies lay on the floor. The Sudanese military and the RSF had previously worked together in staging a coup in Sudan in 2021, taking control of the country. However, the leaders of the two groups, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan of the Armed Forces and General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo of the RSF, had stark disagreements about the new direction of the country. The tensions culminated in April of 2023 when violence between the two groups erupted in the capital city of Khartoum after RSF troops were deployed around the country. In the 2.5 years of subsequent fighting, the two groups have been warring to take control over capital cities and provinces, leaving thousands dead, millions displaced, and parts of the country plunged into famine. The RSF has been accused of committing heinous atrocities such as ethnic cleansing of the ethnically mixed region of Darfur to build an Arab-ruled domain. In one of the Biden administration's last acts, former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken released a statement accusing the RSF of committing genocide. The RSF and allied militias have systematically murdered men and boys, even infants, on an ethnic basis, and deliberately targeted women and girls from certain ethnic groups for rape and other forms of brutal sexual violence. Those same militias have targeted fleeing civilians, murdering innocent people escaping conflict, and prevented remaining civilians from accessing life-saving supplies. Based on this information, I have now concluded that members of the RSF and allied militias have committed genocide in Sudan, Blinken wrote. In a video statement released by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo following the capture of El Fasher, the RSF leader vowed to investigate any violations by his soldiers in the city.
لكن الآن لجان وزارة الفاشر لجنة التحقيق تبدأ فوراً في تحقيق ومحاسبة أي جندي أو أي ضابط ارتكب جرم أو تجاوز حدوده في حق أي إنسان ده فوراً يتم القبض وعلناً أمام الجميع.
Over a decade ago, the nation of Sudan split into the countries of Sudan and South Sudan following a years-long civil war. As the region of Darfur falls into the hands of the RSF, fears are growing that Africa's third largest nation will experience yet another split.
There's a bit of breaking news going on right now, and let me share that, which is a little bit infuriating right now. Let me see if I can pull that information out. I'm not seeing the video yet, but let's see if I can share this. Now, this is what we are facing here. But in a way, I don't know whether I should have problems with it. I should be happy that we want to do this. It's unfortunate a lot of people may lose their life. Some people might lose their life if they do even try it, because Trump has a habit of just going, blow one ship up, blow this one up, blow that one up, and then goes away. But what that would tell Nigerians is what they need to understand about the world that they live in. If Trump makes the mistake which I still think he won't. They will advise him against it. Don't do that. You're going to wake up something that you may not be able to put under this thing anymore. He's threatening to go guns blazing inside Nigeria. Now we'll test that my theory out if he does that. If he does that, I fear he's going to see things that he never thought he was going to see at all. He's going to see things he's not going to believe. All right, so this is what we are facing here in Nigeria now. He's threatening the Nigerian government. And for some reason, the Nigerian government is standing their ground. And the Nigerian government should be worried because part of the reason why they may be coming after Nigerian government is because Nigerian government, one, they are technically the two vice president and president is Muslim, and they are not supporting Israel, at least as enough. They are not very much against Israel, but they are not supporting Israel enough. So this is one of the reasons that is pissing this government off. And since then, they started picking on the Nigerian government, now amplifying the Christian issue in Nigeria, which is rubbish. It's not a case. If anything, in Sudan, they should be talking about. Did you see the images in Sudan? Whole areas have been burnt. And piles of people, technically, they are worried that those piles that are seen there are people. And this guy wants to come to Nigeria. He's welcome. Let him try. Let him try, I say. He's not going to do it. They're cowards. They're not going to do it. So let me see if there's another major headline that we need to cover, because this guy, we are going to deal with him later. Let's deal with his nonsense later. And worry about this. You see, this is part of the problem that they are in. Including Trump, they are all in trouble. Prince Andrew, let me play this video.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, to give evidence in the United States about his former friend, the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Well, victims of Epstein, as well as several members of Congress, have called for the former prince to speak to the authorities to tell them exactly what he knew and when. Well, Andrew, who's now been stripped of all royal titles, has always denied any personal wrongdoing. John Sudworth has the latest on that.
Following his history-making announcement, photographers captured the first glimpse of King Charles driving on his Sandringham estate, while for now his younger brother remains here at Windsor's Royal Lodge, the home he's soon to lose, along with all his titles. But far from drawing a line in the US, it's led to renewed calls for Andrew to reveal all he knows about his friend and convicted paedophile, the late Jeffrey Epstein, and to make good on the palace claim that its sympathies lie with survivors of abuse.
Words without action are really meaningless. So I would want to see some action on his part to back up what he said. He contends that he had no involvement. And so I think that a lot of us are curious as to why he's unwilling to cooperate and be questioned about his involvement with Epstein. If he has nothing to hide, then why is he hiding?
Newly unveiled US court documents once again show the depth of the friendship. In an email sent in 2010, a few months after Epstein was released from his first prison stint, Andrew writes he'll try to visit him in New York for a couple of days before the summer, adding, "It'd be good to catch up in person." It's all leading to mounting political pressure too. Democrat members of the Congressional Committee investigating the handling of the Epstein case have been calling for Andrew to testify and threatening to compel him if he were ever to revisit the US.
Come clean. Come before the US Congress. Voluntarily testify. Don't wait for a subpoena. Come and testify and tell us what you know. At the end of the day, we want to know exactly what happened, not just to give justice to the survivors, but to prevent this from ever happening again.
Even as Andrew's royal status weakens, the scrutiny may yet intensify. John Sudworth, BBC News.
Sarah Gristwood is an author and historian, and I spoke to her earlier and asked her when she thinks Andrew will make that move to Sandringham.
It's looking like after Christmas, which is no doubt simply it takes a long time to move out of a 30-bedroom mansion where you've lived for 20 years. But also, of course, Sandringham is where the royal family, king and all, have traditionally spent Christmas. And they're not going to want to be bumping into Prince Andrew at every step.
Indeed. Now, in terms of next steps, there's some UK media reports this morning which suggest that Andrew could be in line for a six-figure payout from the King to cover relocation costs. I mean, something like that, if it's true, is going to irk the British public, who already largely believe that he shouldn't be getting anything from the taxpayer now.
No, I think the idea is he won't be getting anything from the taxpayer, not directly. This will come from King Charles' private wealth. I agree, on the one hand, there could easily be public thought of why should this man be subsidised? But on the other, from the palace's point of view, they're not going to want to cast Andrew out completely into the cold. On a personal level, he is still their mother's son, but also on a practical one. If they do, he's going to be looking for sources of finance elsewhere, and heaven forbid the thought of where he might find them.
And in terms of what you're hearing from the palace, I mean, there's no kind of precedent for this in living memory, is there?
No, really there isn't. People have been removed from a place in the succession in the past. Back in the days of World War I, when some of Queen Victoria's descendants were Germans and fighting on the other side. But something like this, no, it is genuinely unprecedented.
Sarah Griswood there.
Hello.
Now, let me use this one report.
Nuhu Hassan has been declared the winner of the country's highly disputed election with over 97% of the vote, officials there say. However, the scale of the win will only amplify widespread concerns about the election's validity. Hassan's main two rivals had been barred from running, and the October 29th poll was marred by protests and violence. Some reports say hundreds have been killed, but there have been no confirmed numbers amid an internet blackout in the East African country. DW East Africa correspondent Sela Oneko is monitoring the situation in Tanzania from neighboring Kenya, and she joins us now. Sela, what's the situation in Tanzania now after this claimed victory for Hassan?
Well, it's still quite early in the morning. So the situation, when we spoke to people on the ground, seemed to be quite tense. Many people have been told to stay indoors. But there have also been reported shots around Dar es Salaam. And many people are just they've seen the election results announced on national television, but many people are at home without internet and partly also without power in some areas, which is not usually the problem, but but since they aren't allowed to go out, people are basically sheltering indoors. And we don't know how the situation will develop. We assume that the opposition will reject the results because most of the main opposition party didn't take part, and they've already rejected results in Zanzibar, which is a semi-autonomous region that announced results earlier. And we also hear that in Zanzibar, which has a separate system, the Zanzibari president is already being sworn in today.
So fair to say a sense of uncertainty there. Protests erupted on
Let me see if there's another news. This one is on the Dangote refinery.
Largest single trade refinery in the world with installed capacity of 650,000 barrels per day. The Dangote refinery and petrochemical products in Lagos is even about to get bigger and better, as revealed here by the president of the group.
We're expanding the Dangote refinery. We're announcing it officially. We're expanding the Dangote refinery from our 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day. Actually, we're even a bit late because we had to sign the agreement with the technology licensor, which we're actually expanding this. We've been doing that meeting since 8 o'clock. So upon completion of this will make it the largest refinery in the world ever.
The refinery has carried out commercial operations since 2024, impacting Nigeria's energy sector and beyond, but not without challenges. The challenges notwithstanding, the $20 billion investment is scaling not just to become the largest refinery in the world, but also strengthening Nigeria's position as the hub in the quest to make the entire African continent energy independent.
This expansion reflects our confidence in Nigeria's future, our belief in Africa's potential, and our commitment to building energy independence for our continent and the world. It is also about confidence in Nigeria, confidence in the leadership of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
So, with the groundwork already laid through an earlier agreement signing with technical partners, Dangote Refinery will be expanding on the current facility already designed to accommodate such growth. But there will still be some physical expansion, which will engage not less than 65,000 workers in its planned 3 years delivery time.
Such a project will actually further unlock opportunities for local industries, just as we did in the last trajectory. Reinforces Africa's capability to build and manage world-class infrastructure. We will be expanding our polypropylene production from 900,000 metric tons to 2.4 million metric tons per annum. This will actually enrich the production of also what you call linear alkyl benzene, which is a key ingredient for the production of detergent and additional production of base oil. So we're adding quite a lot of areas.
Next comes the critical question of funding. Part of the plans by Dangote Refinery is to list on the Nigerian Stock Exchange within the next year to promote wider ownership.
List the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals Complex shares on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, which is NGX. And that is a step towards broader ownership and market transparency. We are going to list, and we want to give all Nigerians the opportunity of owning part of the refinery. You can buy as many shares as you can.
In the expansion plan, the refinery is to scale to 700,000 barrels per day by early next year, while working towards the ultimate target of 1.4 million.
Our goal now is to ensure consistent in product flow at stable prices, eliminating the disruptions and exploitation that have actually become common during the ember months.
The long-term goal is to build Africa's leading integrated energy and petrochemical hub. When Africa builds its own capacity, it builds its own destiny, according to Mr. Dangote, who also declared that festive seasons with fuel anxiety are long gone in Nigeria. Tokumbo Oyetunji, Arise News, Lagos.
So that is one good news. That's one good news one has to. Yes, go ahead.
I know it's not my turn, but I think there's a bigger news that you forgot to mention, even a bigger news than the one with
which one? Which one? What did I miss?
The Venezuela story is a big news. I will not cover it. It's a
the attack on Venezuela.
Yeah, the military gathering right now in Venezuela. There's a lot going on there. We don't talk about it. But
if they want to go there, why should they concern us? That there are black people in Venezuela that we need to worry about.
Yes, there are many black people in Venezuela.
And okay, fine. I take that one up. But we also are concerned that just like Gaza, for moral reasons, we know why America is doing all these things. But we have bigger fishes to fry right now. They are threatening to attack our country too.
Yeah, it's linked to it. It's linked. That's the point. It's linked to
it. I apologize.
Yes.
I apologize. Yes. Can you remove this writing, please? I mean, I don't know why you like it. None of us can read it. We can't read it. It's not audible. It's not readable. So
what's in front of you
now? Only you put up.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
GD also complains about that a lot. So they're also threatening to attack our country. Let me read some of the headlines. That's what was reported that Trump said. It says November 1st, U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday that he has asked the Defense Department to prepare for possible military action in Nigeria if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians. The U.S. government will also immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria, Trump said in a post on Truth Social. Trump said the U.S. may very well go into that now disgraced country, gun ablazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. Okay, so that would be funny. Maska, I'm saying it's funny because it's very, very serious, really. What is it? What do you make of this headline that just coming through in less than 2 hours now? The headline about threatening Nigeria with military action. And you think it's going to actually happen?
My read of Trump as a person, this is typical Trump. You will say stuff, but in the end, in his mind, he wants to push you to a position. In psychology, there's a word for it. I can't remember the word, but it's like when you, for instance, you want to negotiate or you want to sell a car, okay, or you want to sell a house. The person who is buying comes. The first thing you will say is that somebody came and priced this house $20 million. You're not saying that the man should bring $20 million. But already you are projecting the range for which the negotiation is going to happen. So if you say the last person that came and priced this house, he priced it $20 billion, you're already putting him in a certain position. And this is typical Trump. You say, we're going to, if Trump says, oh no, okay, we want to negotiate with these people, he's going to put the Nigerian government in a stronger position. But if I say I'm going to attack you, then you'll be happy for us to start negotiating. This is my read of the guy. Okay. He calls Zelensky, he talks and talks and talks. Like, if you look at all the crises around the world, this is typical Trump. He would want settlement, but he would rather probably sometimes support one side. He's telling Zelensky, these Russians, they can wipe you out. You know, like, and Zelensky is saying, well, they can wipe us out, but you two at some point you will feel the heat. And Trump is getting upset and his people are getting angry. But back to the point, I don't think Trump or America to start with. I mean, Trump's general attitude is like, I want to take America out of all these wars around the world. Isn't that what he has been saying?
He's been saying that now, but he's not following through now, is he?
No, certainly the man is. Where is America fighting right now?
He's bombing Venezuela whenever he likes, and he's getting involved in the Middle East.
When you have troops on ground, because when you say you're going to come guns blazing, yes, you're going to bomb some villages. You can send some fighters, they will drop bombs here and there. But as long as you are not going to have your troops on the ground, we all know that technically speaking, then you are not really serious about that war. That certainly is not guns blazing.
If you ask, I don't think, my thinking is that, like you said, he may actually do it, like try to bomb a few places. Question is whether it's going to be enough to trigger Nigerians strongly enough. I feel like he does it in a very, very sparing way, like the way he's doing it in Venezuela. And most Venezuelans will not even feel what he's doing. They're like, well, you're just bombing a few boats here and there, pretending as if you're doing something. So I don't think Nigerian government are going to take him seriously, except he does something very serious. If he does something very serious,
I'm sure Trump is not very serious about Nigeria. This I can tell you. He has no reason. This man, from his antics, we don't have. He's not a typical American.
He called Nigeria a disgraced country, even. You know, guns are blazing. You know, that's what. That's
No,
the
but
man
what
that
I
he-
say now, this is the same man that is. You forgotten. You people, your memory is so short. You know, he said shithole countries, and I'm sure he included us among.
Of course.
So, which one would you prefer, disgraced country or shithole country?
I guess both. Both are bad, but the disgrace is less pointed. That said,
Yeah. So the point I'm making, forefathers, I think that Trump is posturing. Not that it's an empty posture. That America as a country, there is a lot they should do. I personally think. Okay, well, let me stop at saying that I think he's posturing, but it would be difficult for them to say they want to come and invade the country. It's
oh
like,
no, invade it. They don't have the capacity to.
Yeah. So what else? If you are not invading country, then what are you doing?
Destabilize it now. Destabilize, bomb it, and encourage the Christians to misbehave. And you know, quite a few Nigerians may try to misbehave.
Well, it's okay. Look, I see the truth about this thing. I think we as Africans, as Black people, the starting point, I agree with all the people who are saying that, look, fix your home, fix your shit, okay? Because if you don't, this is the kind of things that happen to you. For me, I think that's where we stand. No matter how much you would say or do, this is the bottom line of everything. I'm not even looking at our leaders. I'm even looking at all of us as Africans, as you can call it middle class, you can call it elite, you can call yourself what do they call people that leave the country? Diaspora. Call it whatever it is. My theory is that the way Africa is today, I do not expect the people who they say are in multidimensional poverty to do anything. Their head is not right. Their head is not there. That push has to come from somewhere. And I expect people like me and you are the people to put our acts together, to ask ourselves, what should we do? And how do we go about it? Because even putting away some of this bad governance is part of fixing the home. So I don't expect anything to come from the current system that we operate. For instance, I tell people, when you go to primaries, for instance, we all know that people buy presidential tickets. Technically speaking, that's what happens. And the Constitution says you cannot be elected until you're on a political party. And the way this country is, as big as it is, and as hungry as people are, as ignorant as people are, for you to really win the election, you need that structure, people that talk about it. You need to have people in almost every election booth. So this system that currently as it is not going to put out a good candidate to even start with. Both parties. If today, I will tell you, if you put Tinubu, you put Atiku as the front runners, I don't think that is a good choice for the country. You know, so but anyway,
can you say that the Nigerian, who do you hold most accountable for what is happening now? Because the accusation is based on an element of action that is happening within Nigeria. Not that they need any excuse to come into the country anyway. They will always find an excuse to cause distraction. Can you say that the handling of this insurgency that is going on in Nigeria has resulted in this situation we are facing right now? Where the Nigerian government...
it's not the handling of the insurgency. I keep reminding people, this same America, at some point, they refused to sell us arms and ammunition for the same Boko Haram we're talking about.
They will find ammunition from somewhere now. They barricaded China too.
You've forgotten the issue where they saw some dollars inside some aeroplane when they wanted to go and buy arms and ammunition.
Yeah,
so what I'm saying is not about the handling. This thing has been mishandled, including America itself. It has supported the mishandling when you say, oh no, I'm not going to sell arms and ammunition to you.
Let me hear this. I don't know what sorry, hold on. I don't know what this is.
Donald Trump is not playing, no.
Let me play this. Let me see what a Nigerian is saying online about this. Because sometimes Nigerians are some of the worst people. They are their own worst enemy. They will go online and start saying
this guy, even from the way this guy is looking, you want us to sit down and listen to this guy?
No, but because it's a sample of us now, so that we start understand what we are dealing with.
Okay, let's listen to him. No,
he has threatened military invasion of Nigeria.
Where did this guy hear military invasion?
If the buying of Christians does not stop. So he also said he's going to stop all aids to Nigeria if the government of Nigeria does not move fast to stop the buying of Christians across the country. This has moved from cruise to seriousness. Abacha said, if terrorism lasts for more than 24 hours, government is involved. I hope this will prompt the government of Nigeria to actually move fast and stop the banditry, the buying of people across generally, and all the kid gloves so they take the handle this Boko Haram and Co. I hope we take action. I hope the president is listening. I hope he will take action and stop the buying of everybody. If not, this is high alert for you. Trump said you should move fast.
So, you see, this is one of the problems of having a weak state like Nigeria, the way we are. Anybody can try to do that. He will not dare to say that kind of nonsense about North Korea. So the point, the problem now is, do you think, Masca, that the Nigerian government will try to take action to improve performance in a more significant way than they've not done before, or they will just find a way to placate Trump, which they'll find a way to placate Trump behind the scenes so that whatever Trump is asking for, they just give it to him. Whether he's asking for the truth of Nigerians, they give it to him as long as they are left alone. Well, what do you think? Do you think they're going to do something about the Nigerian security?
It will be a combination of all the three. My conviction is that one of the major reasons why this insurgency or terrorism or insecurity is lasting this long is because we are a very corrupt nation. The bottom line of all this thing is corruption. Government has earmarked money for the security, but I'm sure most of these things will go somewhere. And as a rank and file, if you don't have enough ammunition to fight, how are you going to do it? So I think that the first positive result of this is that even the people who are siphoning the money will understand that, okay, the game is almost up now. So the government there will be a change. I can put that to you. I can guarantee that. There will be some sort of, how do I put it now? You will see some traction. It's normal with us now. I remember during Goodluck Jonathan, just towards the election, before Buhari's election, there was improvement in Boko Haram.
Imagine.
You understand? The truth is that if we're all serious, we can do this thing now. I don't know. I said it here. One guy in Toronto asked me that how many people are this Boko Haram? That you understand that there are 200 million Nigerians, but how many people are Boko Haram? The essence of that question is like, okay, if 200 million of you, how many people are tormenting you like this? You get what I'm saying? The point is that truly, if government is serious about this issue, they can deal with it.
I don't see them.
So,
the problem with the Nigerian government
is that you will see that traction on ground. The second thing, I believe also that the government, I'm sure America will ask for something in return. Whether it is we should take some people that they are going to, when you export somebody from the country, what do they call it?
Deport.
Whether we are probably going to accept some deportees. So it will be a combination of many other things. Some of the other conditions, me and you will never get to know it until maybe 20 years down the line.
Imagine. Thank you for that. I think Tony Thank you for joining us, Tony. I really appreciate you. I think you have been coming in and out. I see. I saw you coming in and out. This is a serious matter in Nigeria right now. In my mind, the Nigerian government is not going to improve Nigerian security markedly. What is just going to happen? They're going to bargain. Instead of them to actually do the right thing by securing their own nation, they will not. This is not the event that is going to do that. I said Trump does something stupid like start attacking Nigeria in a really harsh way, that Nigerians, North and South, even if there are elements that will still support what Trump is doing, come together and say, you know what, we are not going to have this. Even if we have this problem, it doesn't mean you should be attacking us. They unite. And if Nigerians unite, I think they are not going to look back anymore. Our security posture will have to change. Then all the terrorists and all these bandits, they will have to find a way to another trade to find something else to do. But I don't know what you are thinking about this, but you know, I'm sure you must see it slightly differently. So what do you make of this threat? Because it sounds like Trump is about to do some of the things I suspected that he would probably do. This is one of the reasons why we supported Trump to come into office. He's going to open our eyes up. He's going to expose things that the Democrats are hiding from us. So what do you make of it?
Good evening, forefathers, and good evening, everybody on the panel and those who are listening. You know, there's the Yoruba adage that says, Togri obalanu, alangba oliraye wonube. What it means, if I translate it literally, it means if there was no opening on the wall, the lizard would not find a place to hide in it. I think that's exactly the situation that we have here. I don't think this is a threat that Nigeria should just treat trivially. I think it's a serious issue. I think, like Maska said, there is a dereliction of duty by government in terms of dealing with insurgency, banditry, and all forms of insecurity that we have seen in the nation. I'm not sure we have the statistics of all those who have died. And it didn't start with Tinubu, so I'm not just blaming Tinubu. But I'm saying that in the fight against insurgency, Nigeria has treated its people, the leadership has treated the people very, very badly. So if someone from outside is coming to say, this thing has come to a head, we're not going to, people cry to them and they say, this thing has come to a head, and we are going to use our power, whichever way, to muzzle the government and compel them to do the right thing. I don't have anything against it. You know, even right now, just reading from some comments from some individual, for instance, like Murik. You see the president or whatever, what he's saying about this situation, you just shake your head and wonder whether we really are serious. People are being killed. There's bloodshed, intolerable. It's come to a stage where, I mean, you just can't tolerate this anymore. Nobody's going to sit down to just look at. They see pictures. We have embassies here. We have you know, news media here, and these things are all over the place. It's sad what's happening in our country. And to say that the government is part of the outcry of governors, of local government, of, you know, politicians, of all kinds of people, you know, the church and so on, and, you know, clerics, this thing is continuing with liberty. This is, I was looking at a ranking by one organization about, you know, military strength in Africa and the world, and Nigeria is rated number 3. And then in the world is rated 36. You know, but that's an aside. Just to say that this is a military that has distinguished itself internationally. This is a military that has fought to secure countries, nations, at the blood of Nigerians, at the sweat of Nigerians and their economy. And this is happening, and the army just looks like it's just a ragtag army. People are dying. Their welfare is not taken care of, and people, monies are voted, and people will take it and spend it. We've had some generals being disciplined. In fact, in the rumor that you're hearing, go on Oku, we hear of a general who is selling, who is alleged to have sold military equipment as scrap. So who is he selling it?
Okay,
That's the question.
so if he's so concerned about, I guess one can say it's concerned only about Christian lives, because he doesn't seem to be concerned about the actual massacre going on and ethnic cleansing going on in Sudan right now, which amounts to far more people that have died in the past week, maybe even more than how many years in Boko Haram activities in Nigeria. My concern is that, don't you think that he's using Nigeria as just a fodder for, distracting from issues going on at home, like he's doing with Venezuela too?
That would be a lie from the pits of hell. Because at
You
least
think he actually cares about Nigerians?
That's a lie from the pits of hell, because we have to look at history. When Obama refused to sell Tucano jets to Nigeria, it was Trump that approved it. The same Trump that some people are accusing. It was Trump that accused it. When America, when the high command was in Niger before the coup in Niger, giving intel to Nigerian government as to information, vital information to fight Boko Haram. What did Nigeria do with the intel? In fact, there is a narrative that some vital information that was given to the military about location and all that of Boko Haram and those insurgents, which would have enabled the army to descend on those locations and attack them. That information went to the insurgents, and they started relocating immediately. So you have to listen before you begin to accuse people. You have to look at yourself. The leadership has failed woefully, and they have to be responsible for it. I think that what they should be doing now is to try to see how they can engage America, because the condition is if. It's like if. How they can engage America, show them what they have done, the challenges that they have, and how together they can work to deal with this situation. But if we begin to grandstand and think that this is just a small, is a small thing, is trivial, Trump cannot do anything, I'm sorry. It's not about Trump. I think it's about our people. If you look at the situation now, there are a lot of things that are tied to this thing, because the thing is all over the world now. The news is all over the world.
Okay, let's say he cares about Christians, but we know this is not necessarily about targeting Christians only.
Listen, forefathers.
It's also destabilizing the country.
Forefathers, don't drag me into a Christian and Muslim. I don't want to go. You see.
Yeah, but the way you're sounding as if he's justified because of the Christian. Because the reason why he's doing it is because of Christianity, not because of just insurgency.
I have not mentioned Christian here, so I don't want you to drag me.
Yeah, but the reason, you can't divorce yourself for the reason why he wants to do it.
What I am telling you, yes, because the Christian cried out. If the Muslims had cried out, I'm sure he will do the same thing.
Hold on. Are the Muslims not crying out in Sudan?
Forefathers, you are just spreading me thick and thing. We're talking about Nigeria and taking me to Sudan.
But you said he cares about Muslims too. That if they cried out, he would listen to them.
Hold on, Sudan is a different kettle of fish. If you want us to go to that, that's a different history. I'm knowledgeable enough about what's happening in Sudan.
My concern now is that you are doing that thing Christians do when a foreign invader is threatening their country. They are beginning to think, okay, yeah, that's good for us.
Forefathers, you don't put words into my mouth. I'm not saying that's good for us. I just said that if you don't put your house in order, you give the latitude for outsiders to come and tell you that your house is not, that your mouth.
Were you not one of those people that were against me when I was talking about our defense posture? Were you not one of those people that were saying that we should worry about education and all the rest of it? When I was saying our defense posture is extremely weak, that led to this situation that we are in.
Forefathers, what's your argument? You take me to Sudan, you take me to education, you take me to Christian.
No, my argument is that the way you are going on now, you are going on like you have righteous indignation about the plight of the Christians in Nigeria. When you know full well, this is not a Christian war.
You are
This
saying
is a
it. You are
destabilization activity going on in Nigeria.
You are the one that is talking about Christians. Yeah, I've not mentioned
but
Christian once in the
you are
thing that
not
I said.
addressing it from the point of view that yeah, I hear
Listen,
you say.
listen.
Okay, go ahead,
What
explain
I
yourself.
said, can you let me finish? What I
All right, go
said,
ahead.
what I talked about is insecurity. I never used the word Christian. What I talked about is insecurity. There's insecurity in the land. And it's such, I said that it's such that you just can't sweep under the carpet. That some people went to America to complain. You know, it would have been anybody that went to complain. So don't box me in and be talking about Christian and so on and so forth. If you want to talk about genocide, that's a different thing. We can talk about that. But we're talking about insecurity, which has prompted somebody to say, listen, this thing, you know, we have to do something. Anyway, I'm not going to the propriety of his action, whether he has the right to threaten, if you call it a threat, or if you see it as a threat. But the point that I'm making is that we have not kept our house in order. And the government must take the blame for what is happening. Now, if this action, what I said is, if what Trump is saying or doing is one that will jolt the government into action and make it to do the thing that it's not supposed to do, then it's good for us. There's a window that is open because the man says, if, you know, now you can say who.
Can you paint a scenario that it will be good for us?
Let me just give you one scenario. I take Benue, for instance. I use Benue as an example. I take Benue. You see, there's so much that is happening in our country. Impunity. There are, you know, people who are not non-state agents who have taken over the country and they can ride roughshods over the country, carry arms. Nobody harasses them. Nobody does anything. You know, with impunity, they kill. The costs, you know, it's like a state of nature. So if you take Benue, for instance, you have a people who are Nigerians. Some of them living for years in IDP camps. They have been complaining. The governor has shouted, has complained, and so on and so forth. You know, people are being killed. People are being killed. Do something. And repeatedly, they give intel. They point to locations. But these things have continued and continued and continued and continued. And even when the president went to Benue at some point, after Rome has intervened and so on and so forth, and he went after the Yewata killing, and he couldn't even get to Yewata. Why? Because there was flood. The road was flooded. And I felt very, very sad. Your people are being killed. You are the president, you are the commander-in-chief, voted in by the people to serve them.
But what is the scenario where this one is going to be good for us then? That's what
Now, what I'm saying is that
when it bombs Nigeria, then they will go and fix the roads. Is that it?
Listen, what the president told them in Benue before the governor was that this is just a crisis, and you know, ethnic crisis, crisis between communities and so on and so forth, which is not true. The tall thief who was there representing his people had to say that this is not this is genocide against my people. So in other words, it means that the information that was being given to the president based on what the president has said is not true, because immediately the president reacted and said, Chris, he called IG and so on and said, what's happening? You know, apparently he probably would have been giving some wrong information. But the point that I'm saying is that if you look at the way that the government has dealt with the crisis, you cannot say that, you know, its actions have been, you know, top notch. It has not been. And so my point is, if this is going to take the government to, you know, they have changed service chiefs and all that and all that. If it's going to take the government to now restructure, rejig its security architecture in a way that it will be more potent, and they know the names of some of these people. They know the names of some of the sponsors. The government has even said that there are people within the army who are black sheep, who are colluding. You know, retired generals have said it. You know, and so on and so forth. So we have the intel. America can help you with the intel. Dubai has, the Emirate of Dubai gave us a report. So we have all this information.
The former defense chief of staff was saying that foreigners are involved. He literally basically was saying that he went to Al Jazeera, he went online and Nigerian channels.
Release. Sorry to interrupt. I read the release earlier. I actually read the release, the paragraph where they said there are special foreign interests in the Sahel
Yeah.
and West Africa. I said it clearly.
Yeah, this is something that is well known, and the people that the so-called sponsors, if they start bringing their name out, it turns out that some of them are Americans, some of them are Middle East. What is going to happen? So
Forefathers, what are you talking about? They give you intel that there are people who fly in, helicopters are flying in and coming out, and you know that are coming into your country, come and mine, to come and do all kinds of things, supply arms and so on. And so, what did you do with intel? You say foreigners are. What did you do with intel?
No, the intel is something that they gave you. You are regurgitating what they told you now that they gave them the intel. But at the core of it, somebody can be working with you while behind the scenes they are working against you. You know that it's possible.
Stop blaming foreigners for everything. Blame yourself for not taking action for the things that you know. Stop blaming foreigners. Come on.
Okay, let's focus on ourselves for a moment. If that is the case, why is it that when I argue for a stronger security posture in Nigeria, you always demur? You always say, oh, well, that's not our core problem. This is not what we are supposed to do. So if the foreigners are not the problem, then we are the problem.
Forefathers, you know, you are bringing a different argument. You were talking about listen, because I remember
a strong security posture for Nigeria.
I remember the argument.
And you blame us when foreigners attack us too.
I remember the argument. You were saying that we should go and get nuclear power. We should go and get. That's what you're saying. And people are telling you that's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. We should do.
That's what you said. And people are telling you that that's not our primary need.
We should recruit more into our security forces.
Oh my God. Forefathers, you know, let's not go into that argument because we've argued it all over and over and over again. You say that our primary need would be to invest, to become a nuclear power, to arm the army and so on and so forth. And I was saying that that's not the primary need of the people. People are hungry. The economy is in shambles. The economy is in shambles and so on and so forth. And you're talking about threat. I say, which threat do we have other than food, starvation, unemployment, dilapidating infrastructure and so on and so forth, which we should address.
I hear what you are saying about those things, but you also have to understand that if your nation is not secure, you are inviting these type of problems where people can decide that they can just come and help you solve your problem. They can come and bomb your people. And I can assure you, when the people come and bomb you, whenever the West come and bomb you, it never ends up well for that nation. How many nations have they come and bombed and it ended up well for them? But yet, you knowing these facts are open to them coming to bomb your country. You wonder why we got to where we got to.
No. Father, you see again, that's again.
Am I mistaken? Okay, if I'm mistaken, yes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But clarify your position so I can understand.
My position is very clear. How can I be approving America to come and bomb my country? You're putting words into my mouth. I never said that.
I apologize if I did. But because your position appears to be that way.
My position doesn't appear to be that. That's what you're thinking. That's what you're thinking.
Hey, man of Presidency, stop it. Man of Presidency, stop it. I'm not gonna take your jibes today. I'm not in the mood for your jibes because I saw the other day you were not very, very polite. So leave it. So please go ahead. This in Tony, so that I can go to the next person.
My argument is clear and simple. We have a problem in the country, and we must not sweep it under the carpet. We must stop blaming outsiders for our problem. We have a problem that we created ourselves. Solve it first. If you solve your problem, the outside, that's why I started with the Yoruba adage. There is an opening that you have allowed. It's like someone who goes to the fire to the farm to go and fetch a firewood, that infected firewood. There are consequences for that you are going to suffer. So what we have done, we have not done well with our resources. We have not done well with leadership. We have not done well with our people. We have not told them the truth. We have not done well with, and government exists to begin to correct those things. Is it caused by Tinubu?
If Trump attacks Nigeria now, would you condemn the attack?
Fathers, why are you so fixated on Trump attacking?
I'm asking you a question.
No, why?
It's a simple question. Would you condemn the attack?
Are you praying for Trump to attack Nigeria?
See, what if he attacks? Would you condemn it? Is a question. I'm not saying you should attack.
That's a hypothetical question.
Are you a politician now?
Wow,
are you a politician now?
Why are you asking me that question?
Okay, let's move it on. Let's move it on.
No, but Tony, I think the answer is straightforward, forefathers. It depends on the nature of the attack. If today they can pinpoint where all these bandits are, and we can see evidence that they are killing the bandits, why would I have a problem with that?
We have a problem because when Ihejirika started it was the northern leader that said he should go. When mercenaries were employed by... Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
I didn't ask you any question. This
is the problem that we are facing in Nigeria.
Can we leave it? Let's get to the next
Hold on. It's my turn to speak. I didn't interject when you're speaking. This is the problem. This is the cause. Excuse me. This is the cause of the problem that we have in Nigeria. Because when people came to address the situation, a certain group of people said no. And now we're paying for it. The whole country is now paying for it. I think we should stand up.
Why do you say a certain group of people? You see, why is it a certain... It is Nigerians that's blocked it. I sit here every day saying our security posture is a problem, but we refuse. And this is one of the reasons why I also said I prefer Trump to be in office, because he will reveal all this nonsense that we keep doing. Maybe one day we will wake up.
Forefathers, you know my point. Dangote, you just played something on Dangote refineries. I'll just say this and I'll end. Dangote has spent $20 billion on a refinery that if I had the money, I would not spend in Nigeria. He did it at a great risk to his business, but because he loves Nigeria. I don't like Dangote. I didn't buy his stock.
It's not Dangote's money. But
hold on. Whether it's not his money, he borrowed the money or whatever. He's the entrepreneur. It's his money.
One Africa.
Now, for him to put that kind of resource in, he would have put it outside Nigeria. I doff my heart for him. Now he is exporting jet oil to America. He's selling to Aramco, and he's also taking fuel to Europe. That's a game changer, saving us, creating employment, saving us a lot of forex.
I agree with you on that point, though. I don't know why he's shaking his head. We're going to find out. Go ahead.
Now, I see that effort being threatened by a man who has set out to help, develop this country, in spite of all the challenges that he's had. That's one point. I'm saying that in what is unfolding now, if the Nigerian government doesn't handle it well, we stand to lose. So they must engage. Unfortunately, in most of our embassies today and high commissions, we don't even have ambassadors. For 2 years now.
We must engage with who?
We must engage with America. And
You mean go and twerk for them? Twerk for them.
No,
Send your deportees to Nigeria.
Hold on. We need to engage with them to explain our situation. If there are reasons why the government has failed or things that are hampering this fight against insurgency, then it's up to this is diplomacy that has to be done. So we shouldn't just sweep it and say they can go to hell or whatever. So I'm not saying America should go ahead and bomb Nigeria and so on and so forth. You're just putting words into my mouth. I've spoken for a long time. Let me stop because there are people who are waiting to talk.
Thank you for that, Tony. I think it's Femi that is next, and Oga Ike then Jide. Femi, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate you for coming in. Let me bring Jide up too. So Trump seems to have this one is going to be serious. It's going to run even till next week, because I think when Trump starts talking like this, he's looking for victims to throw bombs at and see what happens there. So what do you make of this threat that is threatening Nigeria? Did we invite it on ourselves? And also, I will ask this question. It may seem unfair. Did the northern Islamic leaders invite this? Because there is an element of extremism, religious extremism, not just because you can say there is extremism in the south, which is a separatist one. They are facing those consequences too. There is economic, socio-economic issues in the south. But there is also this extremism in the north. That this is real extremism, religious extremism that has not been tamped down, because we have heard of that schoolgirl that was also murdered just because she made comments that was offensive. So, and you notice that the northern elites, or the religious ones, don't speak out openly about this. Even Atiku, that put out a post to condemn it, had to retract it. Can you imagine? Somebody was murdered, you condemned it, and you had to retract it. Are they the ones that created this avenue for this extremism to become even stronger? That has led to this, that has invited this kind of intervention from the West now. In other words, it makes it even more, it gives it credibility, because some Southerners that are Christians, or even Northerners that are Christians, will start feeling, oh yeah, it's okay, let him come and do it, because after all, they've been killing us, even if the number shows that Muslims are victims. So you have to also see that we Northerners have to take responsibility for this mess that has just arisen. Am I mistaken?
So I'm going to apply a couple of things to this to be able to align my position. My position is clear, and I really don't give a damn about whether anybody agrees with me on this. I'm going to repeat for the things. I do not believe that the West, the US, anybody loves us that much as to suddenly make it sound as though they're going to be the Messiah. And in as much as I agree that our problems, they're things that we could solve if we really want to solve it. If we're really sincere, both the leaders, the followers, and not just Nigeria, just Africa as a whole. I want to align with something that TJ was already starting when he brought up the issue of Venezuela. Because for me, we like to say all politics is global as local, but the world is globally connected. A lot of things that are happening now are so interconnected. At my job, my former manager used to be like a middle Kida Air Force officer. I remember just before he left, I asked him a question. I'm Christian, for example, and he's one of these the people that are considered evangelicals in the US. Forefathers. In my opinion, and that's why I like to listen.
Sorry, is it possible to sit up and face the camera, please? We have protocols and rules we follow these days. Look at this one. You're acting as if somebody is dragging you from beneath your leg. What is going on there? Face camera.
It's the background. Forget about that background. It's the background.
Forget about this. You're facing sideways.
No, it's the background. I know what I'm saying. It's the way. I'm messing with some technology here. Anyway, so I asked him about, because we someone that are engaging. We align in some things. As should be, and we do not align in some things. I asked him if he knew anything about what's going on in just an example, because the question he asked me about Nigeria at times too, about if he knows anything about what's going on in Palestine and between the Palestinians and Israel, and he did not know anything. He knew nothing. The reason why I say this is this guy is kind of vast in a way, but it just reflects the kind of conversations I have and my understanding about how much Americans generally do not know about the world. That's for a start. Then, in order to now tie it up with, again, the Venezuela situation, again, I like to listen. The kind of things I've been listening to, especially in recent months, it kind of makes a lot of things scary to me when I hear, and it's just about Trump, because Trump for me is just continues to unveil what has been going on about America. America, Trump likes to say the silent things loud. It's not like he just started today. Let's be clear, just that Trump, he don't know anything, forget. You understand? So it's not even about whether it's a Democrat or a Republican that's there. It's just something about American foreign policy and if you will, the CIA. You understand? Now, that said, that's why I said forget about it, because a lot of what you see going on even during Obama's time and all that. There's a lot of things going on. Like my mother would say, I would tell her that we are the principalities and powers. There's some principalities and powers that are doing some things that are deeper than we know. So, in as much as I agree that we ought to blame ourselves, after all, for example, forefathers, again, let's use the Venezuela situation. Do you realize? Go do your research. Do not listen to me. Do you realize that a lot of what's going on in Venezuela, for example, and I'm still going back to Nigeria, a lot of what's going on in Venezuela, go check. Go look at the Chinese and Russian involvement. Go look at what they're doing and how all of a sudden, and of course, when you look at what BRICS is doing as well, how this is tied back to why America is now pivoting back to reclaim their dominance, at least in the Western Hemisphere, knowing that they're beginning to cede the Eastern Hemisphere to China. Now, let's now narrow it back to this issue about his recent threat today, because I saw it only after you started mentioning it. I actually went online and I was like, oh wow, really? See, again, why is it that even as of today, this evening that I'm talking to you, the so-called MAGA group, they kind of split, not just on the case of Epstein, because the Epstein thing, one of the things is very good at, if you may or may not agree with me, that's Trump now, is very good, he's very good at diverting people. And according to what Masker said, I think the word Masker was looking for was coercion or something like that. Yeah. Trump is very good at making you look this way when you should be looking at this way. Because a lot of what, and that's why even when you listen to the likes of Candace Owen and what's his name, Tucker Carlson, who are, you know, there's a lot of pushbacks now, and even among some of the Republican senators, including Rand Paul, for example, who are beginning to break away in a lot of things that Marjorie Taylor Greene. What they're beginning to question is, after all, when one of the reasons why he got back into power against all odds was because he said America first. But what is he trying to do now? Maybe President she also had, in addition, you do realize they've been trying so hard to stage a comeback in Afghanistan again. So if you now narrow it down so that I can end it here for now, or except you want a follow-up. If you now go back to our Nigeria, the reason why I tried to pull it from different corners is because, again, if anybody thinks America is trying to come and do something different that will make things better in Nigeria, you already said it from the onset. Where have you seen America go to and left a better place when it comes in terms of trying to go save them, in quotes? Me, I have not seen it. I have not seen.
Kuwait, I've seen Kuwait.
You see, Kuwait.
That was Iraq they went to, not Kuwait.
No, they actually went to Kuwait.
Yeah, but the issue of Kuwait, it dates back to even what happened when they were supporting Iraq and Russia was supporting Iran.
No, you said any. Have I seen any?
No, the country they attacked. The country they attacked.
Yeah,
because Kuwait was not the country that was attacked. It was Iraq that was attacked.
Yeah, but there's even a lot more to even the Kuwait issue as well. So I mean, we can delve on that further. There's a lot that comes with that.
I'll talk about it a little bit during my time, but go on.
Yeah. So it's not me. I don't listen to surface things. I used to believe a lot of things before. Not anymore. But anyway, finally, just for me to learn now, I don't have a problem if it was Nigeria, for example. Irrespective, I don't like Tinubu. You know, I'm sure you're aware of that. It doesn't matter who is there right now. I'm even looking at it from the point of view of how we disagree on everything from inter-ethnic, intra-ethnic, inter-religious. And I'm just looking at it from the point of view of even what happened pre-colonialism, during the colonial rule and afterwards. Now, I don't have a problem with if Nigeria had some kind of understanding. Again, it doesn't matter if it was Tinubu, with certain aspects of what we may need and we had asked for. Because again, I don't know if you're aware that even the Russians subliminally they're actually helping out Nigeria. Maybe not to the level with which we need it when it comes to military trainings. And so I don't know if you're aware as well.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm not sure you're aware. But ultimately, again, if you look at it, look, what has been happening recently, lithium mining has increased in Nigeria when it comes to the Chinese as well. And they've made a lot of inroads, not just in Nigeria, but generally in Africa. In fact, if you look at what continues to go on in the DR Congo area, does it make any difference? Doesn't that tell you all you need to know? Has there been a day of peace in what's it called? In Congo DR? And by the way, where were these same Western countries when the genocide was going on in between the Hutus and Tutsis? Where were they? See, there's a lot to unpack. Let me just end here. There's two.
Yeah, I really wish I can. I'd like to have follow-ups, but the queue is lengthening and the backstage is also there. So let me go to the next person. I know it is our illustrious son from the United Kingdom, and we have to respect because he makes a lot of effort to be here with us. Jagon, give him the accordance so that he can have his say, and it's his turn, by the way. He went backstage and came back again, so I left him backstage because others kept jumping in before him. So Jagon, Jide, please, I know you are there too, and Oga Ike is also there, but he's not on his chair right now. So Jagon, what do you make of this threat that Trump has threatened Nigeria with? Guns blazing, guns are blazing, that's the term. And do you think this might actually trigger Nigerian government to do better and the Nigerian people too to understand? So start seeing, because right now the way we are seeing it is, oh, they're coming to save us. Some people are saying they're coming to save us. So what do you make of it? You're muted.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody once again. I've always wondered why Nigeria has not as yet been attacked, if you like, by America or the Western hegemony. And I figured that it's because basically Nigeria is a country that seems to be following the Western edict of non-development. So we've been left alone to our own devices a lot. Now in Nigeria, as many people have underlined, there are many economic roads more than oil, especially in the time that we're in, that Nigeria is still a player, a major player in terms of minerals and mineral resources. The Sahel and West Africa as a whole is probably one of the most strategic places in the world for the West. And now we have more interest from the Western world, especially America. The elections, that the way they have gone over the last couple of years, has gone in the way more of the Westerners than of ourselves in Nigeria. So to me, it has become obvious that Nigeria is playing more of a Western game, or more of a game that advantages the West than what is going on in the Sahel at present. To my reckoning, the Sahel has taken over Nigeria's responsibility. The three major countries, they've taken over that responsibility. And Nigerians, as usual, have missed road in terms of what our politics should be. Nigerian politics is based on nothing but ego and egotism. And Nigeria is going to get what it deserves. It's going to be very unfortunate for us as people who love the country. If America has more hold in Nigeria, which they're going to gain, then it will be a loss for us. So my belief is that Nigerians as a whole, Nigerian politicians in particular, really have to watch what's going on the ground and what's going on in other countries. We heard an idiotic statement by our friend Kenneth telling me that I care more for Jamaicans than our own country. He wasn't able to put his mind in any point of sophistication of listening to what's being said instead of creating his own dual-filled narrative, which is what he always has devil position to talk about. The whole reason why I mentioned Jamaica the last in Dr. Damage's show was that we better understand that this level of operation is coming to meet us in Nigeria. It's coming to meet us. We're not going to be let off. The whole idea of smart cities is the whole idea of control. And we Nigerians are ready for control because we would accept anything other than what we have right now in Nigeria. We would accept anything. So the worse things get in Nigeria, the easier it is for the Western regions to take over our country. Every country in the world right now is under major threat of recolonization to some level or the other. And I'm afraid, Nigeria, that we aren't people that think. We're not thinking people. We're people full of rhetoric, full of city ambitions, and full of egotism and ignorance. And because of this, I think America would have some kind of advantage of coming into our country militarily. Whether they do that through Nigerians themselves, or they do it with boots on the ground, as it were, or just by bombing. There's going to be structures. There are structures.
So what do you think?
What
do you think materially that Trump hopes to gain from this?
Oh, bro, you see, America right now is not necessarily interested in politics. The way politics is being used in America right now is to gain advantage where they can financially. They need finances desperately. So do the rest of the Western world. They need finances desperately. They need to rebuild their
how
wealth.
does he get it by bombing a country?
My brother, I've just mentioned, lithium is not all we have. Lithium is just a beginner.
So you think when he bombs Nigeria, Nigerians are more likely to sell him our natural resources?
Brother, it just depends on who is engaging him. Because whatever happens in Nigeria won't happen without some level of power play or those who have power in the nation. It seems that Nigeria is a bank that we can always steal from, and the bank would always have more resources. Lithium right now, gold, tantalite. There's a few other ones that don't come to my memory at the moment that we have in abundance in Nigeria. And they're trying to make sure that they hold it, because not only is it valuable, but it's very useful in this particular time where technology is our mainstay. So all minerals that give life to technologies, those countries are being looked upon. You know that Jamaica has found, I think it's 100 million barrels of oil just off its shore. And then all of a sudden they had something called Hurricane, which one? Melissa.
Yeah,
That's in the whole country.
Sad.
Now, this can be seen as a natural disaster, or people that know would have an understanding that it has been manipulated in this way in order to create smart cities, which connects Jamaica with the rest of the world in terms of its technological variance and the level of control that they can have over the mineral wealth in that small nation. Now, if we feel that a country as big as Nigeria, prosperous as Nigeria, with the kind of potential that Nigeria has, is not in Washington papers. How do we fix, or how do we get what Nigeria has? I think that's us again being naive as to the fact that we are left to our own devices. So Nigeria has to wake up.
Let me encourage you, but please like and share the video, because I'm not sure a lot of people are doing that. They are watching, but they are not liking the video. Like and share so that other people can be able to join, especially for such an important news. This news may be more consequential for the years to come than we like to think. Unfortunately, this was the week Dangote announced 1.4 million potential barrels of capacity that the refinery is getting, and now we are being threatened by a crazy leader. But you know, one way or another.
Forefathers, please, do you mind just pushing back a little bit on this Jamaican hurricane issue? Because, you know, we're a very responsible platform. You know, this is a natural event. You know, I'm just trying to find out how you can artificially make a hurricane, you know. Can you give us some evidence or some, you know, because
I think it's a fair point. Well, I don't think he made a clear assertion as evidence based. He just saying that it's possible. Based on, in my mind, while he was saying that,
he said it twice. He said it twice, not once.
That there is no evidence to it now. He's not going to produce any evidence to it.
No. Okay, no problem. No problem at all. It's not a bad question. It's not a bad question. Forefathers.
No, I understand that, but I have to move on to other people.
Wait. It's very small. It's very small.
I have to move on to other people so that other people. There are a lot of people that are trying to still come in. The backstone is already full.
HAARP. Look for that word in Google. It will tell you everything you're asking for. Thank you.
Yes, there's weather manipulation that is actually going on. You know, we used to have a.
Why are you speaking further? Why are you speaking? You didn't want to speak. Now you are speaking further than what I spoke.
Don't start now. Don't do that.
Your way of being.
You need to allow me more to moderate. You need to allow me to moderate. You need to allow me to moderate. There is. I'm trying to back up your point. I'm trying to. Yes, that's your point. I'm trying to back up your point in a calm way instead of it leading to an argument. But I could just take you out, and then we move on to some other person. I don't know why you have to be arguing about this. So there is the science out there. We used to have our own shamans, you know, that used to rain, people that can call the rain. It didn't work out, but now we have the harp that he mentioned. So even when they are trying to lend some credence to his argument, he's still arguing with me on top of it. Jide, please, what do you make of this threat to Nigeria? And after you, Oga Ike, and I think it is Neg. Neg has been around for a while. He's been going in and coming out. Where is he? I can't see Neg again. He's falling off again. Oh my God, he's backstage. How did you end up backstage now?
Why are you putting me in? I don't want to call me.
Who did I know? Oh, yeah, I will call you. Yes, I'll call you. I'm trying to arrange it properly because
you're not arranging it well. You've pushed me behind.
Yes, there's Neg. There's Neg. I know Neg has been around for a long time. He's backstage. Neg, I will reserve your turn after Oga Ike. You're going to speak. No, Neg was here before you. I'm sorry. He was here before you.
Okay.
Then after Neg, you speak.
So, can you put me backstage so you can bring someone since there are so many people there?
Thank you for that. Thank you. Nice one. You know, Oga Tony is a very gentleman. You know, even if we have our disagreements, he's a very gentleman. Thank you, Jide. What do you make of the threat to Nigeria? I can't even believe I'm saying it. This is one of the first time I've ever had a nation threaten Nigeria directly, president for that matter. What do you make of it?
Yeah, thank you so much, Forefathers, for having me. Good to see everyone. Greetings to my fellow panelists and for everyone listening on the comment section. I greet everyone. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to try and compress it so that every other person can respond and speak. First of all, we need to understand the geopolitical context of why Nigeria is now being sought after by the US directly. So one thing we need to understand is in the United Nations, before then, our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he actually collaborated with some Arab leaders some months ago in one particular Arab summit where he condemned what Israel was doing in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza. And yeah, him and his vice president have been advocating and condemning what has been going on by the Palestinians and by the Israelis in the war in Gaza over the genocide in Gaza. So they've been condemning the IDF and stuff. So, and the United Nations, we saw what happened in the United Nations some months ago, where Colombia and Nigeria and some other and many other countries officially condemned the US and Israel with the genocide in Gaza. You know, Colombia even directly said that they should send in troops. If there's a United Nations troops or something that can be organized to go and fight the IDF or whoever is causing the genocide. So Nigeria
and Colombia is facing a threat now too from the Americans.
Yes, it's all connected. The same time. So
that's interesting.
Gustavo Petro, then you have the vice president of Nigeria too. He said the same thing. You know, he condemned what was going on in Gaza. You know, the genocide in Gaza. He condemned it.
And these are one of the disturbing aspects is that some of these nations were actually allies of America. Like Colombia was friendly to America. Nigeria is not exactly hostile to America. What kind of this one?
Right. I will explain further that part as I'm explaining, right? Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So that's number one. So they are already against the policy interest of the US in a way. That's number one, even though they are a close ally of the US, Nigeria. The second thing we need to understand is Nigeria is a major partner of BRICS Plus. And we can see that in recent years, BRICS Plus members, they've been attacked through orange revolutions, protests. We've seen what went on in Indonesia, in some other countries, right? I don't want to digress, but a lot of the BRICS Plus members are now being targeted. Nigeria is a member of BRICS Plus, right? And you know, a major part of foreign policy in the US right now is they want their allies to delve away from China, influence of China. That's number two. Number three is everything going on with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso is very significant. It's extremely significant. These three countries have united to form a bloc, an anti-imperialist, anti-Western imperialist bloc to fight terrorism and to form their own sovereignty, right? Now, under the Democrats, they were trying to see, and even under the French government, the current French government, they were trying to see if they could use Nigeria as a foothold to actually sabotage and even, if possible, go into a military intervention against the Sahel, being the fact that Nigeria is the leading member of ECOWAS. And I think the northern elite kind of said, please take it easy, don't go to war. I mean, the Hausa Fulanis, you know, we have a strong relationship with Niger and all that. We know that story. So now, given these 3 points, we need to understand that there are three concessions that Nigeria needs to make for the US to step back and say, okay, we don't want to do this. They need to form stronger alliance with the Zionist entity and also with the US, basically just like Saudi Arabia and all the other countries. No, maybe not Saudi Arabia, but how other countries just keep quiet about what's going on with the genocide. After all, we're not South Africa, right? We're not South Africa. You just keep quiet. It's not your business, you know. That's number one. That's one concession that they probably want Nigeria to make. The second concession is they want Nigeria to move completely away from Chinese influence and from BRICS Plus. Nigeria should withdraw. That's the second. This is the second possibility.
Yeah, but you have mentioned those before. Now you've mentioned the Japanese, the BRICS one. You've mentioned, yes. But from what I can see so far, the commonalities between most of them. Venezuela is because of Marco Rubio, because I think he's from Venezuela, you know, and he doesn't like the regime that is there right now.
No, Marco Rubio is from Cuba.
Okay. For some reason, he takes it very personal what's going on in Venezuela.
Yes.
There is also the nice one, Odi, one Africa. Sometimes he comes out with facts. We have to give him credit for that. Thank you for that. He does do that again. There is also Colombia, that is an ally of America, but the only thing that is common is that they were opposed to Israel's action. They are targeted. So and Nigeria is opposed to. It's like it's getting scary, whereby to oppose the genocide or the war going on in Gaza, can bring America to your doorstep. That's scary stuff.
Yes.
And I think Tucker Carlson was saying the other day that Netanyahu goes around bragging around the world that they control America, that whatever they want, America will do. So you can see the situation where people are facing now. For the first time in American history, they are openly threatening Nigeria now. Trump has threatening Nigeria openly.
Yeah,
and that's quite a significant change.
Yes, there's another thing we need to understand. There's something we need to understand. You see, this is a threat, right? It could mean so many things. It could be an airstrike later in the future, potentially. Airstrikes in particular potential installations or wherever they will do. Or it could be that they will completely withdraw. It's just a threat based on Trump's personality, and they will impose devastating sanctions. When I mean devastating, like the one we see that we used to abuse all those countries that are doing well, they're trying to make their life better with those sanctions. They will now impose it on Nigeria.
I hope they do.
And those sanctions will be so devastating.
No, how devastating can it be? If they do that, they are going to drive Nigeria towards the east faster, and BRICS is going to get stronger
with
faster.
This government, yeah, you have a point. But with this government, I'm not sure. That's the problem. That's exactly where I'm going. With this current government, I'm not sure.
No, if they are going to put devastating sanction, what is this government going to do? Be houseboy and stay under the devastating sanction? They have to move, otherwise Nigerians will suffer and die.
I think they may still want to try to be diplomatic, just like they've done just today, like with the.
Then the devastating sanction is not going to last. It's going to go away. That's my thing. I'm not because to put sanction, it takes a while to impose it, and then to remove it also takes even longer. So I don't see America putting sanction on Nigeria. If they do, Nigerians within Nigeria is. I like to think, even if we have a way of thinking a little bit backward, but we'll say, okay, so what? There is China. Everything, almost everything we use right now is from China anyway.
I would love that. I would actually love that. But the point is, like I said, the people that we have in power, this current leadership, they are so irresponsible that I think they will still find a way to want to become diplomatic, trying to negotiate a way away from it.
I know they are collaborators now.
Interest.
They'll be thinking about their flats. Their flats in New York and all
another
the
thing
places.
they can also do is they can set some other proxies. They can. I don't know if they can use. I don't want to mention any group here, but they've been doing it already. They've been doing it already. But they could either further entrench and empower their proxies more, because we're talking about Intel. You understand? They're talking about Intel. So they will actually go into even the major cities and use their proxy to destabilize our major cities. I'm not talking about not even Benue State now. I'm talking about like Lagos. I'm talking about the major places that I'm talking about. They actually use proxies to destabilize those places. So those are the potential things they can do. You see, this thing going on in Nigeria is not unique. It has gone on historically all over the world. Iraq is one example. You see, Saddam Hussein is a puppet of the United States, right? He was a puppet. He was used to fight Iran, right? After that war that devastated Iraq economy.
Jide, because of the number of people waiting, let's try to keep it brief so that we can.
Right, I'm not going to take too long. I'm going somewhere. The point I'm making is, even their puppets, they can turn on their puppets if their puppets still do not adhere to their foreign policy's interests. It has gone on in Iraq. It has gone on in Panama. The same story in Panama. I cannot go into the story. We can go and check it out with Noriega. We know Noriega very well. It's not like Tinubu, but it was a military head of state. It was a drug trafficker too. It was a CIA asset. Noriega of Panama. You guys can go and check it. That's number two. Number three is, you see, we need to understand that because of time, the West, I've talked about this before in this show, for those that listen, they create a problem to try to make an excuse and a narrative to come and further entrench their domination. I repeat, they create a problem and make a narrative out of it and further come and try to make a case to come and solve the problem to further entrench their domination. This is how Nigeria was created.
You mean like the Gaza ceasefire?
No. I'm talking about.
They created the problem now. The Gaza ceasefire.
Yes.
Then now they are claiming that they are saving them from themselves.
Yes. That's how Nigeria was created. The slave trade, they orchestrated it. They said they were creating a colonial state called colonial Nigeria at that time to stop the transatlantic slave trade. Everyone should go and check it. This is how apart from coming to civilize us, they were coming to what? To stop the slave trade. So that's my final conclusion is, you see, I've always been talking about Western imperialism in this show. Almost every time, people don't listen to me. Some people come and insult me. Now we are seeing this right in our face. One thing we need to learn is when you are dealing with the West, even when
you are not in a classroom, Gide, come on now, wrap up.
Can I finish talking, please? Can you let me talk, please?
Please,
okay.
Let him finish. He's
So
going to finish soon.
When dealing with the West, with peace, prepare for war, like China, like Russia, like North Korea. That's number one. The second thing is, I've always advocated this and I'll keep advocating it. We need to move away completely away from Western influence and focus on our sovereignty and form alliance with Russia and China if we really want to liberate ourselves. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And, you know, sometimes we take some of all these things for granted because it's often abstract, or we are not used to talking geopolitics because we don't talk it. We talk Nigeria all the time. And our illustrious son of Nigeria talk is here. Ike has been a foremost Nigerianist. He actually believes in Nigeria. You know, sometimes the way he talks, people misunderstand him, thinking he doesn't. He actually believes in Nigeria. Oga Ike, now Nigeria is facing a gun blazing from Trump, threatening Nigeria with violence because he cares a lot about the Christians that they have been starving and depriving of industrialization for decades. So what do you make of this, Ike, that Trump has now threatened Nigeria?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. First of all, I think we have to ask ourselves as Nigerians, do we have a nation? First of all, do you really have a nation? Do you really have a country? And if you say that you have a country, then another question will be, why should somebody else from outside tell you how you have to run your country? Why should somebody have to tell you what you're supposed to know or supposed to do? Somebody have to tell you, somebody from outside will have to tell you how you are going to do in order to safeguard your country. And I think that for us Nigerians, I don't think if any of us, if really that people, when they swear that if they swear that swear can kill people, I believe that if anybody here among us who will swear with his life tonight that the government of Nigeria doesn't know where these terrorists are in Nigeria, I think you are not going to wake up tomorrow if there is really, if people can swear and it works. Because this government or the previous government, they know where these people are. They are the sponsors of these people. They know where they are. And if you say you don't know, you are not trying to be honest to yourself, because you know that this government know where these people are. But why? Because they are the sponsors of this terrorist activity that is going on in Nigeria, right? And the intels that the government of Nigeria has been receiving since the time of Buhari till now, what have they done with it? Tony was asking you that. And you were trying to put so many questions upon his mouth. But it's a simple question. The intels that they have, what have they done with the intel? Who goes to tell these people that they are coming? Who give them the information before even the government, before they know they have all moved away from where the intel is? This is the same government.
They are on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Do we have any evidence of this intel?
There is no point.
Let me put this fact section. Yeah.
Father, please, I don't have a lot of time because I'm almost closing in my office. I just want to finish before any other person can come in so that another people will take over. I am just telling you that this government has intel. They give them intel, not from this government, from the previous administration. What have they done with it? Because they are protecting their own people. And that's why we have this situation now that America have decided to tell you, if you don't want to do all the intel we have been giving you, if you don't want to do anything with it, we're going to help you to do it. So why are you afraid for America to come to do it for you? Because The government presently that is in power is an illegitimate government which never won an election. So it is a government that is built on a false foundation. The illegitimacy and the corruption that is in this government and propaganda that this government is built on, they do not have any power to do anything. They don't have power to rescue Nigeria. It is all about themselves. It is all about protecting the election mandate that they stole. That is all what it is all about. And that is why they cannot do anything. And America, that's why America or any other country can tell you boldly on your face that if you don't do this, we are coming for you. And if they are coming for you, you can do nothing. Because you have an illegitimate government who doesn't have the support of the population. 65% of the population of Nigeria do not believe in this government because what are they doing? Everybody in Nigerian government and the political elite in Nigeria, they are busy decamping to APC. They have abandoned government. They have abandoned serving the people. Everybody is jumping ship. Why are they jumping ship? What are their responsibility as a government? What have they done? Everything has been propaganda. Everything has been based on falsehood. They don't have anything credible. They don't have any credibility anywhere. So America has the right and the power to do whatever they want to do with you. And if we as Nigerians are telling ourselves the truth, where are the days when Nigerian army was defending nations of the world? Nigeria defended Gambia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, South Africa, yes. We supported so many countries in the world and we went and fight and we gave them independence with the blood and the resources of Nigeria. And now, after how many years as an independent country, Nigeria has lost respect anywhere. Because why? We put blind eyes to what is going on in the country because of it is our own. Eminoko, that's our own. You should not touch my people. We are living in a country where cows are bigger and more important than the human life. That is the country you have, where a cow is more important than a human life. We are living in a country where people who are farmers, now that what they cultivate in their farm, somebody should allow the cows to come and eat all of them. That's the country we are living. The farmers cannot go to their farm anymore. That's the country you have. So stop playing this politics of, oh, America is coming to invade Nigeria. If they want to invade Nigeria, let them do it. Because we don't have a government. This government is an illegitimate government. Because they have nothing to offer me and you. They have not been able to offer anything. What they have been able to offer Nigeria is corruption. Corruption at the highest level.
So how is invading Nigeria going to offer us government? Now you have a foreign master that will come and do us. How is that going to help us?
Let me tell you. This government, nobody believes them. The people that believe them are the people that are eating from their crumbs, people that are eating from their table. The same people told this government, they have been telling us that there was a coup. They first said there was no coup. I am one of the people last week or 2 weeks ago, I told you that there is no coup in Nigeria. All these things that they are saying, even up to today, they are telling you they are arresting people. The government has not confirmed to you that there was a coup. So, is it not enough for you to know that these people know what they are doing? Everything is towards 2027 on the expenses of innocent Nigerian blood that have been spilled in the street of Nigeria every day. And we are here playing politics. Is it Christian genocide? Is it a Muslim genocide? A people who will go to a town, exterminate everybody that is in that town, force those people to believe in what they believe, force them to practice their culture and their religion. What is it? People who will go to a place and change the identity of the people. What is that? What do you call that? People who will force people to join what they don't want to be. Their ancestral belief and cultures and tradition. People will move from there, go there, take over that place, force them to do what they do. What is it called?
So then why does America not say, okay, because of this, we are going to give you the weapons, to go and deal with this thing, and we're going to ensure that you are actually dealing with this thing. Why do you trust the idea that these are people that have colonized us? They have, if you know what they did to, you must know what they did to Black Americans. These are the same people.
What have you used the weapon that you have? What have you used the weapon to do?
When I
What
keep
have you
telling
achieved
us,
with the
but
weapons you have?
let me say this. When I keep saying that the weapon, I've been saying it repeatedly. What we have is not enough. Have you tried to defend 1,000 people yourself? Now, Nigeria population is increasing. I think we're about 230 to 50 million now. 230 to 50 million. So, have you tried to defend 1,000 people by yourself? If you have you stood in front of 200 people, that's what one Nigerian soldier has to do. That is too much.
Let me tell you, if the Nigerian soldiers will live where they're supposed to go and defend Nigeria, and instead they go to the street to kill innocent Nigerians, I don't care. Listen to me. I do not care about this government. It is. Listen, revolution. I don't know the kind of revolution that will going to happen in this Nigeria. They are afraid of Q. As long
it's not about caring for the government. The government are like Oyibo people too. They are not different from them. That's the thing.
Listen, as long as this government remains, there will always continue to be rumors of Q. Because why? They do not have the legitimacy of Nigerians. Even the so-called military data. Let me tell you, somebody, Tony, before he left here, he did say something. The last killing in Benue State. When your president went to Benue State, he did not go to the place because of flood. Was he supposed to wear Babariga to Benue State? Is he not the commander-in-chief of Nigerian Armed Forces? Was he not supposed to dress in a military uniform, in a war uniform as a president of a country? But he went there with Babariga. And the governor of Benue State, they hired the students that have not been going to school for so many years. They hired them, give them flag of APC. They are welcoming your president. Listen, why are we just deceiving ourselves? Your president who went to Benue State, did he reach to the place where there was killing? Because of flood. He cannot put his leg in the flood. Does he have to?
But it's not the president that is going to be bombed now. It's the people. It's our country that is being bombed. It's not about the government. I too have a big issue with the government. But we should separate the government. What we are doing is dangerous. You can't make the government the country.
Which is it?
Because Hamas right now, Hamas is not Gaza.
Is it not the people that are government?
Yeah, but Hamas right now is not Gaza, but Gaza has been destroyed.
Sorry, I don't want to take my argument to the issue of Palestine, and I'm talking about.
No, I'm just saying because you are focusing on the government, and we are all in agreement with you on that. We don't like our government, but you also have to recognize the danger of a foreign government coming to bomb your country that has a history of any country they bomb never doing well. Libya is part of our problem now because they bombed Libya. The president was murdered, and then the weapons and the extremism flowed into the Sahel even more. We are dealing with that problem now. Yes, and now they want to do it to Nigeria too.
Father, let me tell you, it is you, as a Nigerian, you put yourself in the public. You wash your dirty linen in the public for the people to know that you have a problem in your house. If Nigerian government are taking responsibilities, if Nigerian government are doing what they are supposed to do, me and you here, everybody that is here will say, America wouldn't even want to talk about warning Nigeria. They have never said they are going to invade Nigeria in the first place. So I don't know where that topic came from. I don't know where that statement came from.
He threatened Nigeria. Let me show you.
I know. Listen, those threats is that those threat is for you. If you know that threat is real, what are you supposed to do?
He said he has asked his military officials to.
You do the right thing. There is something.
I have a breaking news. This is very important. It's a bad news, but I will say it. It's a breaking news.
Give us some breaking news. Let it not be conspiracy theory.
Please don't interrupt now. It's excerpts. The department, the leader of the Department of Defense
Minister
has officially approved intervention in Nigeria.
Okay.
Well, that's for everyone to listen.
Okay, let me finish before the breaking news. Your breaking
He
news.
approved
Listen,
it on Twitter.
let me tell you. Whether you have breaking news or you have fucking news, I don't care. I am only speaking as a Nigerian. I am only telling you the pain that I have as a Nigerian. That because your state, your country has failed as a state, because it's a failed state, because it is a state where nothing works. It is a state where few people are controlling even the air that you breathe in Nigeria. Is it not Mr. Wike who went to a conference with his children with taxpayers' money to Saudi Arabia, and you are here, you are living in the West, and you are shouting about America, who is America is threatening you because you deserve to be threatened. Because if you don't deserve to be threatened, you do the right thing. You do the right thing. And you do
So you hold on, my problem. See, one, they are not doing this because they want to do the right thing.
They are doing it for what?
You understand that? Do you think they actually care about the Christians in Nigeria? The Christians have been suffering for decades.
I know you will tell me it is about our mineral resources. There are mineral resources that the people in government.
It's about ensuring that we never develop.
Years. What have you done? The mineral resources of Nigeria that the people.
Why do we think like this? Why do we can't see beyond ourselves?
Talk about
Please, can we move on? We're not following the order. People are
Why are we talking
interjecting.
about how we should replace Nigerian government?
Jide, please let it go. Jide, don't interject so that
so that another person can speak. My point of argument is this. This revolution, this fear that this revolution that this present government is afraid of, is going to come. It's coming. I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's coming. And it's going to come in a way that at the day it is going to happen. No, the flight, all those their private jets, all those their helicopters, all those things they hide somewhere, it's not going to move anywhere. Because all of us will be in Nigeria to suffer the consequences of what they have done. So, are you going to continue to hear rumors of Q? Yes. Why? Because it's an illegitimate government. It doesn't have the capacity to defend. They don't have the capacity to tell America, go to hell. They can't. If you say it tomorrow, that government will fall tomorrow. He doesn't have the nerves. He doesn't have the ball because he was not elected by the people. He doesn't have the support of the population of Nigeria. So who is he? What is he going to tell America? America have embassy in Nigeria. It's not that they are hearing from somebody. They have embassies in Nigeria. They have so many areas that they get information about what is happening in our government. So it's not news. So my brother and sister, it doesn't matter who and what is happening. Consider your country that we are living in a failed country. And as long as this present government are not ready to say, I have heard you, I have heard your cry, I now know that we have made a mistake, but can you give us the opportunity to remedy what we have done? They will continue to live in falsehood and conspiracy in order to go back to 2027.
They should beg their colonial master that
I rest my case.
Thank you for that. Let me bring Neg in and
I thought it's my turn. It's my turn. No.
Look at that.
I think it's mine.
What Africa is not your turn here too. I think I've arranged it as close as possible to the sequence that it has to be.
No, but
I think let's try to
me.
keep it shorter so that people can be able to talk. Then I can open it up for.
So people keep interjecting. Those who have spoken keep interjecting. That's not fair.
Hi, can you hear me?
You wait for your turn.
Neg. Yeah. Neg. I can hear you loud and clear. What I'm trying to do is try to open the conversation up so that we can be a bit more open. Everybody can talk instead of turn by turn. Because the turn by turn, if I carry on, it's going to go for 20 minutes each person. I'm going to try to do it 5 minutes. I will try not to I really wish I could talk to you a bit more because you have not been here at least often.
This is my debut. Actually, this is my debut.
It's your debut. That's okay.
So,
okay, you're welcome.
I will allow you guys to allow me to talk a little.
Yeah. We have to treat you like a debutant, as they call it, debutant.
Me too.
You're welcome.
Me too.
But this is a serious day, though. This is a serious day to be debuting because
I'm telling
Nigeria.
you,
I don't remember Nigeria ever being threatened with military action by any power. So what do you make of it?
I am really burdened by what is happening, and I apologize to the other guys that really want to talk. What I want to say is it's very difficult to talk about Nigeria without actually going back a little bit back to history and seeing what has happened. I'm relatively young compared to most people on the panel, and what I would like to say is what is happening now was always going to happen, and Nigeria as a country in itself is not sustainable with the way we have managed our country over the past years. When you go back to as far back as 2013, 2014, just before the Goodluck Jonathan's election, I was serving, doing my youth service then in Kaduna, and I was serving around the southern Kaduna area. And all these atrocities that has come to light now was already endemic in southern Kaduna as far back as 11, 12 years ago. So
just hold on before I carry on the story. Like, share, and subscribe. We have at least 140 people watching, and we have only 13 likes. Go now, stop what you are doing, go like the video so that other people can be able to be alerted about the news. And this one is actually serious news on Nigeria being threatened. They need to be alerted. I want to see those likes go up. Stop. Like it did not even cost you anything, and I noticed that nobody has even bothered to even contribute to the channel. This is how these places get funded, you know, and it's very, very important that you fund all these things, because you can see this media that we have out there, they are all bought and paid for. They are all bought and paid for. People are coming here to have their own say from their own homes. If you don't fund it, who is going to fund it? You can't even bother to like and share. Sometimes I feel like our people, man, come on, man. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So essentially what I'm trying to say is when you go back to history, I mean, many years ago, 10, 11 years ago, when I was doing my youth service, this issue that is currently coming to light, the atrocities, the killings, has already been endemic in southern Kaduna. And it was only a matter of time before it spread to other parts of Nigeria. I remember while working in the hospital as a doctor in southern Kaduna, every day we were taking in patients with different forms of injuries, rape victims, people that were stabbed, killed, some dead patients coming with all sorts of evil injuries. The stories I was hearing from the villages, pregnant women being torn apart, delivering their baby, killing them, smashing babies' head on the wall. And
try to keep it try to keep it a bit more PG. Yeah, no, not on point. The point is correct, but the language, try to moderate it a bit.
Well, it's all right, I understand. So essentially what I'm trying to say here is the atrocities have always been there. And at that time, the question I asked myself was, I can't believe that these atrocities were being done by Nigerians. Because I was born in the North. I'm a Northerner. I'm not sure many people on this forum are Northerners. I'm from the Benue Kogi axis. So, and I was born in Kaduna, and I grew up in Kaduna. I did my youth service in Kaduna. So I know these things. I know how these things have happened. So if anybody tries to come out and say there is no genocide against the indigenous people of North Central, those people are being unfair and being very wicked. These things have been happening for years. Villages have been changed, have been killed. The generic fabric of a village has been changed in many places in North Central and even in other parts of the North. So this is not new. But how do we solve this problem? Because it's all about solutions. We know that many people in government have come out to say that the sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria are in the government. It seems that everybody seems to avoid talking about this. Kawu Baraje, one of the former APC chieftains, PDP chieftain, came out and said that these people were imported from outside the country in preparation for the 2015 election. While I was doing my youth service there, a few of these Fulani terrorists, I'm sorry to use a particular ethnic group, some of them were caught and they were asked, why are you here? They said they were promised a job. They were brought in here and they were told that they were here to kill in case of an election. And this thing I'm telling you is not made up. And if it's made up, God is my witness. I'm telling you guys this thing this evening. This is as far back as 2014. Kawu Baraje came out in 2019. The military intelligence officer, what was his name? Kule, what's his name? That has now resigned from the military, came out and said this thing. The sponsors of terrorism are in the military, are in the intelligence service, are in our government. But everybody seems to avoid this fact. Now, how do you fight against yourself? My personal opinion is that our government, as consisted today, does not have the moral integrity or the desire to fight terrorism.
But let me ask you this question.
That is my opinion.
When somebody says something, what is the economic reason to sponsor terrorism when you're already part of the elites?
So, this is my own, this is where I understand this thing has happened. These people were brought in 2013, 2014 in preparation for the 2015 elections. And I'm pretty sure this was in conjunction with certain groups in the country, certain groups that represent a certain ethnic group that are involved in a particular way of life and business that has affected the farmers. These people were brought for a particular purpose. Now, in the expectation that Jonathan was not going to seek power, I'm not a fan of Jonathan. He was a weak president, so I'm not here to defend him. But it was in anticipation that he was not going to seek power. Now, when Jonathan ceded power, the plan was to take these people back. But you've brought them in. These are people that all they did was to fight in Libya, was to fight in the Sahel. All they've done is to commit terrorism. So it was difficult to get them back, to send them back to where they came from. It's a problem that started very benign, but has become malignant, and our government is incapable.
Did you say what year was this?
This happened in 2013, 2014, 15. I think that was around the period that Gaddafi, just before Gaddafi was defeated.
So that is around
just after Gaddafi.
Yes.
Just after Gaddafi.
So it showed you that the events may not necessarily be tied to our leadership. It's about what happened, because Gaddafi fell, if I'm not mistaken, 2011. So during that period, we became destabilized, more destabilized.
So let me land my point. After what we've heard and what we know was that after Buhari lost the 2011 election, they sat, those people that constituted what APC has become, and this is my assumption, and what we heard from the news was that they sat and said, how can we wrestle back power? Dati, the running mate for Obi, has said this. Many people have said this. The only way they could do this was to create instability. And some of them went to Gaddafi and said, how do we solve this? Gaddafi said, okay, I'm going to help you with a few of my machineries. Because Gaddafi had most of those people, those machineries in Libya. He was using them as part of his military. He said, I'm going to release some of those men to you. I've heard this thing many times in the news. I'm sure this is not new to many of you people. And he helped them, but this was always going to happen. And unfortunately, it has happened. How do we resolve this issue? People talk about a lot of geopolitics. I'm not saying that there is no component to geopolitics. America is a transactional government. This, especially the current American government. But you cannot deny the fact that these things are happening. Anybody that comes out and said, oh, that Christians and Muslims are killed proportionately, it does not have a religious connotation to it. What I want to say is that those people have not lived in the North or do not understand the dynamics of the North as much as some of us that have lived there do.
Hold on. Are you asserting that more Christians have been killed in the north as a result of these terrorist activities and banditry, that more Christians have been targeted than Muslims?
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that the problem in the north is multifaceted, and it's important for us to understand the multifaceted nature of the problems in the north. We have Boko Haram and ISWAP in the northeast. They are jihadists. We have the problem in the northwest and the problem in the north central. The problem in the northwest and north central are tied together, even though they are a little bit different. Let me explain. The problem in the north central is a movement to acquire land to ethnically cleanse people of the north central. It's as simple as that. Whoever tries to change that fact is just wasting his time and is being economical with the truth. People in Plateau, people in Benue, people in Nasarawa, people in Kogi State, people in Kwara, people in Niger, there are people that are after their land. The climate change that has sent a lot of people from Sahel is one of the push factors that is causing this instability. In addition, there are people that are sponsoring it. I don't want to say this, and there are some things I cannot say online, but my feeling is that there are people that are responsible for a particular group of people that carry out a particular business, the way they live their life. Those people are part of the sponsors, as far as I'm concerned. And that is what has happened. So, but what has happened in Northwest is linked to it, but those people are also part of the machineries that are there to do illegal mining. That is contributing also to that problem.
Exactly. So, but my original question,
Okay.
unfortunately, no, we don't have time for interjection, but
No, I have a question for him.
later on. It's because
Let me quickly ask him what question.
I have a question.
No question.
Sorry.
I wanted to ask, like, is there,
No. Let's not do that. Let
No,
Shola is waiting. Don't do
like
that.
this,
Don't
I
answer.
really need to have my turn.
Don't answer. Exactly.
No
Shola is
question.
waiting. We need to move to the next. No question.
do you
No
know
question.
if there is like any
Can
foreign-
you stop asking questions? I know. I will open it up. You guys can have your conversations, but let the ones that haven't spoken have their say first. Then
No, Fofather, there is a
can
serious
open it
question
up.
I need to ask him, please.
No question is more serious than other people's
As
question.
long as it's me, you will do that now.
You're going to do that now. But he didn't answer my question about the elite already, because I think when we start saying our leaders are doing all these things, we don't reach the normal conclusion we are supposed to reach by saying, okay, these were already rich. Why do they need to do this to steal money again? There's something more going on.
So I feel the problem in the Northwest is tied to illegal mining. And of course, there are a lot of accusations about our previous military generals that are linked to it. But of course, also, there are people like the illegal Chinese people that are in Nigeria that are part of the mining operation. And the only way to continue the illegal mining is to create instability. I mean, for God's sake, none of us here will claim that we have more intelligence than T.Y. Danjuma, that came out clearly and said, fight for your land. If you don't fight, you all will die. You will die like animals. The military are part of it. T.Y. Danjuma said it.
Why are you trusting in the man, the one that also led us to a civil war? What are we talking about? If he was so clever, why is Nigeria like this? Is he not one of the major personalities in Nigeria? We shouldn't be taking all this too seriously, because if they were so good, why is our country like this? Why are we facing threat today? They are supposed to have done. North Korea won't face this rubbish threat. If North Korea faces this threat, I think Trump too will be hot under the collar. But let's move on anyway.
I think our problem is most times we try to antagonize the messenger and not look at the message. The message is very important, and this message is coming from multiple sources. T.Y. Danjuma said it. Kawu Baraje said it. That he said.
And we are not antagonizing him. His prescription is anarchy. Basically, that's what he was advocating.
So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that anarchy. I'm not saying that anarchy is a solution, but how do you?
No, I'm saying Danjuma, not you.
Yeah. So, but me, my submission, the question I want all of us here in this chat to ask ourselves is, how do you expect people that are powerless to defend themselves? The government has not shown any desire to defend them. There is always a denial going on. But how do you expect those people to defend themselves? The only way they can do is to cry out to whoever is ready to listen.
True.
This same problem can be tied down. I just want to link this to Sudan, because this is very.
I agree with you.
And I'll do it in 1 minute.
Yeah, Shola is looking at you with bad eye right now, so be careful.
I want to link this problem to Sudan.
All right.
See, the Sudan problem has been going on since 1956. It started with North and South Sudan. Then just about when the North and South Sudan were about to have an agreement to break up the country, people in Darfur region that were being used by the government of Sudan to oppress the South Sudan people. We're talking about the Janjaweed militias. Those people are nomads by nature. They are like our own indigenous Fulani people. Those people were armed to the teeth by the government of Sudan to carry out a genocide on the non-Arab people in Darfur. That's how they killed those non-Arab people in Darfur. Now, those people became so strong with a military of more than 100,000 people. And now they've become a problem to the government that be in Sudan. When we talk about that, the Americans are the only, or the Westerners are part of people sponsoring instability in Africa. That is completely false. We all know that UAE is part of the people sponsoring the RSF militia, the Janjaweed militia in Sudan. So
hold on. I think you are misreading this thing. I'm trying to find that video of a former CIA official that was online saying that when they go into country, they don't have to necessarily create any group. They just look for one that already has grievances and amplify their action. That is what they do. And that statement that he made, it wasn't very long. He was talking amongst other people. I really wish I could, because the video was very long, so I can't find that particular point of the video where he said that thing. It's a well-known thing. So the idea that because they brought Fulanis, the Sudanese government were using the Janjaweed to fight, they were fighting a civil war. And they were targeting Christians then.
And those Janjaweed now have become malignant and are the ones causing instability in Sudan. The point I'm trying to make is that if we don't do anything about what is happening in Nigeria, our case will be like Sudan. This is not a doomsday prophecy, but this is just a clear playbook of what happened in Sudan that is going to happen in Nigeria. It was all about climate change, farmer headers clashes. The Janjaweeds were the headers. The government armed them to the teeth. They were the Arab headers, and they killed and eliminated and genocided all the farmers that were non-Arabs in Sudan.
Yeah, that is not proper, really. I think we need to move on.
In summary, that is our destiny if we don't do anything about it. Simple.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
our people are very, very ready to become, foot soldiers for people that are going to oppress them. Welcome, Shola. Thank you for your patience. It's been an interesting day. We didn't think we were going to be talking about this. So what do you make of the threat to the country? And let's try to keep it brief so that other people can speak. Then we'll open the conversation. People can actually be able to interact. I can't wait for that.
Thank you for that, panelists and all viewers and listeners all over the world. I don't want to talk about the problem because we know the problems. I just want to talk about the solutions. Number one, for a foreign country to threaten another country, to me, that's not acceptable. That is one. However, I put all the blame on the government, and not just this particular regime. All the previous regimes, they all brought us to where we are today. They never developed that country. Because I remember in the 1960s, when you look at South Korea, we were better off South Korea. In fact, at the time in UCH, used to be used to be a center where the king of Saudi Arabia would come in and get treatment. In those days, back in the 60s. What is UCH today? UCH has gone to, in fact, you cannot even refer anybody to UCH. What am I saying is that for the past year, since 1960, Nigeria has just gone down the drain. So I put all the blame on the government. Because if you don't put the blame on the government, if the government has developed our country to the point that we are strong, economically strong, and even militarily strong, I don't think US or any external government will want to threaten us. Because, for example, US will not threaten Russia. US will not threaten South Korea. They won't threaten them because these guys are or China. They are superpowers on their own. But along the line, we have failed. The government failed us. That said, then we ourselves, we the people, we are divided. We are not united. And that's why Tony said one thing in Yoruba. They said, if there is no wall, if there's no crack in the wall, the lizard will not come in. We are divided. Among us, yes, some of us here want military, want US to take over, to come and invade us. I don't think that is proper for all of us to begin to show a kind of acceptance for an external aggressor to threaten us to the point that he will come and invade us, even if you want to. That's not the way they do things. People have joint exercise. They can do joint exercise to calm or to quell anything going on in the country. But you don't have that. I mean, that is a slap on our faces.
Are you saying that some people have collaborator energy?
It's possible. It's possible. You can't read it now. We are divided. We are not one. We are not one. You know,
it's sad, isn't it? After our history, we still haven't learned.
The problem we have is not even this government alone. It's the cumulative effect of what has over the years. But it to be not. I mean, I don't know how to put it, that for some of us to think that for Trump to threaten us to say we invade us, for me to have spoken to the defense, Minister of Defense or whatever they call that defense the word.
They changed it to defense ministry, Department of War now instead of Department of Defense.
I mean, let me tell you one thing. I am a father. I have children, right? If my child has a problem in the school, for example, and they call me that maybe my child did something wrong in the school, I'm not going to start beating my child up, showing a kind of disagreement regarding my child in the school. I will defend my child. Right? When I come home, I will scold and correct my child. I won't do it outside. That's how a parent behave. You don't come out and say, hey, let them come, let them do that. I may not like this regime. We have a problem. We are divided. We're not united. This is the time for us to say, no, what? Let me tell you one thing. All the nations are going down. Everybody is going down. We are going faster, right? The US of today.
But China seems to be rising, though. China seems to be and Russia, they seem to be the only one rising so far.
Everybody is going down. UK is going down. US is going down.
But we are not going faster. That refinery is expanding. What are you going on?
Chinese people told US that if you shoot whatever a nuke, you won't shoot the second one. Nobody has ever told US like that before in their life. So nobody should feel that one person is superpower. No. And I want to close by saying one thing. I think we are wasting our money in buying all those missiles. We should go and develop our local missiles. I'm a Yoruba man.
Yeah.
Let's go invest on our local missiles and let's see if the threat will happen. Let's go develop our local. We have.
Tony is looking at you now.
Let's develop our local. It's so cheap. Those things have names. Call their names. They won't land. You say you have a bomb. Which bomb? I will direct that bomb to go to where it's coming from.
You see that, Tony? You see yourself.
Tony, develop
I hope you see yourself now, Tony.
Our local security apparatus. Let's develop it. Let's go back. Those are not witches. They're not wizards. They are God has given all those. These are natural endowments. Let's develop it and defend ourselves. That's so cheap. You don't need it. You don't need to go and buy one AK-47 or buy one flying rocket. You don't need it. It's just a spoken word. So that's what I want to say. Please let us be united. We are divided. We have problems, but let's be united. We should not applaud any external aggressor to come and threaten us. That is not good.
That's awful. If they do that to Nigeria, we are done. And we are allowed that to happen. We are done. You know, and I think Nigeria is so important that hopefully it's not going to happen.
What happened? You can see the beginning of the war, but you can never see the end. We don't know the end, how it's going to be.
Thank you. That's a powerful one. Thank you.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Man of prestige. Who is that interrupting man of prestige? Oh, it's comparable
Why are you
facts
calling
now.
me man of prestige? Don't you see my
It's
name
comparable
there?
facts now. Okay.
I'm the one. I
comparable
said
facts.
thank you,
Hey.
Shola, brother
Thank you.
Shola.
Yeah. No, I was just kidding
please.
around.
I've been quiet. I've been here for almost about 2 hours.
Yeah, to
So
be
having
fair,
said
he
that,
has been very patient. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me go straight to the point. Let's put this in context. I'm not against foreign intervention when what's happening in Nigeria, but the problem you have to ask: what has the Nigerian government been doing since 2014, 2013, or whatever? And we know the former president we have, Buhari. He was a silent genocider. So let's call it what it is. He was a silent genocider. He enabled whatever, whether he actually, spoke it publicly or whatever. He was a silent genocider. So this problem we have didn't start from today. Negido came here and gave you some empirical facts. And tell you what's actually happening in the northern Nigeria. Everybody think that he's just making things up. Yeah, we don't. I think I said this about two weeks ago. What's actually happening right now? The Nigerian government are letting the foreign country, particularly USA or the Western country, define what's actually going on in Nigeria. They have not been defining what is actually going on instead of tackle the issue. They are waiting for people to say something. Let me give you some empirical fact because Nigeria don't even have the data to show you exactly what's happening. They can't. We have to go with the academic NGO data or the religious, the international freedom data, because you can't forefather anybody here. Can you tell me how many Muslims and how many Christians killed? You don't know because there's no data in Nigeria. You can go by foreign data they compile for us. That means they are defining the Nigerian problem for us, and this is where we are right now. If you have to go by the figure, they portray. I'm not saying Nigerians are not dying, Muslim or whatever, but let me ask anybody here: have you seen Christians, going to the north or whatever, killing the Muslim? Is it not one-sided? Is the Muslim killing the Christians and killing the Muslim? So we have to go with the data we have. According to this data that was...
Sorry, repeat that again.
Have you seen Christians, whatever they call, I don't know the name, I can call it for the Christian side, but we know what we call it from the northern, from the Muslim, jihadis, and we know what jihadis can't, they may try to redefine.
That is where I think you are 100% correct, and I really wish other people that talk.
How many Christians?
No. Hold on. This is important. I really wish other people that talk on this topic, that's how they approach it, because the only time you see Christians reacting is often in reaction to an attack on especially on their villages or something like that. But these Islamists that claim they are Muslims anyway, the radicals, they are often the ones that do most of the attacking, including on Muslims and on Christians. But often Christians frame it in the sense that, Muslims are genociding them. But the way you put it now, I think is the best way to put it. That Christians are not the one attacking. It's the people that claim to be Muslims that are the one doing most of the attacks. And that is where there is work to be done on the Islamic community to say, okay, what is going on? Why is it that people are the ones doing most of all these killings? And because they are also killing their own people. So please go ahead. I just thought I should highlight that point because it's important, because that is going to come up over and over again.
It's not a conjecture. That's a fact. The other ones, the figure or other kind of thing, may be an estimate of conjecture. That one of the Muslim killing Christian is a fact. You can't argue that one. Okay, it's not a conjecture, like I said. Like I said, we are letting the foreign people define it. If I have to go with the data they are giving us, the fact are there. See, let me give you this data. From 2019 and then from 2008 to 2023, the data out there said about 16,000 Christians has been killed compared to 6,000 Muslims. I'm going with the foreign data estimate. I'm not saying this is me. And if you have to go way back, they're putting like 52 to 34 Christian Muslim. And who is perpetuating all this atrocity? Is the jihadis. I'm not going to call it Muslim because my best friend here is a Muslim. I'm talking about jihadis, Muslim. They are the one perpetuating all this atrocity. That's what it is. And we're here blaming. I'm not saying that Trump should come and invade us or something like that. But you have to look on the other side, on the flip side. if this is going to make us wake up and start doing something. But as of today, they are still denying. One of the APC person came out and said there have never been a genocide on Nigeria. Look at that nonsense statement. There was genocide against the Igbo. That one is documented. How are you going to make that categorical statement? He said there was never a genocide ever. Not now, not ever. That means there's nothing like Biafran war. If we have to go with that narrative, it doesn't even make sense. You are contradicting yourself. So let's call it with what it is. There's a targeted genocide in Northern Kaduna, in the central north. It's happening. I don't have the fact to back up I'm just going with the fact there was, that is that they compiled by the NGO and international religious people. That's what we have. If Nigeria has their own data, of course we know how Nigeria is, is. They don't have any data, to back up what they are claiming. This is the problem we are having. We are not making the effort. So we, like I said, we have to let the foreign people define us now before we started, want to tackle what's actually going on in Nigeria. It's going to be a lot of implication. Okay, Trump just said this is going to send the he has authorized the Department of War, and that's what it's called right now, to get ready for any possible strike. I read that one, and possible sanction. In my own opinion, I think it's a threat, trying to compare Nigerian government for any particular reform. You cannot.
But do you support him attacking Nigeria?
No. I know you're a military guy. The USA is not going to attack. They're not going to attack Nigeria, but they're not going to attack because of the logistic purpose. It's about 6,000 to 5,000 miles away from the eastern coast of US to Nigeria. The plane or whatever, it's not possible to do that.
They have places in
Unless they have to have a base.
They have it in Djibouti here now.
They have to have a base, but you in an African country like Ghana.
Imagine if they had it in Niger, like they had it barely 4 years ago.
But they don't have it anymore.
It's 30 minutes in Abuja.
They don't have it anymore. I know people are saying maybe I'm contradicting myself. But for Trump to declare war, you have to.
Hold on. Are we now going to thank? Hold on. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Are we now going to thank the Nigerian regime for kicking Americans out of that place? Because are we now going to thank the Nigerian regime for kicking Americans out of their country? Otherwise, Trump will be less than an hour away from Abuja right now.
That's okay. That's a statement. That's a good statement. They are trying to, they are trying to protect their sovereign independence.
They have aircraft carriers. They don't need
there's nothing wrong. You have to protect, but don't come here and telling me that Trump is doing the wrong thing or whatever. You let Trump define yourself, and now you are trying foul. When you have been on air, you have not been able to solve your country. Dating back to the silent genocide that we have, and we keep on calling, may he show rest in peace or whatever that may be. Buhari was a silent genocider. He started this mess. I know he had started, but he amplified it. And Tinubu, of course, Tinubu is not going to do anything.
Why do we say that Buhari is the only one that amplified it? Personally,
no.
I could accuse Jonathan for exacerbating the situation at the time.
No.
But there are many people that you have to blame. You can blame for this.
There's about 276 years that was kidnapped at that time. Out of that, about 98% of them are Christians.
Yeah, I heard they were mostly Christians.
So it's mostly
they were mostly Christians.
So about 270 something.
But they've kidnapped others that were Muslims, though. Let's not.
No. It's about 90 something. Go and fact check. It's about 90.
You mean all the people that have been kidnapped? Hold on. Are you saying all the kidnapping of students?
No. I said the Chibok girls.
Okay, Chibok. Oh no, Chibok is true. It's true. You're right. Yes. I'm saying that they've kidnapped others too.
No, they have. Believe me, I'm not here making an excuse, but it's more Muslim or it's more Christians. There may be, but I'm just going with the data because Nigerian government can't even give me a data to disprove this one that was compiled by the international people, the NGO and religious people. They can't give me a figure, so I can counter them. That is the problem with Nigeria. We don't have any data. As of right now, all Tinubu is doing is about the next election. Believe me, they don't care. It's about the next election. They're not talking about it. They're making unnecessary schools. You know.
But
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, let me
I
just, I
think
want to point a fact
KJ
to
hasn't said anything, and
comparable fact.
No, it's my turn. Come on, man.
OD
You
is
know,
going to get cross, and KJ is not going to like it.
no, but I've been here. You know, no, KJ, I was here before. You know, let me talk now. Come on.
Yeah. Thank you. Comparable facts. I really appreciate the way you spoke about it. Yeah.
No. Let me.
He's in Nigeria.
He's in
Nigeria.
You have to let me
Let's give him the
give my
Nigerian
turn,
privilege. He's in Nigeria. We can't begrudge
give him the Nigerian privileges.
Comparable fact. I just wanted to point out to you that the Chibok girls were kidnapped under Jonathan Goodluck.
Okay.
So let's
kidnapped under Jonathan, but who kidnapped them? That's the point.
No. You see, the fact it was Boko Haram that kidnapped them.
Okay, are they not jihadis?
No, I agree with you. What I'm just pointing out, there's no argument here. I'm just saying, listen. The point I'm making is that the Chibok girls were kidnapped under Goodluck Jonathan.
Correct.
So I just want to point that fact. That's all. It's not a big deal.
I just say that Buhari was a silent genocider. We know it.
Where did he genocide?
It's not an argument. I've just made the point. It's not an argument.
We shouldn't be using that genocide flippantly. You know, it's a very serious statement.
That's because he didn't say, I said silent genocider.
Okay,
silence,
my turn
come
now.
on, man. Let's not do that.
I'll take that in the. I'll take that in the stride. Okay. Well, hello everybody. You know.
Thank you for joining us, One Africa.
Yeah.
And for your corrections.
Oh, you're very welcome. So, I'd like to, someone was asking how Buhari is a genocider and all that. It's easy when it was Israel. If you remember forefathers, when everybody was Palestine, I said, talk about Nigeria. There's genocide going in Nigeria. There's genocide going on in Sudan. But nobody wanted to say that. Oh, now the Americans are talking about it. Now we're having, finally, we've been forced to have that discussion. Good morning, my neighbors. So someone was asking, there's a guy, a former Naval Commodore, his name is Kunle Olaiun. You go and Google his name. He came to Nigeria. He's the Nigerian Secret Service guy. And he talked about how Buhari and his team started this. There was this doctor, a young doctor that came in here and gave us his speech of what's going on in the Middle Belt. That's like a first-hand report. He talked about his patients that were brought to him, who gave him like the stories of what happened. I think that guy should come more often and counter some of this. We have this pastor here who keeps number one. There's no genocide in my village. But this is another, at least we'll have another alternative, view, to counter what he's been saying. I'm going to ask a question. What is Nigeria's number one problem for fathers?
Wow.
And anybody can answer that.
You know what?
Thank you very much. I don't know why it's so hard. It's like asking 2 + 2 and you're taking 10 minutes to answer that.
I can't because you have to contextualize before I can answer.
No contest. Nigerians, see, if we solve the insecurity in Nigeria, we'll make improvements economy-wise. Everybody understands that the problem in the Sahel and really from Sudan and all that has been important in Nigeria. And let's say we didn't have this problem when Obasanjo was in power. This problem started after Obasanjo, then the Jonathan era, when this guy's important. You can play this video, find that guy's video. The guy, even on channels, he said that if after he says this, that they may take him in, but he doesn't care. He will say the truth. He talked about in details how they imported these guys from the Sahel and how Buhari, they got intel. This was 4 years ago. And they were asked to go deal with those guys, and the government will say no. And many times, so we're talking about how many years, at least 10 years, we've had this insecurity. What's been the solution? Let's say you're a boy, you're in primary school, primary 5, and you live in Benue. You're not living in California like the pastor here. You don't know what your future is, and people come to your village to kill you, and you see somebody trying to kill them back. What will you say? I'm not a fan of foreign intervention, and meanwhile, shout out to Nwachukwu, of foreign intervention in our country. But there's a root to this. There's an origin. This started in this. So Buhari did his own, and nobody should tell me Buhari was not a genocider. Well, this is the problem with the Southerners. Many people say, "Oh no, I don't want to be the bad person." Oh, Buhari was actually. Go and ask the Autumn. It's Autumn, right? The Benue guy, not this Reverend Father here. Autumn was screaming every day that they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything, and they refused. Tinubu came 2 years ago and said he was doing Muslimi. Erufai came and said they did Muslimi in Kaduna. He said the reason. What was the reason? To teach the Christians a lesson. He said it. It's on TV. And now someone is the Christian. See, Trump didn't invite himself to Nigeria. People went to Washington and lobbied to get Trump to come to do all these things that we're talking about. And the truth is that we don't know where this will end. And, what's his name? The other guy's prediction about Nigeria becoming Sudan is scary to me. And I don't want that for my country. I love my country. I don't want this kind of problem. But, what else are we going to do? What options do we have? Let me ask you a question. Then you can now ask me. Do you think that Tinubu, let's say Tinubu has 2 terms, will be able to solve security problem in the next 6 years? Then you can ask me your question.
I don't think he's going to solve it, because if he wanted to solve it, except something triggers him to do it. If he wanted to solve it, he could have started doing it a long time ago. He's kept the capacity of our recruitment the same. He's not done anything to recruit more into the security forces. That said, the question I wanted to put to you was that, is it not a mistake to think, like you use the statement that this person wants to kill you, this person come and save you, to see that if you don't understand that person that wanted to kill you in the first place was sent by this person that came to save you, so you realize that both of them are your enemies. Is that not the problem?
Oh no, I absolutely, I'm not blind to that fact. I'm just,
I think this is where a lot of Nigerian people's imagination fails.
No, I'm not blind to that.
Both of them are the same.
Hold on, remember, I think earlier this year, that we had this David Hunde. I don't agree with him on all the things, but he talked about an op-ed that was written by Michael Rubin. This was written in April of 2025. About this, he wrote an op-ed. He invited Marco Rubio to take Nigeria as an issue because of the. So what am I saying? There's been alarm bells ringing all over that this was going to be an issue for this government. This is not new. There's no way that op-ed that was written by Michael Rubin, that was mentioned by David Hundeyin, didn't get to our security operatives. It clearly outlined what's going on right now. Go and pull up that op-ed. You can pull it up and read it. It talked about everything that is happening now. This was in April. We're in November now, 7 months ago. So, but since then, what has happened? We had CDS, that just left, right? That Tinubu fired. The man, now everybody is now singing, talking about him as if he's one hero. Chris Musa. I'm like, is he not one of them that said Nigeria needs prayer or something? like a defense chief.
No. The reason why, in a way, I appreciate Medube, he did call out the Western and many countries. He talked about how they refuse to sell us weapons.
No. You see, this is the problem. You see, we discussed. There are two things. I purposely asked you those two questions. There are two questions. I asked, what's the number one problem? Then I asked if Tinubu could be able to solve the problem in 6 years. The geopolitics is correct. Look, I can dive into lectures with Jide. I don't agree with Jide in anything, but I did agree with him in his analysis of geopolitics. And I do agree with him. He's geopolitical, but the problem is that he gets lost in that classroom, division about you take this, I take this, right? If you want to go into the geopolitics of what we're having, what's going on in Nigeria is not so far away from Russia's interest in the Sahel. And the idea that US cannot stand by and let Russia take Nigeria also. Remember, see, something happened recently, and we discussed it last week. They said there was a coup, or was there a coup? Guess what? Guess the people on the list of that coup. You know why you people are not talking about that coup now? Well, let me not go that route anyway. But did you see the list of the people in the coup? The list of everybody.
I think they were mostly northerners, from what I gathered.
No, it's actually, northerners. It's really northeast and middle belt. That's the people that wanted to take over the country. Now, imagine whose interest they would have been playing. Are you thinking that this is not a trigger? Because Trump has moved so fast. They have told Trump about this. But Trump coming in this evening saying that he's sending Hexet to, and Hexet, it's not like the other, Secretary of Defense we've had in the past, right? He's just an unorthodox guy, right? He's someone that will give Trump anything he wants, So we're really in no man's land right now. But what I'm saying is, if you look at where we have come, we can't just say, oh, it's just geopolitics. Russia take this, America take this, France take this. The problem is that we have a security problem in Nigeria. We've had it for more than 10 years. We have a president who came playing on his predecessor came based on the security issue. That's how he came in. And remember, Jonathan had to suspend. I don't like Jonathan. Like that, the other guy spoke my mind because, he was a weak president. He had to suspend the election to go and clear some places in the Northeast, then return to the election that he lost. Remember, so I can tell you,
have run in the first place.
Buhari came on the premise of controlling security. Tinubu, the same thing. Buhari now finished the economy, then Tinubu had to add the two. So these people, but he came and saying Muslimi. These people are playing on the insecurity. It's like people say, oh, they're coming to take our resources. Well, the resources are being stolen anyway, whether it's Trump that is taking it to DC or Wike and his children are taking it to France. What's the difference to the ordinary person who lives in Jalingo? It's no difference for them, whether it's a white man that is taking it or it's our own people. Slavery by our own people or by the white man, which one is better? Who knows? Maybe we should try the other side. At least we've been trying this one and it's getting worse. And from what you told me, in 6 years, there's no hope that this problem will be solved because Tinubu's focus is only to win election in 2 years. That's all his focus. Or everybody is moving.
See, I'm not infallible because there are some moves he has made. Like I just heard that he put a tariff on importing petroleum products. That is important. They should have done it a long time ago. He has also commissioned the Nigerian the Ajakuta steel, some part of it, to start producing ammunition for the Nigeria. I don't know how far that has come, but you just never know.
Nigeria has been
in the
producing light
opposite
arms
direction.
and all that. There's nothing new. And forefather, part of the thing that you don't live in Nigeria. I go to Nigeria, fairly often, and I'll tell you, why you talking about
What
the
is the difference? You go to
15%?
Nigeria. I don't live
Hold
in
on now.
Nigeria, but I deal with Nigerians
No,
every
no.
day,
You said
including today.
you're happy, or they should have put 15% tax on petrol. Don't say that in
Imported petroleum
Shomolo.
products.
Don't go to Shomolo.
The reason why is to stop them from importing petroleum so they can buy from Dangote. Why
No,
would you want to be using foreign exchange to
okay.
be importing petroleum products?
Let me tell you something. If somebody, let me ask you, if I can bring petrol from Brazil and sell for 500, what's the problem? Let Dangote compete with me.
The problem is that we need you
You
asked
got to
question.
protect local companies now.
No. We don't want
Let's
to.
leave that. Let me bring KJ on.
No,
Otherwise,
let me land
KJ
now.
is a gentleman. It's
No,
not like Shola. Shola doesn't take
but
nonsense.
you can't do this to me. You gave no. Forefathers, I've been waiting here, and you gave these guys. Maybe I'm not saying the things that you agree with. You gotta give me my own time. You were going back and forth with all these guys. What is it, Masca? The problem is, I don't want to really get into it with you because the problem is that you only see my people say when you see when they are carrying somebody's person on the coffin, people look at it as another thing. That's the problem with people like you. It's not your problem. It's you on top. So don't worry. What goes around comes around.
All I said is that you've spoken for
But
too long.
I'm saying what you don't agree with. You have to allow me say. Some other people agree with it in the comment
You are
section.
not even one Nigeria. You are claiming one Africa. Let other people speak.
The problem is that I don't say the things you want. I've not said anything to divide Nigeria. I did not even say Trump too. I'm saying
just for the record, OT, just for the record, so that wait.
All these enemies of progress, Nigeria is busy attacking. You are busy attacking each other here.
A more stringent position.
Okay. Let's leave. It's only fair. Let's allow OT to finish.
Things that is palatable.
Let's allow OT to finish.
Yeah, I don't have to say things you like. I don't have to agree with you. You disagree with everybody all the time. And when people say things that are not in line,
ignore them.
You try to distract. You try to distract. Which does Nigeria have a problem of
Let me play this
security?
to calm people down. You guys don't want to calm down. This is in Nigeria. We are going to be fighting for soon, if necessary.
So I'm gonna say something, yeah, and then maybe. I'm gonna still go ahead. You're trying to, distract me. But I'm not gonna be distracted. This is, is it?
Okay.
Yeah. Look, let me just wrap up. See, you can see. You see, in this platform, when people like me say something, we want to break Nigeria. But when people, and I'm not saying anything divisive about Nigeria, I'm just pointing out the truth. When you see, whenever you want to say Christian genocide, and somebody mentioned there is the Muslims killing everybody. People like AY, because he's Muslim, people like Maska, because he's Muslim, will always say, oh, no, try to distract. Oh, no, he's trying to do this. Why do we do this as a people? You know, if we want to be one people, because we can never have unity with this behavior. Because when is injury to one should be injury to all. Everybody should feel sad about what's going on with everybody. It's not about speaking sweet words. It's about empathy. It's about feeling for the people who are being massacred, who are being, you know. But you even went ahead of me.
Let KJ. He's finishing now. He's trying to finish so that KJ can speak. If you think you don't like Odi now, watch KJ.
KJ is going to hit harder than you. But
no. Well, you see, you're making a joke.
Wait for
KJ.
If you think you don't like Odi now,
you don't have to agree. You know, we've been saying there was a genocide in Nigeria for a long time.
God.
Whether it's Christian genocide, but somebody who is from the Middle Belt.
Are you a woman? You are going back again. You go. Let people speak.
Oh no, that's below the belt. No, why that's below the belt now? That's below the belt. Don't call it.
You're just there in the comment section attacking me. You see, you were conquered man.
I beg, Odi. Some of us are using money for this internet.
Yeah, but why is it that
other people have been talking? You did not stop them.
Can you hold your breath?
Because no, I'm saying things that you don't like. And that's have your say. I will continue to say things that you don't like.
Let him also say it.
But you won't let me say anything. You are just stopping me. Well, anyway, I want to wrap up. Hold on. I want to make a comment.
1 minute to fully round up. 1 minute, nothing more. No second more.
I'm going to digress.
1 minute.
Completely. I'm going to digress completely.
1 minute. You're going to digress for 1 minute.
There's a guy that he came here. And what he was, is obviously a Sowore supporter. He came and insulted everybody. I was very disappointed. People were clapping for him because he insulted Kene. I don't agree with Kene on many issues. But, nobody challenged him on the things he said. He mentioned that if there were 3 of him in Nigeria, he would topple the government. Can you just mute that guy? What is going on? Because whenever he distracts me, I get more time. I don't have to be your friend. I just have to be a fellow Nigerian. And if you don't like the things I say, you can just create your own country and go away. What's the problem? What's this problem? Let me just say what I'm.
Can we let him finish now? You are making it go. You are making him go longer.
Left the country.
Master, if you keep interrupting, he will keep going on longer. Let him just comment and go.
How's your life doing with your Buhari and all the people that you have there?
Can you just finish, please?
What I'm saying, that guy came here. He said, I told you last week, these Sowore supporters, they are militants. They just believe that everybody is my way or the highway. He just came here and said, well, if you people don't say this, you insulted Sowore, then you're stupid, you're this, you're that. And nobody challenged him. I wish you could come back on the platform because we need to, we can't just let people say, oh, because he's young, then he can say anything. No, because you're young, if you say things, then we have to ask you questions. Then you have to bring empirical facts to what you're saying. You can't just say, and Sowore still remains a controversial figure in Nigeria. He's still playing games in the Nigerian field. Go and look at what Sahara reporters wrote about Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is the biggest person that has spread this issue of genocide. She has about how many million followers? You know what Sahara reporters wrote? That Nigerians are attacking Nicki Minaj for saying there's genocide in Nigeria.
Your time is up. Thank you.
If you go to X,
your time is up. What is this now? They gave you extra time on top of extra time. You're still talking. Your time is up now. Let's bring KJ in, please. Let's bring KJ in.
Yeah, I know, but what Odi was saying was very important, actually.
So
okay,
what I said
let it be important. No more. You've had your turn. Let's allow you to speak. Let's respect
Well,
KJ. KJ is one of the most.
you're gagging
It's
me.
one of the
Thank you.
mission. Look at that. I'm gagging you now. You'll be talking for 30 minutes.
Forefather, I don't know why you don't want him to complete it.
Yeah, no, he's been talking now, and you have to have your say too now.
No, but other
I've
people
let him.
talk for a very, very long time.
Many
You
things.
spoke for a long time too.
Why do you want me to
KJ, can I have small of your time? Small.
Please do.
Thank you.
Okay, you've
So,
just spent some time from KJ. That
you're
KJ, you're
taking
going
my
to talk
time
for shorter
again.
period.
You're still
Okay, I'm just letting him know. Please go ahead.
This Nicki Minaj went to X and posted, supporting the Nigerian Christians. Sowore, his paper, went and misconstrued. When you talk about channels and all these people, big media, he is confusing Nigerians. He is diverting. What he said was not true, and went into all the people who reacted to Nicki Minaj X post. Most of them were supportive, but Sowore is an agent. Whether you like it or not, it's not for the good of Nigeria. And I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I've listened to everybody. Forefather, where exactly do you want me to come in now? Because a lot have been said.
Yes, it's only fair. Yes, regarding the threat to Nigeria, I guess we are now where we have to start asking, which Nigerians, how would Nigerians react to this, and is it right for Nigerians to react in a kind of positive way to a foreign power, a power that we know has a very, very horrible history with black people coming to attack Nigeria?
I was laughing
Nigeria should
earlier
be happy for
when the other speaker was saying that Nigeria should, we should, develop our own weapons, and we should use, Ogun to deal with the thing. History does repeat itself. When Obasanjo was in government many years ago, he said Africans should use Africanism. That's when the word Africanism came in to deal with apartheid in South Africa. Despite all his connection and Africanism, that didn't work. Apartheid remained and went on until it was eventually sorted out. So I would say that portion of his discussion may not work. And then you see, the thing is this, and when you say countries cannot threaten, no, America has the strength to threaten anybody it wants, anybody on earth. So let's not over simplify things. Okay, America has the might, the power. In fact, none of us know what America have. We're only assuming that we know what some of the things they have. Nobody.
Are you trying to justify that they are Thanos now? They have a right to threaten us. It's one thing to be able to, or should they threaten us? Are you happy that they are threatening Nigeria?
That's where I want to come. That's where I want to come in from, forefather. Listen to me. You have a neighbor. Every day your neighbor is beating his wife. I'm beating her until the day you are hearing, I will kill you today. I will kill you today. What are you going to do, forefather? Are you going to wait to be told that the woman is being carried out of the house? Or you're going to go to that house and break the door and rescue her from being killed?
Okay.
See, these are the questions we ask ourselves. Listen.
But that premise, I've said it before, is always wrong. The premise is the man that is giving the neighbor the advice to beat his wife is the one that's coming to rescue. The West is the same as the people that are attacking us. Don't you see? The Arab world, hold on, who are their best friends? Qatar, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, name it.
One of the things why I don't, sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be talking.
Why do you always like to see things halfway all the time?
Hold on. We provided every available resources, or provided the wherewithal to be able to do this. Give me 1 minute. Just give me one comment. Let me open it.
No problem. That's good.
Okay. Since we in Nigeria, we're supposed to speak first, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, you came at a time when I want to open it up. I don't want to be making it so that it takes ages for other people to be able to speak. Let me open it up now. So yeah, you guys
good.
can have your okay. It's back. Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
Let KJ finish. Let KJ finish. You know KJ is my oga. Let him finish.
This is what I would say. This is what I would say, forefather. I followed this story. I've done a lot of this story, but let me go back a bit. The late Central Bank Governor Obadea, who had died. If you go back to his interview, he was the first person who talked about this. He gave, so when you could come and open it, why do you lock it?
This topic
Now,
is very important.
He gave a very, sorry guys, go ahead, let me try and deal with it.
Yeah, don't worry, take your time. Your turn still remains. Let's let him deal with his this thing situation. He's going to be back very soon. Yeah, you can speak. You can speak. Yeah, that's fine.
Before I forget, right? You made mention of that Dangote refinery.
Yeah.
Federal government is adding tariff of 50% to foreign to imported petroleum.
Yeah, I think 15%. Yes.
I was actually surprised. Somebody like Ode that claimed to know a lot. You don't understand. In nature, you have to protect your indigenous company. That's how it's done everywhere, all over the world.
Well, it's not an indigenous company. Dangote refinery is not indigenous.
It's not indigenous.
Hold on. Okay, no, we are going to deal with that point. No, we're going to deal with that point later. Let's deal with the idea of protecting
I
your.
told you I started agreeing with Jide. Can you believe it?
I mean, is it
We're
okay
going to find out. No, maybe he has an
Just
argument for it. I don't know.
Hold on, guys.
I do have a lot of arguments.
Wait now. Anyhow, you are gonna call it Dangote company is still a local company that is employing Nigeria. That is what I mean in this aspect, right? A company.
Well, that's what indigenous means.
I know. I got
so Dangote refinery is a Nigerian.
Which one? What is this? I speak the truth eating now. You've been eating for 4 hours now. I speak the truth.
I don't know.
Oh, so you know 4 hours.
That's why I didn't bring you on stage. You were busy chewing backstage. Go ahead.
So
because you are not allowed to bring somebody that is eating backstage.
Let me start.
He's chewing gum. Look at that. Who chews?
Okay. My 10 minutes is still interjected. So since you interjected me. So Dangote refinery is in Nigeria. My point here is this is a company in Nigeria that employ Nigerians, right?
You're right. You don't have to define it. Right?
You have to protect these companies. That's why yesterday we were talking about Alan Oyema herpes. See, there is no discussion. You have to protect these companies, right? So the President Tinubu did the right thing. Then on the issue of the genocide, the so-called genocide in Nigeria. Listen,
it's not so-called. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I think it's disrespectful for you to say it's so-called. Don't say that.
You guys, you now learn how to interject people. You hold on. I never interjected you. We'll go scatter this place. So may not give me my time. so now listen. I love how I don't know his name, the doctor guy, the guy that interjected me now. I love how he actually explained what is happening in the different region. This is how we are supposed to break it down. When you say Christian genocide, to be honest, there is killing in Nigeria going on, both from the Christian side, from the Muslim side. People are being killed. We have insecurity issues. But if you want to classify it, right, you can classify it the way the doctor guy classified it. Okay, in the northeast, we have Boko Haram slaughtering people. In the northwest, we have banditry from gold mining and other stuff going on. North central, we have issues. Southeast, we have the IPO, BSN, and unknown government slaughtering people over there. The region that are relatively peaceful in Nigeria is the southwest, relatively. The south, apart from the militancy, at least that has actually reduced greatly. This is just the truth. So if you want to look at, the northern, you could say they are a bit. If you watch the region too, the north and the southeast, there is high level of religious intolerance. Unlike when you look at other regions, this is actually true. You know, the way Nigeria should look at this, so we don't push this country into crisis, into bigger crisis. We should look at this as we have security issues. The government, they've not done a lot to help Nigerians. Look at the kidnapping going on now. Like, they don't even target single people again. They just stop a bus. They will take everybody into the bush. They don't ask you questions. Are you Christian? Are you Muslim? Are you Igbo? Are you Hausa? Are you Kanuri? They are not interested in asking you questions. So
yeah, but you made a comment just now about the southeast and the north being religiously intolerant. There is an element of truth to that. However, but it's mostly in the north the attacks are happening because of that religious intolerance. That is where the conversation needs to
what's the element of truth that there's a religious intolerance in the
no, because the Southeastern no. Hold on, I made it clear because Southeasterners don't appreciate this other religions as let's say Muslims, but it doesn't mean they attack them. They don't attack them. They don't
just
like
simple hatred. You know, there's no.
My point is that
we're gonna all go to that place.
Don't be defensive. This is nothing to be defensive about. Sorry. Hold on. The Southeast.
There's a problem going on in the northern Nigeria now.
Calm down. Let's make our point. See, the Southeast is mostly Christian. It's not like the Yorubas where you have half Muslim, half Christian. No, the Southeast is almost unanimously Christian, and hence they tend to be less open to these Muslims. But however, they are not attacking Muslims because they are Muslims. That is the difference, and this is something I feel like we have to acknowledge and start dealing with in the northern part of Nigeria, especially given what is going on in Sudan right now. How can we be seeing all this and we just have this, what I begin to call strategic silence?
It's called intellectual dishonesty. That's what he said. It's called.
If you want. That's your
Yo, let me know when it's my turn, man. I've been waiting all this hours.
To be your turn soon. No, it's not going to be turn by turn. It's going to open. I'm going to open it up.
Oh, hell no. It's not going to be when it's my turn. You're going to say you open it up.
People are going to keep coming.
Nah. If that's the case, I can start arguing. You know, I'm good with that. I'm good for that. So you're going to let me speak? You let everybody speak.
No. I think I will let the panelists vote. I will let the panelists vote.
Nah, you're going to let me speak. You can't say when it's my turn. You now say,
go ahead.
Fuck that.
We start from the beginning.
I apologize for stopping you. I really apologize. I'm very sorry. But I need to give a quick rebuttal to what you've said. I don't think the issue in the North Central is issue of religious intolerance. I think it's not what is happening. If you look at a state like Kogi State is a highly mixed state in terms of religion. You've got virtually people from the same family that practice Islam and Christianity, and they live in peace. You've never heard about any religious issue. Even in Benue, you've never heard any religious issue. What is happening in North Central is an invasion. I need people to understand it's different. Fulani.
Okay. Can
I just quickly just land this way? Fulani.
Leave that guy. That guy has some information. You're just talking based on Muslim bias. That's it.
This is not an invasion.
It's not an invasion. I'm sorry to say. I was correct until the conclusion. I don't think it's an invasion.
Father will give you more time.
I want to tell you.
No. I think when the conversation is open, then you can have your say. Then it's going to be open later on.
I'm sorry. It's okay. Go on.
Just hold on. You see, I will still repeat. It is religious intolerance in these two regions. You see, in the Southwest, for example, you have almost 50-50 Muslim Christian. You're never going to hear religious issue. As a matter of fact, when you go to some of the states in the Southwest, for example, like in Oshu State, both the governor and the deputy, they are Christian in a Muslim-dominated state. You will not hear noise. So we need to
What's going on in Kwara? What's going on in Kwara?
you see this fake one Nigeria, one Africa. Can you just hold on? So
no, I'm just bringing what's going on in Kwara. You said you're talking as if nothing is going.
You talk too much. Are you a woman? You talk too much. Hold on.
No, I am. You didn't know.
Hold on. So
you're
please,
talking based on
don't call
Islamic
him
bias.
a woman. It's not polite to be calling
Yeah,
a man.
it's been go to the comment section. He's been berating me on the comment section. He's here.
It's okay. Odi, just
now one for you.
You just the drag. You let people talk now. Huh? Okay.
You go and face your phone.
Look at that one. They've come to take over too. Okay, let's open the panel up now.
No. I have to speak. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Let
you can't do that.
speak now.
Nah, you can't be playing those silly games, bro. You first you keep me bad, bring me on, take me out.
No,
it's my turn. You say someone got sleep. Fuck that.
Speak. Let him
He kept playing all those childish games, bro.
They voted for you to speak now. Okay?
No, let's man. Fuck out.
Don't do that, man. I said I want to open this on.
Games, bro.
You were chewing backstage. What am I supposed to do?
You could have said something. If that was really the reason, you could have said something.
Okay, I could have said something. It's okay.
Let me just conclude. Let me just conclude. I don't want these guys to disturb me. You see, the summary of the whole thing is any foreign country invading our country is not an option. They could help in form of assistance, in form of intelligence, in form of however they want to help to get rid of terrorists across Nigeria, to get rid of insecurity across Nigeria. That would be great. And if in Nigeria supporting a foreign government to come out, you said they have the right to come and invade Nigeria, that is foolishness of the highest order. Now, we're talking about terrorists here. Go back and look at the history, how these militants were able to get weapons, get into Nigeria. Because you went to destroy Libya, the same government that went to destroy Libya. That was the source of this part of the problem we are having in Nigeria, in the whole of Sahel. Look at what just happened in Syria. Now, the Syria president, they call the so-called terrorists. They are now inviting him to White House with red carpet. Listen, we have the issue as people in Nigeria. Let's not allow foreign bodies to come and make our case worse. Somebody was talking about Sudan. What happened? What's going on in Sudan? Sudan, this was how they started. They divided the country. What happened afterwards? The South, they started war. The North, they started, that is still killing millions of people till today. And so I was listening to somebody on Narai recently. He said, the only thing that is holding Nigeria, to be honest, he said the Northerners, they are the people holding Nigeria. Kind of like, if you divide Nigeria today, the South cannot stay together. We know it, but we will pretend. The moment you divide Nigeria into two today, trust me, in the next 6 months, the South will break out again. It's going to happen. So it's going to be better. It's going to be better for us. Hold on. It's going to be better for us to stay together. Look for a way to work this problem out, to solve this problem. This is our problem.
The North is holding Nigeria together.
Keep quiet. Let the government of the day sit up. I actually like the idea. Let the American government, the way they are giving them pressure, they will know that, okay, since you've not been doing this, you have to sit up to provide security for Nigeria, and so that at least they are gonna. This is not the first time they are putting out on that list. As a matter of fact, China are on that list, Russia are on that list. So it's not even like something will be on that list.
I don't care about their list. I care about they want to start bombing Nigeria. That's the one I have an issue with.
Yeah, nobody except you hate your country. That's why you allow foreign body to come above your country. Just like, because your family, you are having internal issue, you allow external body to come and be killing your brothers. No, it's not. You're not going to allow that to happen. Except it's just hate. From what I'm
What
hearing
if your
people
brother is
say
killing
here,
you?
for example, hold on, nobody is killing you. Like what One Africa was saying, right? You see that it's not about the country, it's about the government. You hate the president because of that. You want the country to go down. No, you can't do that. Tinubu is not the owner of Nigeria. We are the owner of Nigeria. We have to protect our country. Tinubu will come and go. Nigeria will remain. Thank you.
Forefathers, you didn't challenge him about saying that the North is holding Nigeria. You just let him just
because
write it.
that statement is
That's
not
his opinion now.
Nigeria.
That's his
Nigeria
opinion.
is an opinion. It's not a
Something is
fact.
wrong with this guy.
This guy,
It's not a
what's your
fact.
problem? Eh?
Why are you saying something is wrong with him? Can we guys just leave OJ
Honestly,
alone
I'm
today?
That's the
surprised.
second time you're saying
Because he doesn't like
because
you
it's
guys
a
should take it easy on him because
no,
I feel like you
it's
are
an
going after
Islamic
him.
agenda,
Hold
even
on.
here.
Exactly, because it's only Muslims that are attacking him. That's not
Yeah,
right. That doesn't
of
seem
course,
right.
now because I'm speaking for Christians.
I
Yeah,
don't
you know,
want. We don't want bullying here. There's no
then
bullying
the
allowed.
Muslims here attacking me.
Let
It's
people
the same thing
speak.
they're doing
Let
in
people
Nigeria.
speak.
That's the same thing they're doing in Nigeria.
Oh,
It's not about
this guy.
like
Why are you behaving like a baby?
Listen,
Let's bring.
Don't worry, I'm
Behave
not
like this
scared of
again.
you. You're small time for me. Small.
You
Leave
behaving like a Gen
that.
Z.
Okay. Let's get on. Let's move on to Espiritu. So, what do you make of this Trump attack? From everything you've heard so far, I probably don't need to prompt you, but I think the issue of Nigerians accepting foreign attacks in their country. What do you think? Should we react to this? Because if that happens, you're going to see a debate where some people will be welcoming it, and others will be saying, "What is wrong with you? Why are you welcoming foreigners attacking your country?" So how are we supposed to deal with this type of situation whereby how do the people that support it see that America is also not our friend in reality? How do you think they can get them to see that?
all right. First, let me give thanks to God for letting forefathers at least bring me on after kicking me out.
Wow.
Then, second, shout out to my supporters on the panel. A special shout out to Tony and everybody in the panel that actually president, like America's president in Nigeria, to bring me on. So, thank you. So
you are the one munching backstage.
But yeah. Oh yeah, no, you actually did. I enjoyed what you were saying. Everything I was listening to you earlier, you did really, really good. You did really, really good. You, Jagun, Femi, everybody's been speaking well. Odie, everybody's been speaking well, and I know everybody's coming from a genuine point of view. It's just we're seeing things differently. And we've all been affected. AY, you too. Don't think I didn't recognize you. You too. You spoke very well. But we all are coming from different perspectives, right? And we all hurting. That's just the truth. All of us want the best for Nigeria. I mean, that's why we take our time out of our lives. We come here, we discuss, we argue, we fight, we still come back. Because we recognize that in the end, we're still brothers. I don't think any of us here genuinely hates each other or will want to see the other person hurt. And it is for that reason, I think, even though there's still room for us to argue, for us to fight, for us to get mad at each other, we have to be very wary of allowing invaders come into our ancestral home. We have to be very wary of that. This is not the time to start pointing fingers. We've done enough of that, and no matter what we do, a lot of us are not going to see eye to eye, especially if it comes to like religion and a tribe and things of that nature, because we've seen it from different angles. It's like the dude that just came in that's his first time, but forefathers claimed he's his old buddy. What's his name? The guy that just left. That guy will have a different perspective from you and I because he actually lives there and we don't know what he's been hearing. But that said, forefathers, there was something you kept saying, and I want to question that. And if you'll indulge me, you kept saying when it comes to the atrocities in Sudan with the Arab Sudanese murdering their fellow citizens, you were asking why the Islamic world has not spoken against it. What do you want them to say? Knowing that UAE is actually suspected with good evidence to actually be backing the atrocities being committed in Sudan. What do you want the Islamic world
You know what I
to say
want
to
them to
them?
do? The way they reacted to when Qatar was attacked. One attack to Qatar. We're talking about months and years of killing and genociding of a population, and they remain quiet, mum, as if they don't see it happening. And especially if it's one of their cousins that are doing it. They should have responded. Until today, they haven't said anything, including the Nigerian Muslim leaders, by the way. They too have a responsibility to speak up, because they cannot pretend that they are not watching, because they have a responsibility to their own people. Their own people are Muslims, and that fate may await them.
UAE actually sponsored the RSF. You don't
The
know that.
UAE is involved in
But that's
that.
what I'm saying. Now that's what I'm saying. If that is the case, then why are they not coming out? Then if they don't say anything, then our leaders should say something. Because those people, they don't care about us. Why is our leaders not saying anything?
So the reason, one second, so I don't get thrown off, because I got thrown off with
They are not useless when it comes to killing Christians and speak out of turn.
So the reason I brought that up, is, I would say, fair enough. I don't know which body you want to speak. Maybe you want them to speak on a governmental level, on a diplomatic level. I'll say, okay, I don't know how that's going to work out, but fine. But the reason I brought that up was the hypocrisy I was pointing out earlier in the show. And it got some people ticked off, and I think some people saw where I was coming from. Where I was saying, if we want to say that Christians are being massacred in Nigeria, now, please, again, I know some people have issues with comprehension, maybe the way I deliver my language. I'm not saying they are not. I'm saying, if we want to say Christians are being massacred in Nigeria, the original Christians come from Palestine. They are the Gazarians, they are the people from Jaffa, they are the people from West Bank, they are the people from Hebron, they are the people from Haifa. These are the original Christians. The Palestinians, they ended up they were originally Jews, converted to Christianity, converted to Islam. I know a lot of people don't even get that, because when you speak to them, they don't understand this fact. Now, these people have been getting murdered for 2 years straight. We could go back 75 years, but let's stick with since October 7th, 2 years. Christian artifacts that are thousands of years old, original Christian churches. The last Christian church in Gaza got blown up, a 2,000-year-old church got blown up about a few weeks ago. You don't hear any complaints. Are we then to say, why isn't the Christian world? Because this is why I brought this up, to understand that in between all of this that is happening, there's still an underlying hierarchy and racism in it. So the Arabs are not speaking on behalf of the Black Muslims. People were not complaining that there's a genocide in Gaza of Christians, which there was, which there still is. They keep getting killed. RAPD.
But the Christian world is speaking out heavily.
To you, on this show, that is not true. On this show.
Yeah, but in the larger world I'm talking about, not necessarily on the show.
I spoke about it, and I'm just trying to tell you the hypocrisy, right? As per Nigeria. I spoke on Gaza, the Christians. I speak on it all the time. Up until a few hours ago, I kept getting shouted on. People insulting me. This is what I'm saying. No one life is more important than the other. I will use the same quote again that I used earlier. In the Quran, it says, if you murder someone, an innocent person, not a combatant of war, it is as if you have murdered the whole of humanity. Why can't we, at this point, not fall for the divide and rule? Because I'll tell you what will happen if we should go into Nigeria. If we go into Nigeria, it'll be Liberia, Sierra Leone will be a child's play. The world doesn't even want it. You don't want 230-something million people running amok all
I have
over
a
the
question
world.
for you when you finish, please.
Right. So it is bad enough that Nigerians are even causing headaches in countries they go to. Can you imagine if they are just running wild, unregulated? I don't even think America wants that. And I think another mistake people are making is thinking, well, if America comes in, we can probably get independence. I'll tell you where you're going to be disappointed. Al Jelani used to work with ISIS. He had a 50 million bounty on his head from the United States. Today, he is president of Syria. He was in the White House last month. America gets on Nigerian soil, they are going to work with the strongest group on the ground. It might also be those Islamists you guys are thinking they're coming to rescue you from. If the Islamists are the most powerful people they find in Nigeria that are giving them a headache in terms of if the resources is their goal, they will work with them. And the rest of you that are thinking, well, they're going to divide it north and south, Christian and Muslim, I think you will be sorely, sorely disappointed.
I speak the truth.
Yes, sir.
What you just said now is the most important point in the entire session I've listened. Just that point that you made. Nobody has made this point. But
I
this
said
point
it before now.
is the the way he said it, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
the way you said it, it's true.
It's so like this is the best.
No.
Thank you so much.
So look, I have a question. I've got a
Oh, they
question
will
for
still
you.
deny
Man.
it now.
No. The guy made sense. You know what he said? No, see, America coming to Nigeria is not good for anybody. But I got a question because fair is fair. When Nigeria invited Egyptians to bomb parts of Nigeria in 1967 and Russians and the British, was it okay?
Why would I think it's okay? Like, what kind of question is that?
The question,
People
you
got
don't have to get upset. I'm
Igbos
just
got
asking a
killed. No,
question.
I'm not upset. I'm just
Someone
talking
said, ask it
passionately.
in the comment. It's not a,
No,
you
I'm
don't
not
have to be
upset. I'm not
upset.
upset. I'm just saying that I think that's an infantile question.
It's not, because
Oh my
millions.
God,
Hold
we shouldn't be speaking like that now. It's not fair.
Millions of people got killed. Do you think I bet you if we start counting, including myself, we know people that suffered from the Nigerian Civil War. Tony is dead. You hear Tony talk about it, you won't know it happened decades ago. When Tony speaks about it, he speaks with pain. Millions of children, hold on, millions of children got starved to death. Why would I think that's okay?
No, it's not. I didn't know how you're gonna go about it. What I'm saying is,
what do you mean? You've talked to me for almost a year.
I'm trying to make sure that people also know. Someone said that in comment station. It's good to know that this has happened before.
You gotta ignore people like that. Ignore them. Those ones don't have sense.
But
ignore nonsense like that.
I'm just saying, look, this has happened before in Nigeria. It's not entirely new that Nigeria has invited foreigners to invade the country. But go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it. I mean,
thank you for that, and I really appreciate the civility that was expressed.
That lady is here,
and everybody's praising this. Look
Can I just say before we go on?
He only love lady that put on wig. So
don't mind him. Don't mind him. Jack, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just to a man speaks. As I call it. He spoke well, and he spoke with volume. You know, normally he speaks, and I have to really listen to him. But today, I don't know the volume.
Yeah, your audio is cracking a bit.
Already.
Yeah, it's cracking a bit.
Thank you.
Anyway, forefathers, I just want to make a point also. When that guy, I think it was the doctor, when he was talking, AY, you should have allowed him to talk because he was about to say something very important. And I said it here. The only truly religious crisis or killing that you have in the north is Boko Haram. Every other killing you see is not religious based. You can't tell me that in the whole country it's only Fulani that are Muslims. And the Christians that they want to really fight are Benue Christians. It doesn't make sense. There is a deeper, before you talk about something, I keep saying, before you talk about it, you need to sit down and understand what you're dealing with. The issues are deeper. I've said, unfortunately, KJ has gone also, and this guy has also gone. But the truth is that I sent to KJ a full detailed report about the plateau crisis, how this thing started. It has nothing to do with religion. Absolutely nothing. These are people who, the same set of people that are killing people in Benue State have killed scores of people in Zamfara.
So what is at the core of the Benue one then?
No, I think people, now if I speak, people would not believe it. So the truth about it is we should go and do the research.
No, but Master, you can't say this and not tell us. You can't give us half information. It's
not half information. I'm not even giving you listen now, Chim. I'm not giving you. I've told you the reason why I will not go further. But if you insist,
you cannot say it's half information. You can't. This is like trying to gaslight a group of people. You say it's not this. So what is it?
Okay. So if you listen now, Chim, listen. It's okay now. No wala. If you want to listen. And I'm not saying that my version is a verified version. I did not go and sit and interview anybody. I didn't do any research. The mere fact is that I've been around since God knows when. And I was lucky. I move around a lot. And I have people across divides. In fact, as I speak to you, I have a significant part of my family in Benue State. The starting point of this crisis, especially in Plateau State, in Kaduna State, the starting point is that there are settler people who left the core part of the north, especially during colonialism, especially in Plateau State, where there was tin mining. People moved from all over. They formed settlements in Plateau State. After a while, because of consciousness, people start dragging political positions. The starting point of the crisis in Plateau State was when somebody was appointed, I think in some commission, and the people, local people said, no, this is a Hausa man, we don't want him. This is how all these things started. Half of these times is simply because of these clashes. Of course, today as we speak in Benue State, what normally happens is all these Fulani people that come, and I'm not going to say that, okay, look, this is the reason why they're attacking people. But what I can tell you is that they are not religious people. The Fulani man that is in the forest is not the most religious person. He is not going to leave his place and go and attack other people just because they are Christians. And the evidence I'm putting in front of everybody is that these same people kill scores of Muslims in Zamfara State. The records are there. Anybody who wants to go and check, you will check whether it's the same type of Fulani people or not, or it's a different type.
I think at the core of it is
the problem is that, listen, forefathers, the problem is because, yes, I'm a Muslim. So when I speak, people would now quickly corroborate it. But the truth is that as a Muslim, I'm not happy. As a true Muslim, you cannot be happy that any single person is killed, not just people, even if it's animals that are killed without reason. But the thing, why I'm saying this is because when you don't understand the problem you're dealing with, obviously you're only going to complicate your issues. Because if we think that this is a religious issue, and the truth, I've given the story on this same platform.
Yeah, but Masca, there's a religious element in it whereby, let's say, the bandits are not motivated by religious this, but there is still the Boko Haram and the other terrorist organizations that are also doing those things there, and is leading to a loss of life, not only of Muslims but also
I
of
can
Christians.
tell you that Boko Haram does not go to Plateau State. Boko Haram does not go to Benue State.
Yeah, we are talking about not only because even in the north there are Christians that are also being attacked, even in Borno State. So the point where the people are making is that if these people are doing those things,
I'm saying. No, see, listen to me. This is why for me, it's not about. I'm not here to defend anybody. I can't go and start defending somebody who is killing somebody. How? From what? On what logic? This is not what I'm doing. All I'm saying is that we should endeavor to do our research. The other guy that came, he was about to say that no, he said invasion.
yeah, but do you support? Do you support like
just hear me out. You yourself, you said it's not invasion. Did you not say that?
Yes, of course, it's not invasion. I was talking about it's not a genocide.
On what basis are you arguing with the man that it's not invasion?
How do you mean? I don't understand fully.
The man said it was. When Ewa said religious intolerance, the man said, no, it's not about religious intolerance. It's an invasion.
In the south.
He actually said that.
Okay, yeah, because they are looking at it from the point of view that the herders issue is a form of invasion, that especially in the middle belt area, that they are taking their land and displacing those people. Because some of them still live in this thing, what they call them.
All you have to do is do reverse engineering in all the things you've been saying, forefathers. We are talking about Sudan. Who is in Sudan that is a Christian now in the crisis?
Okay, now that's my point. Let's not modulate.
It's the same point that me and you are making.
Yeah, the point I'm making, the original point is that you are not letting me speak.
What I'm saying, forefathers, is that half of these issues we are dealing with, it's not really religious. And a good example, I'm just saying that the same thing you're talking about, if you take Sudan, for instance, today, they are all Muslims.
Yeah, but if it's not religious leaders should be able to speak up and say, oh, you know what we are seeing and all this.
People are not listening.
But we are not. Maybe you are right there. But they should be coming. They should come online here. They should be coming. If they are not going on channels TV or TVC, they should come online and let's see them.
Also, this argument you are making.
Whether hold on, you see, we are distracted now. Whether it's religious or ethnic, is there killing or genocide? It doesn't have to be a Christian genocide. What if it's an ethnic genocide? Is that not a thing? Is that better?
Exactly. For me, anyway, I feel like if something like is happening, people need to come out and start standing up against it publicly.
So, you see, the problem I see us all get into is a very simple problem. And I can understand why. Because half of the time we are talking in foreign languages, we are struggling with identification. One word that we want to use, one word to slap on every issue. I don't care what the word will be. All I'm saying is that let's understand that the guy said it. It's not one single problem you're dealing with. It's not one single problem. And if you foolishly think that
you're not dealing with the point that I'm making. You're not dealing with the point that I'm making. That like you see how we in the south sometimes we also quarrel with each other all the time. Like you see Yoruba, Delta, the southern part of Nigeria now. You see the south. Sometimes you see southern like me now. Sometimes I will be arguing with southeasterners. Oh, you did this. But you don't. Hold on, I'm from the south now. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
So when I say that in the north, that you should expect a certain amount of, let's say, with all this stuff going on, that okay, what is going on in Sudan? Why are brothers that are Muslims like us being attacked in Sudan, or that are the same race as us being attacked in Sudan. Because some of them are actually Nigerians, remember? Because Nigerians, we have at least 2 million Nigerians in Sudan, and any of them that encounter these RSF people now will be eliminated too. But you don't see our northern elites, because the southerners, you cannot excuse them because they are not very conversant
because it's
with what
not
is going on.
Christians that are being killed.
Exactly. No,
But
because
this
if
is
you
for me,
hold on, you are not
listen,
listening. No, hold on,
Okay,
hold
I'm
on. See,
listening. I'm
it's
listening,
not fair.
forefathers.
It's not fair to expect
Go
the
ahead.
southerners to be the first to talk, because one, if you are going on the marketplace, you have your children, you mind your children first before you mind other people's children. That is what happens. You will expect the people that are in direct charge of those people to be responsible for speaking out. Because how can we speak out? It's almost as if we are feeling your pain more than you do. As a matter of fact, a northerner has said that to us before on this thing, that why should you feel our pain more than
I
us?
hear you, forefathers, but hear
Oh,
me out.
forefathers, good morning. Good morning. Wake up.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, so the point I'm making, forefathers, and I think Ovia has been making that point severally. Okay. The fact of the matter is that we as Black people, I keep saying that, we as Black people need to have that understanding that it's us against the world. I'm a Muslim, but I have no doubt that today, if I go to either Egypt or Saudi Arabia, the first issue is that they see a Black man. They are not going to start even asking me about my religion first. They will ask me, how is Africa? People have asked me in Cairo, how is Africa?
Like they are not in Africa.
And the second point I'm making, which Ovi keeps making, is that our brain, now all of us are arguing Christian, Muslim. All of us. And in our minds that because a white man is saying that he's a Christian, he's going to come. He's a savior. Why do you think that the Muslim man will be a different person if the Christian is thinking like this? The fact of the matter is that we have mentally been colonized as Black people. We see first ourselves as Igbo or Hausa or Muslim or Christian. This is the fact. This is the bottom line.
Like you and AY were attacking me. It's easy to say.
Then we need to deal with the issue, because
No, but he was attacking me.
I think it would be far more powerful. Do you know how powerful it is? No, let me say something. Do you know how powerful it is?
There's something very important I want to talk about now.
You gotta let
There's something very important.
Hold on. See, it will be very, very powerful if another leader comes out and says what is going on in Sudan is unacceptable.
I've sent you a video that Sunusi spoke about Boko Haram on CNN 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But the fact, okay, so the fact of the matter also, listen, no, but it's not even the fact that he spoke. He's isolated. He's not the general
only person speaking.
Yes, this is. I'm saying that for us to sit down and start looking for who to blame is that we don't even understand.
No, I'm not trying to blame. Actually, I'm just trying to, because I feel like if it's coming from me, I'm sure a lot of people, they shut up. What do you know? You are not even a Muslim and all the rest. But if it comes from a Muslim leader and that says something, they will say, yeah, you know, maybe you are right. After all, we are belonging to the same club. Why should they be treating our own brothers like that? You see what I mean? We really need to start. I'm sorry. Oh, hold on, man. This is serious. This is the issue in Sudan is very, very serious. Hold on. You are going to speak, okay? You're going to speak. I'm not stopping you from speaking, but I need to address this point because I really feel like that stuff is happening now. It's gotten worse just this week. They're taking a whole town and they're genociding people there again. And none of our people are doing anything. They are coming south. And I expect our leaders to be recognizing these things now if we are going to be pushing back at all. Because when I say they are coming south, I'm not saying they are coming south in a flippant way. They've already taken North Africa. They are moving south. This movement is happening. It's not made up. And until we start recognizing it and responding to it, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
So, forefathers,
Well, let's let the lady talk now.
The
Prophet, I
solution,
thought that was the policy. Yeah.
the solution
There's a
is
lady
that
She
here.
has not. If she objects to our talking, she will
the
raise her
solution
hand
is
and
No,
she
she
takes
wants to
over.
talk now.
we
Let
need to
her
find
Look at
talk.
that.
solution. And I'm
Yeah,
saying
she
it.
doesn't want to use her female
The
privilege.
solution to this is that we, the people, we are divided. Since we are divided, I'm telling you, we can't have a solution until we are united and present a common front. The black people are divided.
Now, let me talk
tribal,
about
ethnic.
Shola is so correct.
No, the next person to talk should be the
Let's
young
bring the
lady.
lady in. Let's bring the
no,
lady in.
Come on,
I'm not going to take too long.
If it's not an announcement,
It's not
Jude,
an announcement, but it's very important. It's not going to take too long. This thing is very important.
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Yes. So the thing is, this situation that with the U.S. military invasion, one thing we need to understand is to put things in context. They made it clear they are trying to create a divisive narrative that is Christian genocide. Now they've tried to carry out military intervention in Venezuela. They are still propping up, a potential invasion or regime change or chaos in Venezuela. But you know what the Venezuelan leader did? He gathered the citizens and gave them rifles to defend the fatherland. Now, the same thing in Iran. This, Israel have already said that they will invade Iran. But you can see that after that first war, the 12-day war, the people of Iran have decided to unite to support the supreme leader and the government there. But it is different in Nigeria because we have an incompetent leadership that does not have any dignity. And we have, and like someone here said it too, that we are conquered mentally and we're mentally damaged. And we are divided. That is why it's so difficult for us to rally against this common enemy. But I'll start. That's what I actually wanted to say.
Thank you. This
This
is our current president.
Sorry,
He really twerks for the West. It didn't do him any good.
Can I chip in something? Sorry.
I'm sorry, you are a misogynist. You don't like women. A woman wants to speak now. You want to speak. Look at that.
After that, I can go ahead. I'm not.
The only time, don't worry, we are just joking. I like your heart too. I don't know whether it's for the Bolsheviks, but it's all right. It's all pretty. You look good in it. Welcome and thank you more, please. I appreciate you for coming. Don't mind me. I could have easily called you, but I was thinking maybe you are going to use your privilege to speak. But please
Next
go
time,
ahead. What do you make of?
Your father will call you faster.
Oh, look at that.
Don't
You see
wait.
that? It is attitude.
That's why.
But
I'm just giving you the secret.
Look at that. This issue of Trump threatening Nigeria now, where do you stand on it? You've had the conversation, so I will allow you just give us what you make of it.
Yeah, so thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. So I would like to say that I've listened to a lot of people on this issue, and honestly, I'm afraid for my people. It's a sad thing what is going on in our country. We know we have insecurity problem. It's a serious problem for us. We know that. Having said that, we also should, I think, like, history does repeat itself, especially when we don't learn from it. And I feel like part of the problem for us as a people is because we are not being taught history in schools. Our real history, I mean. I'm not talking about the refined version. I think that is a serious part of our problem. Because even though we are going through all this problem, like a lot of other countries are going through that same thing, even here in America. So, but I would say that as divided as America is, you would not see Americans inviting foreign countries to come and invade them. They will unite. They will come together. But we as a people, I feel like we always, maybe it's part of our culture, I don't know, maybe it's part of us as a people, because we are intellectually lazy. Maybe it's part of us that we like to outsource our problems. Let's take, for instance, even from our homes, when a child is like, very strong-willed and all that, the parents will ship that child and take him or her to the uncle or to the aunt or whoever is willing to take in the child to train the child for them. Which is what take us to every other part of, our daily lives. We always want to outsource our problem, not solving the problems itself. Now we are welcoming, we are saying that it's a welcome development for another country to come and take us. I even heard, it's just mind-boggling. I heard people saying, come and rule us. We need America to come and rule. What kind of a, how do you even think of that? What kind of a people is this? Come and rule us.
His name is Kenne. The person who said that, if you want to be sure.
Like, it's a lot of Nigerians just saying that, come and rule us. We need strong hand. Do you know history? Have you learned from history? Have you seen pattern? You want recolonization of us. And we wonder why someone would say, I know that video that you talked about earlier, that someone was saying that we can't rule ourselves. We don't have the mental capacity. And this is part of it. This kind of conversation is part of it. Like I said, Americans they will unite. They will come together if a country is trying to invade them. They don't get, even though America is so bad for Black Americans, they will not say, oh, we are happy because this country is so bad for us. It's a welcome development that you're coming to invade us. As horrible as America is to them. But we as our country, and that is why we lack patriotism. And that is why our leaders are the reflection of who we are as a people. We blame our leaders. If they pick each and every one of us, we'll behave the same way as Wike is doing. We'll behave as Tinubu is doing. Nigerians are naturally oppressors.
They have that culture, don't they?
It's just embedded in us.
Where they like to show off to each other, like I'm better than you.
It's not a culture; it's a complex.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. They are invited. They are saying it's a welcome development. Come and invade us. They're looking for Messiah. They're always looking. My people are always looking for Messiah. When it comes to religion, they are looking for Messiah to help them to solve their problems. Miracle.
Messiah that does not see them as human beings.
Have you seen the people that look like us in their countries? They call them one third of a human. That's what they call them. But you want them to come. In fact, that is when our country will be better, so that they can take all these Emiloko and Kiniko away. It's not going to happen like that. It's not a child's play.
Also, do you think that Tinubu should be grateful to the Nigerian leader now for kicking American military bases out of there? Because they would have been a bit closer to Aso Rock, right? Like if they were in Niger.
Forefathers, and you see them, a lot of them, they're happy what Ibrahim Traore is doing. He's fighting for his country, but they want to invade you. You're inviting Western. You are not fighting as a people, clamoring for whatever is happening in Burkina Faso or whatever is happening in Mali or Niger. We are going to fight tooth and nail. They will want to, you that you are in another country should come home. Always wanting something that is just not going to work, that is never going to move forward, and waiting for somebody. That is why after the election, the last election, they are waiting for somebody to tell them to go on the street. They are waiting, just waiting. He said we should not go. Can you imagine that? We sound like conquered people.
Yeah, but hold on. When you mentioned that, it just jogged my memory. But the woman is just in Tanzania winning 97% of the vote. Our politicians, are they good at rigging? I don't understand it. Can somebody make sense of that? If we are so captured
with ourselves, she contested.
If we are so captured on everything, are we good at rigging at all? Because our politicians, Tinubu basically limped into Aso Rock with 36% of the vote. This lady won 97%. Egyptian president, this in Kagame, they all win 97% of the vote. So our politicians not terrible at they are so terrible at everything that they are even terrible at rigging elections?
No, but forefathers, as bad as Nigeria is, we still have some advantages. The problems that we have is still some advantage. That is some things that are happening in, say, like, what do you call this place, Cameroon. It's going to be difficult. Because, for instance, I give you a classic example. Now, a certain part of the country is already taking position. They are not going to have Tinubu again. So even if he's going to rig, he can't say he has 97%. It's not going to happen. But anyway, gentlemen and lady, and thank you, lady, for coming. I really appreciate your comment. I just want to say good night. But I will leave us with this parting shot. Okay? That guy, the younger guy that came, I can't remember his name, that lambasted us. You know,
Solely.
I think all of us, it's a wake-up call, sincerely speaking. All of us need to wake up and ask ourselves very difficult questions, sincerely speaking. You know, we come here the whole time, we keep arguing. Half of the time we're arguing to find where we can blame a problem, to find a label we can put on our problem, not to dig deep and understand our problems and begin to proffer solutions. I think if we continue on the trajectory we are going to continue, our grandchildren will be insulting us and slapping us even. They will be punching us. Good night, everybody.
So
Thank you for coming in, Masca. I appreciate it.
Why do we limit our problems to Christianity and Muslims? Like, what is going on? We have insecurity problem. We do not have, because some of us have both religions in our family.
Quite a lot of us,
we cannot say that we have Muslim problems. We cannot. Why are we limiting it to that? Some people are coming with, and you wonder how they were able to colonize us. Because you wonder, they are coming with, when it comes to religion, I don't know why our people always take off their critical thing. You even see the most educated person that has so much knowledge about, that is vast in knowledge. When it comes to religion, they take off their critical thinking cap. And they just, you know, they are calling, saying that Christian, specifically saying Christian. And then what happens to the Muslims too? What happens to people with other religion, other faith that are being murdered? Why are we limiting it? Why are we limiting it? We know our concern. We know what our problem is. We know what is going on. But don't forget that a lot of other countries are facing the same thing. Even here, they're facing the same thing in a different way. We all have our problems. They have gun violence problem here. They are not solving it. So, but when we are saying, when you see people, when you hear people are saying that they should come and invade us, some of us have family there too. They can come. It's not going to be a better thing for anybody, because the history has shown us that it's not going to be a good outcome for us. It has never been for anyone. And this is a different, we are actually, you know, people here, they tell us that you left your home country. You ran away from that problem. You didn't solve your problem. We ran away and we came here. That's why,
and do you know that Trump would be, if Trump attacked Nigeria militarily, that would be one of the largest countries America has attacked in recent times in terms of population. Even Iraq and all the other countries, they are relatively less population. Even Iran is less population than Nigeria. So America will be stepping into a potentially explosive situation.
But we also should know that, you know, that from history, okay, let's take Iran for instance. You see that when in the 50s, I forgot the president name that was there, that, you know, that wanted to nationalize their oil, and they toppled the government by, you know, bringing in, by, you know, supporting some, you know, we know how this,
Mossadegh or something.
Mossadegh, we know how all these countries are today, because American foreign policy is not good for anybody. What they're it's not good for anybody. It's not good. It's not. They are not coming to Christianity. They are fighting in America here. They're fighting for Christian nationalism, the same version of Islam that you don't want in Nigeria. They are advocates for, because it's your religion, then you're okay. because they're coming to save Christians.
I have to say, Christian nationalism seems to be more righteous. In a way, I like the Christian nationalism.
It's not righteous.
No, hold on. I hear what you are saying. I know for us, it's not good, but like the Candace Owen approach of Christian nationalism.
No, Christian nationalism is not good. Even
I
here.
know Christian nationalism is not good, but I qualified it by saying the Candace Owen kind and the Tucker Carlson. No, not the Tucker Carlson kind is somewhat like that too, whereby they see morality as part of their Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism normally don't care about morality that much, but they see that. That's why they are against the Gaza and this thing. While Kirk wasn't.
Let me tell you, I don't want us to dive into American politics because this is not American politics. Because when we start saying that Candace Owen, there's white Christian national, they are advocates for white Christian nationalism. White Christian.
Yeah, but she's not white now. She is.
Candace Owen, did you see them? I don't want us to be sorry. Did you see?
Sorry, you're too far again. It's something you heard in
your audio is breaking up.
No, really.
Forefathers. Ike is asking for the link. I think he wants to get it.
Bring me back in, please.
Okay, I will bring it back in.
Forefathers, what I'm saying is, people like Candace, did you see them invite her to maybe to Charlie Kirk? Even as close as she was to Charlie Kirk and all that, was she invited? You see other people that hold on, conservative blacks. Did you see them get invited to the cookout? No, they did not. I'm telling you that the advocacy here, as someone that is the only that is in America, that is in America.
The reason why she wasn't invited because she's against the establishment.
It's not just her.
But the point, the way you're going to have with, did they invite Tucker Carlson too? So Tucker Carlson is not invited. He's a white guy.
I don't want to go into
that's why I tell you that they belong to a different wing of that Christian nationalism.
I don't know why you don't understand American politics. You don't.
So let me explain.
You'll be surprised. You know, the UK created America.
You don't.
So even within the right.
Can you let the conversation move on, please? There's just people that have spoken and they are speaking again.
It's only fair. It's only fair. Yeah. Let's bring.
Let me finish my point. My point is, us as a people, I think instead of us being intellectually lazy and try to outsource every of our problems, we can actually solve it just like every other person. But when we are advocating, what I understand the gravity of our problems, I understand what we're going through, and it's touching every one of us. They said he go touch everybody. I don't know how they just say he go touch everybody. We are all in this, but I am saying from history we know that inviting foreign powers who are the ones that actually put, just like everyone has said on this panel, put us in this situation for their advantage. And we said we advocate for Ibrahim Traore. We want the Mali guy. We are Pan-Africanists. We want them to win, but we want foreign powers to come in through us and use us as a leverage. We are personally inviting that. I think we should just think twice. It's something that we have to think about before we start clamoring for it, because when they will know when they are dropping whatever they are dropping, or when they are foot on the ground, we should go and ask people in Afghanistan what happened to them. When they are dropping, they're not going to be asking, are you family of thank you more, please? Are you family of forefathers? Because it's just going to be like what is going to happen to everyone, to people's villages and homes. We know how it's going to happen, but it's not going to end well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, when we hear these bombings, we think it's because it's our power. It's really not good. It's not pretty. Some of the things you hear, 20 people wiped out like that, 30 people wiped out like that, and it just keeps happening day after day. It's not funny. Welcome, Chim. Long time no see. You waited until Nigeria is under attack before you showed up here. It's all right. We all have our priorities. So, it's not be stressing Nigeria that you show up here. Eh?
Why would I wait for Nigeria to be under attack before I
show up? Today you show up now. When Nigeria is under attack.
No,
that's when we saw you.
The truth is I go to work, but I come back. I'm tired. I wanted to go and sleep, but the conversation seemed interesting. So I said, let me jump in. So a question I just want to ask us, I don't think there's any right thinking Nigerian, quote unquote, if we still have anybody who is Nigerian exactly, that will be happy to invite a foreign nation to come in. And when what's her name was just speaking now, she said that with whatever happens in America, America never goes to invite. America is a superpower. America doesn't need to invite anybody, whether they swim or die with their problem. Who is America going to invite to come and fix his problem? So I don't even think, that conversation is even necessary. But the question I want to ask all of us, how many persons of us here has his family member been touched in all that is happening in Benue, Plateau, and Borno? If your family member here, raise your hand. Okay, I will believe you, even though I don't believe you, but I will believe you.
What?
Second, because anybody can tell
Why would
you.
you say that?
Hold on, Madam, when you were speaking, my mouth was 100%.
Why will you say you won't believe her?
She's muted anyway. She's muted. Just continue.
So, but that's my view. Allow me to hold my view, please. Secondly, please tell me, all those Benue people and Plateau would have been screaming, and they will do video. Pastor will be telling you that everybody that they are digging grave for here is a Christian. How do you want them to feel when you have a leadership that for how many years, since 2009 at least, that's when this issue started in Nigeria, where we started having this extremity at this level, and they will be screaming, government solve it. They will catch people who have been killing fellow Nigerians, whether they kill them as Muslims, kill them as atheists, kill them as Christian, whichever one. I'm not here to advocate. Life is life. You've been killing people. You finish killing the person comes back tomorrow and tells you he's repentant. They will take them and they will put them in the Nigerian army. And you want those people in Plateau to come and listen to all of us here talking, telling you that, you don't want America to come. I don't want America to come. But the point is, perhaps this threat is necessary to shake our leadership up to go do what they need to do. There's always somebody that will force you to do what you're supposed to do you've not been doing. We're not asking America to come and solve our problem. But once in a while, somebody who's being docile, and Nigerian leaders are extremely docile and very protective of themselves. That's why I want them to be banned from traveling. Let them start fixing the country. By the time 2-3 Nigerian leadership die because they can't go abroad for clinic, they will fix our hospitals. Because those people they love themselves too much. They love themselves too much. And when something is not touching people, people are aloof. We can come here now and speak all the torrent that we want to speak because it's not touching you. You are not impacted.
Jim, that's the point. That's what I said here. And I started by saying that I have seen genocide and I know what it feels. Yeah. So you are just spot on.
So when it touches you, you will scream. Let me give you, and to prove this, those of us who remember Shina Rambo very well, he went on a spree killing people, everybody else, until he touched who? Who did he touch before Shina Rambo was caught? He touched the president of Nigeria at the time, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. His family member was gunned down under Shina Rambo. That's when he gave the IGP of Nigeria a marching order that guy should be caught dead or alive. In fact, what did he do? He blocked the Nigerian border between Nigeria and Benin Republic, crippled Benin Republic's economy because they felt the man is to run there, and told the president, I will only open that border when Shina Rambo is caught. Why did he do that? His family member was touched. So all of you who are coming here and speaking, your family member has not been touched. When your family member is touched, you even ask for the devil himself to come down and solve the problem for you, if that's the only solution you have. So why we're not...
My brother, Tim, I beg your pardon, Tim.
No, I
don't want to
disturb
you. I think you're on the right narrative.
I can't hear you, sir.
No. I cannot say something because you cannot hear me.
Yeah, your voice is cracking.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's cracking.
Oh, sorry, man. It's my phone. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, go ahead, Jadu. Okay, so the point
if you can hear me at all, I just wanted to ask you, is that not the fact that we are in a very desperate position? Nigerians are desperate. And is making a desperate decision a healthy way of making a decision?
It's not. It's not. I agree with you. I'm not saying it's. Listen, I am not asking America to come to Nigeria. I will be the last person to allow the Americans touch food to Nigeria. I'm against military base in Nigeria. I'm totally against it. But the point I am making, when we're doing these things, I want to see people be rational to say, you know what, as much as we don't want this, I can understand why the average Nigerian is saying this. To sit in the United States of America and you're pointing fingers at other black people in Nigeria, telling them that we don't think, they don't read, they don't do this, that they do this. Please, when it touches you, then you will know how desperation can be.
I think some of us spoke well here. We did say that the government has a problem. Major problem is the government, and we are divided. But that notwithstanding, we are not going to stay here because we have a problem. And then the solution is to applaud U.S. government.
I'm not contesting what you said. I'm not applauding anybody who is supporting that we should have boots on ground from the American army. I'm not in support of that. My point is very simple. Before we gaslight people, let's be honest enough to say our leadership has failed. Yeah. And my point is this. Perhaps this subtle threat, I don't see America coming to bomb Nigeria, so let's not get beside ourselves. It's not going to happen. But perhaps if this will put fear in our leadership and make our army stand up and make even our religious leaders, there are people in Nigeria who are fueling this thing and getting away with it.
You're right.
So perhaps this now America is
is quite it's quite high likelihood that America may attack Nigeria because
especially when they're using the word
this government doesn't threaten that attack.
Especially blazing words like that.
No. There is breaking news.
Breaking news.
Trump's requests is a big deal, Chin.
Who adores
Hexet, defense minister now, defense secretary.
The head of the Department of Defense just approved Trump's request.
To do what?
This is
to attack Nigeria now.
To attack Nigeria.
To attack Nigeria. What are people talking about? Did Nigeria attack US?
Okay, look at that. Are you arguing with us now? That's the information that's coming through. You think it's a joke?
He's there on Twitter. He said yes. He said the news.
Can I say something? I don't dwell in the realm of conspiracy. I don't like it.
Oh my goodness.
Please. Sorry, please. When I'm done, Jide, when I'm done, you know this your intellectual come to you can come and say it. Let me be done and leave. Leave all those things.
This is not this thing. And what he is saying, you see, you have to understand when Trump starts threatening military action to weaker nations, it tends to he's not going to invade, but he will bomb.
Can I say something? Why is the US attacking? Why is the US attacking? Why is the US attacking Iran?
Because of nuclear program.
And what else?
And Israel doesn't like Iran.
Nuclear problem is not enough. What exactly?
Right now, actually, it's because of the nuclear. If it's oil, Iran will give them oil.
Okay, so first of all, Iran is being accused of being responsible for sponsoring terrorism. That's clear.
Oh, come on. Iran is a victim of terrorism.
What I said, being accused.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not their reasoning. They know that's not the reasoning.
No, they are being accused now. That's a reason to go fight them. That they are sponsoring Hezbollah, sponsoring all those terror groups. That's their reason.
Okay, because they hated Israel. But at the core of it is the fact that Iran doesn't agree with Israel.
Listen,
and their nuclear program.
Take this to the bank. America is not going to attack Nigeria whatsoever. The worst that's going to happen. You see this man, he won't get a second term.
If Biden said it, I would say sense will prevail. But when this guy say it, and the defense secretary is very, very trigger happy, he's very, very happy to bomb, especially countries where they know you can't reply. They will do it.
So everyone will see it.
They know we can't attack back, and they will do it.
But I will just summarize my views
by saying, please show the part of Peter, please. Can you? So
okay, I'll try to find it.
Yes, please find it.
Let's have a conversation and not go into all this Pix Hexet thing. I'm not interested in all those kind of politics. The point
So
I'm
you are
making.
waiting until bombs start falling in Nigeria, yeah?
No, it's not going
My own is when they are using a particular set of phrase, it's alarming, it's concerning. You coming in to help, if you're going to help us, is even if you're going to give our government a shake-up, which is understandable, there are phrases that you could use. But when you're using gun blazing, on who? On my people.
Who wrote gun blazing? That's what the writer
That's
wrote.
it in the tweet.
Trump.
It's
It's
in the,
Trump.
don't
It's
do
Trump
that.
himself.
Don't do that. It's in
Oh
the
my
tweet.
goodness!
Don't argue with me.
Do you know how journalists write? Somebody
No,
said
it's not journalist. It's Trump.
I'm not going to argue.
Chim,
I'm not here to argue with anybody.
It was Trump himself.
It's in the tweet.
Blazing.
Yes.
Gone blazing. Yeah, that's the word.
All right, forefathers, let the next person talk.
Forefather, look for the tweet now.
I don't
Come
understand.
on.
That's why
The tweet is not necessary. It's not necessary. Did Trump say it? Yes, Trump said it. But who is Trump going to attack? Who is America going to attack? The head of state, Akko Rock, or Lagos, or Ibadan, or where? Why is he going to attack?
They will have to make a decision
it's a real threat. You cannot say they are joking. They are playing.
No, I'm asking you, who is he going to attack?
Who is he going to attack?
Can you let other people speak, man? What's this, man?
Excuse me. Does Trump have a problem with Nigerians?
Okay, he's going to go to Aso Rock and attack Tinubu.
No, you answer now. He's going to attack because
I'm asking
you give the impression. You give the impression that Trump has declared war on Nigeria. That is wrong. That's what Chief is trying to say. That is wrong. It could be a try to get the government to do what it's supposed to do.
Oh my
So,
God, I can't
so this is what I see there. This is what I see there. It could be a threat.
Twitter, what is going to do?
Never know what's going to happen. So,
but you are saying he's joking.
Let's see the tweet now. Let's see the tweet. Hold on. Let's just see. This is Pixhex's page, and it says the killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and anywhere must end immediately. The Department of War is preparing for action. Either the Nigerian government protects Christians, or we will kill the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities.
Oh, I thought he was going to say he would throw bomb on Onitsha and Nnewi. I was expecting to hear that.
So that's what you are hoping for him. So if they
and then Ibadan and then Abel, I was expecting to hear that.
This people are so naive.
So are you saying that can we calm down because we still need to have victory speak?
Father, that is the God blazing tweet. You did read it. The second one down there. I thought you want to show.
Yeah, that's the gun blazing tweet.
Yeah, let him see it.
Okay, let's read that then, since it looks like it
I don't know why
cover that.
Oh God.
So I'll zoom in so that to give people double. Okay,
exactly.
So if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country gone ablazing to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast. So, in other words, they are asking something of the Nigerian government. And our people are part of the bargaining chip that they have against our own government. Forget it. There's no point talking. Let's just move on. Do you know what they are asking the government to move fast on? You don't know. You think it's because of they care too much about our Christian lives?
Oh, Father, that's another point too. You just pick it. Man, sometimes your head they carry buku.
No, people don't read between the lines now. What is going on?
So why did people read between the lines during Obama's reign? When Obama sent Secretary of State to come and
what does it got to do with Obama? This is not Obama.
And I finished. You know the funny thing with some of you is you were talking here. I was mute for hours.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't matter.
Victory still hasn't said anything. Okay, I will say. You know what? I'm supposed to open the panel, but new people keep coming in. Let me. Okay, hold on. Let's allow Victory talk. Let's just allow Victory talk so I can open the panel up. You guys can relax. Then no, everybody can be able to speak to each other.
Yeah, let me say my piece for further.
Yes,
thank you for letting me in.
It took a while.
Yeah, I think I think this is what happened when we fail to put our house in order.
Good.
Everyone is just talking, going around the circle. Like what Shim said, if you've been attacked before or your family member have been decimated, I bet you will never speak this way. And that's the problem with Nigerians. Nigerians don't have empathy until it gets to themselves. They will start screaming, oh, look at this, they're attacking me. Right? Now, this government, this Tinubu government came into power. What saw what happened in the election? I don't think he won the election. Yet, he was allowed to be president of Nigeria. What has he done? He's decimated the Nigerian people, shrink the Nigerian economy into half, almost half. And things are not getting better. I personally, I will never sit down and let one American person come and tell me that, oh, I'm coming to Nigeria to come and rescue. Rescue who? Rescue your head. A country that went to Libya and blew up that water project that Gaddafi constructed with over $30 billion. Go and check that for yourself. Is that the person that is coming to rescue me? If Tinubu knows what and his government knows what's good for him, they better call a national dialogue, and we have to decide how we want to govern ourselves. He didn't win the election, period. Look at this, since when APC has been there, look at the amount of atrocious people that have been killed in Nigeria. And when we talked about state security, something that will secure our future, he's playing politics with it. Something that is very fundamental to our survival, state security, state police rather. He's playing politics with it. And now, the Americans are telling him, giving him his marching order. Do you know the amount of lobbying that is happening behind the scene? Do you think Trump is just coming up saying all these things? Do you know people that are behind, people that are speaking on the background? You think Trump will just come and start tweeting? So I think some of us in Nigeria, I don't even know how we behave. I recently visited Turkey. It's not different from Nigeria, more like a third world country. The only difference is that the place is secure. There's 24 hours electricity, a population of 98 million people, GDP of $1.3 trillion. And, okay, Tinubu, okay, people allow you to be there. Provide something as simple as security, electricity, transport infrastructure, healthcare, education, provide employment for our young population. These are basic things. This man can't even do anything. This government has created so much division about Nigeria. It's unbelievable. You go online, you see people making comments, see the tribal comment. This man, do you think if America is even coming to come and take up this man, do you think you say that's why you're seeing a lot of Nigerians say that, oh, come and rescue us. This man has literally destroyed Nigeria. Like we are so divided. It's unbelievable. And if I'm telling you, if he knows what is good for him, he better just wind it in and say, listen, we need to come and discuss how we govern ourselves. And I don't take the Americans seriously. If America want me to take them seriously, let them release Tinubu's record. Let us start with that first. Right? Then I'll take them seriously. But you tell me that you're coming to Nigeria.
Why would you take them seriously because they released Tinubu's record? You think they
No, what I'm saying to you, forefather, at least let's start from there first. Right?
But they are not going to release it for your own interest. They must, whenever they release it, it's for their own interest.
It's based on compromise. That's what I'm saying to you. But even at that, forefather, even at that, they will never do it. So I don't even want to waste my time. But we as a people, you're doing the coastal road 15 trillion naira. When you could break that money down into 6 or 7 projects, providing security, like the things that I mentioned before, healthcare, education, empowerment of the youth. We have young population. They don't have job for further. People are destitute in Nigeria. And this government has created so much division among us.
Thank you for coming in, Shola. I appreciate. Nice one.
You understand, forefather?
Now that you mentioned that coastal road, I think something came up. Let's just watch this.
Billion-kilometer coastal road that costs 400 billion naira. Thank you.
Professor in practice.
Thank you. Afam Kobo. That's my name.
Excuse me, Your Excellency.
What's the problem?
This entire road isn't even up to 10 centimeters. And I heard what you said. Please, can you give us a breakdown of the cost per kilometer, sir?
Oh, cost per kilometer, you see? It's not calculated like that. You people do not understand it. You understand? So the work has been done. That's it. That's it.
Your Excellency, I don't understand. What do you mean by they can't understand? Just explain to us. Give us a simple breakdown of the cost per kilometer.
I'm just hearing kilometer. Are you a burner boy? I'm saying there is a system to it. There's a CM to it. You know, there's a system, there's a CM. You know what? Cover me. Nice suit. You came.
Governor, you spent 400 billion to construct this nonsense project. Tell us, what is the cost per kilometer?
Are you stupid? Huh?
Governor, what is the cost per kilometer?
Very wicked man.
Excellency, answer the question.
Let them molest me. If they burn you well, ask me a question again.
Governor, tell us, what is the cost per kilometer?
Hey, Jesus! Nazareth.
Governor, what is the cost per kilometer?
No beg am again. I don't need them. Myself, I don't need them again.
You know what the newspaper has to say? I know nothing about the journalists. You hear me? What is the cost per kilometer? Take the mic. Kilometer.
Let me just round up so that other people can come in. So the point I'm saying to you is that this government has not done anything. They are living in absolutely wait for themselves and their friends and immediate family. And the majority of Nigeria are in poverty. So, like what I said, this man did not win the election. And what the step that he's taken so far, anybody, if you have common sense, if you have any bit of sense in your head, you will know that Nigeria is not on the right track. And I expect anybody that loves Nigeria to say, listen, this is not where we should be as a people. What is the way forward? I'm of the opinion that it's not the Americans communists to tell us what to do. We have to come up with our own solution and solve our problem ourselves. And it starts by we talking to ourselves and say, what system do we need to put in place to ensure that everyone is heard, everyone's voice is included in the plan, and we should be inclusive in anything that we do. Respect everyone's wishes and what they want. And look at the justice, like say, even look at the justice system. They are doing selective justice. When it comes to certain people, they give them a different treatment. Other people will get a different treatment. So you cannot build a country that is uneven, that is no justice, and you expect people to keep quiet. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
That's really nice of you. You know, all these other people that want to go on, but it's okay. This is an open panel now. We can all have conversations about these events. You know, this breaking news. So, Tony, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. I am about to sign out. I want to thank you, but I think it's unfortunate to hear from Jide that some of us are being naive because of the comment that you have made concerning this situation. I think it's a very, very unfortunate statement to hear that from him. And I think you should withdraw that. Now, yes, I'm serious about that. Secondly,
which statement? Sorry, Mr. Tinubu. Which statement? From
he said
I
that
was talking about the tweets.
he said some of us are being naive.
And I didn't mention anybody's name. I was general.
About regarding what specific points?
You know, I said yes, sir.
Hold on, let me finish. You said
I said some of us are being naive.
Yes.
Because you don't understand the interpretation. I didn't mention anybody's name. So why would I withdraw it?
Yeah, you said some of us are being naive.
No, I didn't mention anybody's name. I wasn't even talking to you.
No. I didn't say you are talking to me. I say that's wrong to say that people are being naive because they are airing their views.
Yeah, but
that's wrong.
I'm not referring to anyone in this panel. I'm just being general.
Okay, so whether you are being
some people will see it and take it lightly that nothing is going to happen. But I'm saying that it's something we should take seriously. That's the point I'm making.
Okay. I accept that. Forefathers, what I want to say is that there's still a leeway. There's still a window that is open to the government. I can imagine how the president will be feeling now, very, very uncomfortable. This is not something that any president would like to happen, particularly when you look at the myriads of problems that we have. So it's a serious problem, and I said it is not something you sweep under the carpet. I think that the diplomats amongst them, maybe in the US here and so on and so forth, should be making moves to see how they can resolve this issue. And then the government should show genuine intention of trying very fast to see what they can do to sort out, to show that they are serious about dealing with the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. The government must accept.
But is that not a problem, though? You keep saying this like you actually think they care about that.
Well, that's the only option open to them. Otherwise,
that is not an option open to them because the people that want to do these things don't care about that. You don't know what Trump means by saying warning. The Nigerian government better move fast. There is something they want.
No, that's what is speculation. That's what you think. I feel unless you want us to see whether whatever it is that Trump wants to do, or if you call it a threat, whether it will move government to do what they ought to have done that they haven't done.
They don't even care about their own American Christians that are being killed in Israel. These people don't care about Christians.
Listen. You keep bringing Sudan and Israel and all that
because your comments are based on the idea that you actually believe. You actually like talking as if they care about what civilians. How can they care? That's not their problem.
What about Black Americans attacked by here every day?
Forefathers.
They don't care about the Christians being massacred in Nigeria. Why would they care about that?
Forefathers, I am speaking about Nigeria, which is my country, and there's an issue, and I'm saying, and I'm suggesting that one way the government can try and resolve this is to go and see how they can talk this over and then maybe give them some time to deal with this issue. That's what I'm saying. That's my view.
So, but what makes you think that's my point? What makes you think that dealing with this insecurity problem in terms of the Christian killing is going to stop Americans from wanting to bomb Nigeria?
But forefathers, let me say something. Have the government that you are trying to defend, has that government admitted that there is insecurity in Nigeria? Have they admitted that there is killing?
No, they admitted.
Admit where?
No, I'm not defending the government. I'm telling you that the people that want to attack us don't care about us.
We need to discuss, please.
They have their reasons for wanting to attack us. Maybe Tinubu is dealing with China too much. They don't like it. They have their own reason. Maybe because of BRICS. Maybe because of Israel.
Forefathers, they don't have a reason. This thing has been festering for years, over 10 years.
You see, that is the problem. You believe them.
Forefathers.
You believe them. That's your mistake.
Forefathers, please. Forefathers, please. May you
people
not
that enslaved and colonized people. You think they actually care?
Forefathers,
unbelievable.
Forefathers, may you not see genocide in your life.
That is
wow. The people that inflicted that genocide is the same people that you are think they care for you right now. Don't you see that?
May you not see genocide in your life. If you see
don't want to see it too.
you
I
will
don't
not
want to
be
see it
speaking
too.
the way you are
But
speaking.
okay. So are you saying I should understand you that you are not speaking rationally? Is that what you are saying? Because you have seen genocide, that you're not speaking rationally?
Forefathers, go and ask the people in Benue what they're going through. You know, and then talk what you are saying to me now. Go and talk. Go and say that to them.
Hey, okay, not that what you are saying because you are close to the issue that you are not speaking rationally. It still doesn't make it correct.
You are the one not speaking rationally. You are not being rational.
Hold on.
You are not being human.
Let me say this.
We have an issue. We have an issue. We have an issue in the country. Listen, we have an issue in the country. You are asking me if the people who are talking and saying go and do up your house, whether they like me and so on. What's the meaning of that?
Yeah, because two wrongs do not make it right. Because two wrongs do not make it right, but you can't see that. Because you know what David Chappelle said once. He said, "Hold on, now let me say this."
Let me finish. You are a moderator. Let me finish. You hear me out.
You've been saying your piece.
That's why you allowed me. The people have been crying that they are dying. Nothing has been done. They have cried everywhere. They've run to government.
When they say they should secure the country, you don't want to secure the country.
Hold on now. They have won everywhere.
The same person that is crying for them right now don't care about securing the country.
Forefathers, I don't understand your point.
You care about food when they say that they should secure the country. You don't care, but you are the one crying right now about the genocide in Nigeria. I'm the one that's sitting here every day saying we should secure that country, that we are very vulnerable to all this insecurity problem. Suddenly now you care. When the foreigners want to attack us, you care.
You need to listen.
Unbelievable.
You need to listen to yourself. Securing the country has nothing to do with injustice. Securing your country has nothing to do with genocide. Why are you flipping up and down?
Has a lot to do with genocide.
Wait, guys. This argument. Wait. Please wait, because this argument is going to be another one of those arguments that just go off tangent on two issues. Now, I don't believe that you are speaking against each other in terms of the issues. There are big problems in the country. Unfortunately, our country is full of desperados. We're all very desperate. It makes our thinking absolutely off key. We are desperate to the point that we'll beg Americans to come into our nation and do their bidding, whatever it might be. What I am putting to us is that we have to wake up. I don't think we're awake, especially with all these off-key arguments. The fact of the matter is that Nigeria is almost doomed. It's almost doomed. We are really in a desperate situation. Instead of us actually making sure, Nigerians have had the opportunities to make sure that this kind of government is not the government that we have in place. Unfortunately, since 1999, we've had the same government style of governing since 1960, which is basically just be belligerent to your people. This is our issue. And this issue, as the young lady says, is with every single one of us. We are oppressors, natural-born oppressors. I feel that the way we think is actually our problem. We only begin to think when we become desperate. If the house is full, the fridge is full, the cupboards are full, everything is beautiful. The fact that there's a small problem in the corner, we'll forget that. But we allow that small problem in the corner to manifest into a big problem. Next minute, the fridge is empty, cupboards are empty, we're all starving. Everybody's worried. Rubbish. That's not how to think. That is not how to think. You see, if you are thinking at all, you have to really sit down and have communication that is not going to be easy. We try to have these uneasy communications here, and if we listen carefully, we can hear the biased thoughts of many people. And these biased thoughts are not going to bring us to where we want to be. Nigeria is still a country that has a lot going for it, including her people. Her people are the biggest assets, but they're also the biggest problem. And when we get into these funny arguments, I don't really like them. I'm listening to both sides, and you can swap positions and just keep the argument flowing. But it's not that kind of argument we want. The argument we want is how to proffer some kind of analytical solution to our biblical problems, because that's what they are. So, in my mind, there's seven of us.
I take your point about having to try to get to analytical solutions, and this is what I was trying to do. And I think when Jide said some people are being naive, I suspect that is what he was trying to highlight. We've had a history already, and we see people still today living in their pain. You know what Dave Chappelle once said? I think maybe one of you have seen it, when he was talking about the fire in Los Angeles, how some people were saying, "Oh, good, the fire to burn the rich people's houses and all the rest." He said that's why he hates poor people. They can't see beyond their pain. Because when just because you had pain doesn't mean you are correct with your analysis. There's a reason why doctors are excused from operating on their family members. You are already biased. You are too close to the incident. You can't see clearly. Because the person that is saying they want to come and rescue you, because you are traumatized, you don't see that person is still your enemy. He's the one that even funded people that come and cause the genocide in the first place.
Wait, calm down. Okay, calm down. I understand what you're saying, and it's real. The thing is, that complaint will not bring us to where we are. The fact that there is naivety in our country is obviously true. Is obviously true. The fact that there's uncaring, we don't care. I remember speaking to a cousin of mine many years ago as to see the problem in Maiduguri. Have you seen what's happening? He said to me that that's another country, which means that leave them to their problem. But now the problem has come so far down south that it's all our problem now. It's all our problem. But we had an opportunity to fix it before it expanded right across the nation. Everybody wants Africa. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Russians, the Americans, the European nations, they want Africa. Why? Because that's where wealth begins. That's the nation where there is abundance still. That's why they want it. But we who are African and are living in this abundance, all of us are poor, or we behave in a poor way. So sometimes the arguments that we have, it's just silly opinions as opposed to the actual issue. And I don't think it's very progressive.
My brother, Jack,
don't think it's progressive.
Let me just ask you a simple question, right? You see,
yes, sir.
You know, my biggest worry and problem with all of us, like as we are saying it, is that we are talking about a government in Nigeria that has problem with truth. This government, this illegitimate government you have in Nigeria, they have problem with truth. They have problem with telling people the real fact that is going on in Nigeria. And it is difficult for you as an individual to deal with anybody who is a dishonest person. If you are a manager in a place of work, or you a supervisor, a team lead in a place of work, and people that are working under you, you find one or two people that are dishonest, I don't think you can keep those people in that office. Because if you want to protect that office, you're not going to keep those people, because that will make you lose your job.
Question. What's your question, sir?
My question is that, have this government ever admitted anything for the past 2 years that is wrong in Nigeria?
I would agree with your sentiment, but I will come back and say to you, wait, bros. I'll come back and say to you that which government in Nigeria hasn't been a liar? Which government in Nigeria has told us the truth? Which government in Nigeria has really played for the people? None of them. None of them, bruh. In Nigeria, it doesn't matter if we have someone legitimate or illegitimate there. Nigeria is an illegitimate process as a country. It was illegitimate from its very beginning, and it remains the same. You know, Nigeria was pronounced after slavery. It was after slavery was denounced that Nigeria became a proposition. And that proposition came directly from slave thinking. That's where it came from. We don't seem to understand. You know that there was a long time in my own personal history where I was convincing my parents and their colleagues to think about the situation of slavery. You know, it was very difficult for them. They couldn't really grapple with the fact that slavery took place. Nigeria was the slave coast. That's what they called it. It was the slave coast.
Jago, can I ask you a question?
Go for it, bro.
Yeah. Now, we have a situation in our hands now, or on our hands now. How do we go forward? How do we deal with it? That's the critical question. We have a situation now. What do we do? If you were to advise government, what are you going to be saying to
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, no, wait, please. He asked me, please don't, G, they don't stop doing that. Stop pushing yourself where you're not concerned.
Okay.
Please. And there's no, I don't think you're in Nigeria where NEPA don't take light. Put your light on, make man.
Okay.
Let me try to answer your question, my brother. You see, Nigeria needs a revolution, and that revolution has to break the spell that Nigeria is under. Nigeria is under an evil spell. I don't know what kind of faith or spiritual practice anybody has, but I think we can all see that, you know, if you're as old as I am, and I see myself as a young person, because I'm still pleasing many women out there. I'm a very young man, almost. So the way I look upon things is that Nigeria needs a revolution. We need to break from the past. We need to wash our minds because our minds are filthy, full of rot. And anytime I speak to our people, I can just smell the rot of what our people have become. The level of desperation in our country, if there aren't minds that can galvanize for a revolution, I don't think there's any way for us. We will be re-enslaved. I pronounce again, we will be re-enslaved. So, for fear of that re-enslavement, that should be our conscious notion to revolt. We have to revolt because we can see the majority of our leaders, and I will say up to 95% of them, are against progress in that nation. They don't know what to do. So again, because we are in the diaspora and we have an understanding of how this whole world works, good or bad, we are the ones that are actually going to have to push for this revolution to actually take place. Because in Nigeria, the problem is too close, just as Forefather mentioned in why they don't allow doctors to do surgery on their family members. This is a serious matter. The people in Nigeria are too close to pain. They're too close to the problem. The only people who have air and time to think about the issues that concern Nigeria are us. And if we don't come together and put together practical solutions for a revolution, because that's what we need. We don't even need 2027. 2027, I don't even believe that there should be any election, given the fact that we all know that the last 4 years by then would have been a government that is not just illegitimate, but worse than the previous governments before. So we as a people are the only ones who can put up a real stop to this. If we do not, then we do invite the Western hegemony to come in and play with us. So that's my real thought. If we don't come together and revolt, then nothing's going to happen. This is why we are looking for saviors. This is why we are.
My worry about revolt is that
Wait, bro. Wait, I haven't finished. Wait, please.
You're repeating the same point again.
Wait, please. Say wait. Wait, please. My goodness, we don't have to
don't
argue
go on
about wait,
forever. You've
please.
been talking now. Don't go on forever.
Don't. Please don't speak to me like I'm your child. I'm not your child.
I'm not
Please.
speaking to you like my
Allow
child.
me
You
just
have
to
been
finish.
talking.
You are, bro. Just calm down. All I'm saying, brother Tony, is that without a revolution, we do invite foreign nationals into our nation. That's all I was going to say, forefather.
Oh, thank you for that. See, my own regret is that after all our history, it should have been straightforward to understand what our problem is now and say, you know what, okay, yes, I feel the pain. Like now, I feel the pain of Nigeria too. If anybody in the South say they don't feel the pain of Nigeria, then they really need to have their head examined, because the South has been decimated by Nigeria by and large. The wealth of the country has fed most parts of the country, but it hasn't done that much for them. So from that point of view, we do have our own issues too. So, and all parts of the country are going through that. So how can we not realize that, okay, yeah, we have our own issues, but those guys are the guys that came, kidnapped our forefathers, treated them horribly overseas, colonized us, gave us these leaders, and ensured that these leaders remain the same and misgoverned us for 60 years. They orchestrated all this. They say it themselves, they don't hide it. So how can we pretend as if we don't know that? Then we are saying, oh, come and attack us again anyway, because it's going to be good for us. It will never be good for us. And let me just finish very quickly with the last point about revolution. The thing about revolution that worries me a lot is that revolutions tend to be more successful in nations where you have power or you have a superpower backing you. If you don't, you are still going to fall into the hands of those people that are powerful. So that is, you have to calibrate it carefully.
This is what I've got to say. My brother, this is what I've got to say. And it's true, we have to be careful. Since the 67 war, since that time, there was a big reason for us to revolt. Then the corruption wasn't as bad as it is today. But it was very important at that time for the whole of the South to know who was Nigeria. And what I mean by that is where the power, where the economic power came from, where the political power was, and where the people were educated. This is power. But instead of us in the South coming together, we decided on ethnicity. We decided that ethnicity would rule. And we decided that there's Igbo, Yoruba, and all those in between. The middle belt of Nigeria, or the Midwest of Nigeria at that time, was where the economic power really was. And we were just coming into it. But not the Igbo, not the Yoruba, saw it enough that we need to be protective over this power. So what happened? That war took place, and then everything in our economic power became open to the whole of Nigeria. And in this opening to the whole of Nigeria and becoming a unitary system, instead of keeping on the regional system, which was very important to keep, we became a unity system, which allowed the power to seep to the north, where the education was lacking, where it seemed that there was very little under the ground because of our own way of looking at things. There was always minerals in the ground of the north. But we, because of where we are bigoted, Nigerian tribal mental crazy people, we now sold our power to the north. Now the north has been controlling the whole of Nigeria. We are bickering with each other like damn fools. But we don't really see the history like that. What we do when we look about the history, we still say, and it was the Igbo fault. The Yoruba didn't join us. Rubbish talk, which is what we get into. We like getting into rubbish talk, wasting our time.
Okay,
we don't think.
My brother Jago, listen. We have listen. Do you know the solution to this we are talking? Is it all of you who are afraid of America coming to, if you don't want America to bully you, I've always said this present government is accomplice to crime, the accomplice to the insecurity in Nigeria.
I have an immediate solution.
If they want to solve this problem, it's not going to take them 48 to 72 hours because they know where these people are. They are accomplice to the crime. The governor of Borno State and the man from Yobe State has said it publicly that they know where these people are, but the federal government cannot give them the power to go after these people. So they are accomplice to the insecurity in Nigeria. They are the people because they are benefiting from it. They are the people that are making billions.
Absolutely.
So if they don't
this is why
America, if they don't want the bully of America to, if they don't want America to bully them, they are in a position to put it right. They have 1 week from tomorrow and begin to put action to stop the insecurity, to stop the killing. Because that's what I said. I've been saying it since I come into this platform. As long as this government is the accomplice to the crime and the insecurity in Nigeria, there is not going to be any solution. Because why? Because that's the only way that is part of the way that they are stealing our natural resources.
Bros, I have to put it to you that I agree with everything you're saying, and I agree that there is no solution without a revolution. None. Because you're correct. The powers that be are the biggest criminals in that country. No matter who steals anything. The powers that be are the biggest criminals. That's why we need a revolution. We need to push that devil out of our system. If we don't do that, I'm telling you, a bigger devil is coming. A bigger one. Because we haven't understood.
Let me ask you something, Jagun. Sorry, everybody. I'm just jumping in. I took some time out. Don't you even look? I don't support a foreign power coming to run stuff here. But you're talking about revolution. Don't you think revolutions happen when there's a foreign power involved?
Well, this is what forefather has said. The way I look at the world today, in terms of the foreign powers that be, we have Russia, we have China, we have America, we have Europe. And that is the main division of power. Nigeria, believe it or not, the power that Nigeria holds, but does not understand that it holds this power, is the biggest issue of us as Africans.
But
we are very.
But here's the problem.
I understand what I'm saying.
Oh, go ahead.
I understand what I'm saying. Please. We as a nation, we need to be very flexible in the way we handle power. Firstly, for me, China is already involved economically. Our economic power is very important to us. However, a country like Russia could indeed help us in power terms, in terms of balancing and protecting our sovereignty. Given these two Eastern powers, we can leverage the fact that we are dealing strongly with these Eastern powers with the Western powers. We can leverage with them very well. Then, and including, we need to start bringing the African power and the Black power around the world under us. This gives us complete global presence. It will give us global presence. Once we have global presence, we are a superpower. But no Nigerian is thinking like that. Nigerians don't think like that. They're scared.
I don't like generalizations. You can't claim to be the smartest Nigerian, who thinks just the best.
If I'm not the smartest, if I'm not the smartest, then maybe I'm the second smartest. How about that?
No, but you get.
I know. I mean that flippantly.
No. So here's the deal. Okay, we've got a foreign power coming in. Meanwhile, China does not support any type of revolution. They never support any country. China is there for business only. So anybody thinking China is going to come support them to do any revolution?
You have to listen to me very well. The joke I made at the end in saying that
No,
Nigerians
I'm
don't
talking
think
about you talked about two Eastern powers. Hold on. So we
I
in
just
this
want to
world
discuss
for
with you
now.
all parties will allow. Listen, I just wanted to say, understand the chronology of what I said. I began with China and said that they would help us with our economic power because me and you agree they have got nothing to do with anybody's politics. Good. The country that does politically care is Russia. And I said that if we tie a lot of our processes to put to Russia to assist us in what we're saying about the West, Russia will assist.
No,
Then-
Russia won't assist. You see this, and that's why I'm
They will
trying
assist,
to
bro.
not let you go down. No, look.
Can I respond?
Hold on now. Let me finish. If Russia was going to assist anybody, it was going to be Iran. You know, when Iran ran into problems, look, you know, it's just yesterday. Russia said, oh no, we got no military pact. They let, you know, the West pound Iran like a baby. You know, my point is we've got a superpower now coming in. If we want to do this revolution thing, there may just be a fertile ground or just some type of opportunity that Nigerians can take to, you know, take over power for themselves. You know, I don't know how it's going to look. Look, nobody knows what's going to happen. You know, even people who are saying, oh, you don't want to, even me that I'm saying, oh, we don't want a foreign power to come in. This APC invited America to come during Obama's regime. They did. They said Goodluck couldn't do it. They did. This same APC. We just put in context.
Just to put things into context, let's even assume the Nigerian government means well for the Nigerian people. The Nigerian government is not an accomplice in the terrorist attacks that have been going on and the insecurity. Let's just assume. The solution is very clear and very easy. You have the Sahel, you have the AES. If you look at Venezuela, I will use Venezuela as an example. You see, when Trump said he was going to bomb Venezuela, right? When they started bombing those boats, you know what Venezuela did? They seek leverage with their regional neighbors, like Colombia, like Brazil. They went to United Nations, right, to make their case about the fact that they don't traffic drugs, they are not a dictatorship. You understand? Those are the steps Nigeria. If let's assume our government is responsible. So you have Niger, you have Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso, you have the other one, Mali. Just collaborate with them. Collaborate with them militarily. Those ones, they have alliance with Russia. You see what I'm saying? Then those ones will make a statement.
Of course.
That is very simple.
Absolutely.
Those ones will make a statement that if you attack
Is it to me, bro? You see, Jide, you are right.
I swear Donald Trump.
That's somebody thinking.
They will not come. They will
Brother
not come.
Brother Jide, you made a very good point.
You see, Jide, wait, please, if I may. Jide, you see, my brother, what you are saying is absolutely right. I left those points out, thinking that people will catch on. But people can't read between the lines. They don't do it. They just want it. They want the solution on a platter. They want the solution, and that's never going to happen. And I was cut off. The solution comes from us. And if we're waiting for someone to write this solution for us, forefather, please now. Stop muting me now, forefather. This solution.
I don't think forefather is.
I don't think it's forefather.
No. Look,
it says to me the host has muted you.
Oh, okay.
And forefather is not saying anything.
Okay. Yeah. So Jide, you know, we don't normally agree, but I think we've got some.
Oh, you can't hear me.
You know,
I can hear OG now.
no. So We do have
hold on. Why do you guys behave like this now? A guy wanted to say something, but you guys just run rough shoulder over him. Jago goes ahead.
But let Oga I get his own space now. This is that time.
Is that why you were reaching me?
What's the problem now?
Let's
that's very rude,
I was
man.
saying something.
That's so
I didn't
rude.
know my mic. I didn't know my mic wasn't making coming.
That's so rude, man. How can you just mute someone like that?
I was talking, trying to tell you to wait for Aga.
Nah, man, that's rude, man. You're just rude. As a host, you're very rude.
You're welcome. I'm very
Go
rude.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm rude.
Don't mind them.
You are rude.
Go ahead.
You just don't recognize it. You think that everything that you do is valid. Everything that you do is not valid.
Whenever I'm talking, AY starts crying. What's the problem? AY, what's the problem? You
Let
can't
me
talk.
What do you mean?
Whenever can't Christians let Christians breathe. Just if it's not Islamic thing, you're just
you talk too much. Blah 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 blah. You talk like
I don't know what I don't come to this show as often as you. You
talk a lot of.
You gotta let us talk, man. I know you want jihad, but we will be fine.
You should rise above these things. I think you are intellectually capable of rising above
but why is he just not letting me talk?
Ignore him. Let Oga Ike speak. We are still forgetting that he wanted to speak on this one.
Gentlemen, Oga Ike has given us his own opinion of what the government should be doing. Jide has also given an opinion.
Christ, what is wrong with that people?
Jide has also
given. So you are summarizing what he hasn't said already.
Yes, Jide has already given. No, he spoke when you went out. No, when you went out, Brother Ike spoke. Jide has
he wanted to say
spoken.
something to Jide just now. You are just summarizing what he hasn't said.
The person who has not spoken is AY. The question that I asked is, we are now in this
Are you trying to take it from Oga Ike again?
No. Ike has spoken. If you ask them, they will tell you. We are now in
He
a
hasn't
problem.
spoken. He's right there.
No, that's the truth. No,
Wait.
Mr. Tony is right. To be honest,
We have a problem. We have a problem in our hands. Going forward, what should the government do? How should the government handle the situation? That was the question Jide answered. That was the question Ike answered. And Jagu, also, he started first by purviewing his opinion. AY hasn't said
I haven't said anything. I just asked the question.
Our sister hasn't said anything.
Let me say something about that. This fake
AY, wait. I'm not gonna let these side panel moderators take over here. Okay, I remember you wanted to say something to Jide when he said Jide made a point and Jago took over. Have you said that piece that you wanted to say?
No, because I wasn't. Brother Tony, for example, is correct. I said something, but when Jide made a statement, I wanted to say something to Brother Jide, to his opinion on what he said. So that was why.
Exactly, that's what I wanted you to say, and they seem to have gone round and round. Please go ahead and just say it, please.
Yeah, Brother Jide, what I wanted to say is that you made a point, but remember, what is Nigerian position with the countries you are talking about? We have not played a fatherly role in those countries, so they cannot stand with you. I don't know if you get what I'm telling you, because if you're talking about Mali, Burkina Faso, maybe Benin Republic, Cote d'Ivoire, and Senegal, and all the rest of them in Africa, we are not playing a fatherly role as the giant of Africa. So because we are not there for them. I don't think that Nigeria has anything to do with Mali and Burkina Faso.
That's the thing,
right?
Yeah, right.
What you said is a very good point. But the problem is that we as a country, Nigeria, we are no more in a position.
Oh, he's on mute. But I can on mute.
See, we are not in a position to be a father to these countries because we have showed our respect. So that's the problem. If not, the idea you brought is a good one. Okay, so but
you see, the thing is, if I may say, my brother, I just want to put this to you, sir, that in these three nations that you just mentioned, do you know that they will prefer Nigeria to be sensible and come on board, and that they do not blame Nigerians, they blame Tinubu himself for what has happened. That's who they blame, and they are very correct in their assertion. Very. So it's not to say that if there is diplomatic communication between the AES countries and ourselves, that we do not mention and even apologize for the ill facilitating of the Western powers back into Africa to our brothers in the AES. But we would have to make this kind of appeal. It's negotiation, and we must always understand that we have that. You know, it's not the end.
True.
What do you say to that, sir?
Listen, because Nigeria is too big. Nigeria will not apologize to Mali or to Burkina Faso or to Niger or to any other country, right? So that's the problem. So I would have loved what Jide said to be feasible in a situation and circumstances that Africa is right now. Look at what is happening in Cameroon. Look at what had just happened in Cameroon. A man that every time he is fattened. A man that is of 100 years.
Yeah, but what if that was the only solution to withstand what America is doing now, working with Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali? What if that is the only way? Are we going to say we are too big to do that, then we watch our nation fall apart?
No, but there's some people in this government will tell Tinubu that Nigeria cannot go and bow down to Mali and Burkina Faso. That's the problem. The advice will be don't go and bow down to them. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So we don't want, listen, like we are saying here, I don't want America to take Nigeria whatever is. I don't want America to come into Nigeria. But what my own anger about Nigeria is that my problem is that the people that are saying they represent me and you have never admitted anything. The chief security, the security advisor of Nigeria have told the world that the insecurity has gone in Nigeria. Is it me that is saying it? The man that is in charge of security of Nigeria advising the president has told you that insecurity has gone. So what are you talking about?
No, America is threatening us. This government is one of the most unlucky. I don't know what I would call it unlucky. Sorry.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Father.
No. You know. AY, say your piece, please. AY, say your piece. You have had more than your say.
Not me, eh?
You know, thank you more, please. You can say something anytime you want to. So you know that she's just watching right now.
What I think what I'm about to say is the Nigeria foreign minister. To be honest, I don't think he's doing a great job. I feel
he's not a natural or that. It doesn't seem like a natural.
A lot of Nigeria don't even know him.
Why don't they give it to Bianca? I've always thought Bianca would have been a better foreign minister.
Yeah, you know, she's the state minister. I think she's the state foreign minister.
But do we have foreign minister? AY?
Yes, we do. We have foreign minister. I forgot his name.
I never heard about Nigerian foreign minister. Who is he?
Yeah, that is the problem, right? So instead of you to look for people with experience along this line that can really have communication with countries,
and you want to have an element of charisma. You have charisma.
We used to have what's the name? Godfrey. Was it during Goodluck or during? He was really good. We've had people that can actually occupy.
You know, I like the Lavrov. I like Lavrov for Russia. This one, I don't think they've changed him all this while because he's charismatic, even if he's not, the prettiest person, but he knows how to make people feel at ease. He communicates clearly. Yeah. But our own just seems like a bureaucrat. I think someone like Bianca would have been better.
I think Bianca can do it. Yeah.
It's our local now.
Right.
You know,
is the foreign minister not this? I think it's Hausa guy. This Hausa guy.
Yeah, it's Hausa guy. Yeah, he's the one. I forgot
his name. Good. He's good. I've listened to him.
He's a good guy. That guy.
I like his ideas. I like him, but he sounds like a bureaucrat.
They were showing him speaking, and I was really impressed about what he was saying because he was refusing to take in deportees.
Yes.
We can't help
you like it for his ideas. But that's not.
No. We should bring. What's his name?
Is he a career diplomat?
Yeah, I think Tago. I don't know his name, but
it sounds like
I know
that's right.
But that's
he's got a nice name like this.
being headstrong is not diplomacy now. You can't just go.
I like
you
his
know,
ideas, but I like
yeah,
the
but
idea
you
he's
can't go
strong-headed.
and just say your ideas.
I don't think Bianca has enough now global understanding to be a foreign minister because she's pretty. You are saying that this guy from Russia is not pretty. I mean, what kind of comment is that? You know what I mean? He's a strong man. He's a strong man, man.
Let me give you my reasoning. Bianca has been around politics for a very, very long time, so she's not a stranger to politics.
Well, she's not a politician, really.
She's been an ambassador. She's been an ambassador also.
She was the ambassador of Nigerian.
And she's got education to back it up.
It's not like
she was an ambassador at some point.
But you know, look, the main problem we have here.
I was referring to Godfrey Oyema. He was really good. The time we had him as foreign minister.
That man was a superstar.
Yeah, the old one.
You took it that long ago, 70s. Bro, you can't play with that kind of person. You can't play that. That's a real somebody.
To be honest, yeah, we still have.
That was the last real foreign minister Nigeria ever had. Nigeria hasn't had a person like that.
So what I'm saying, right?
Who is that? Who is the man you're referring to?
Geoffrey Oyema.
Geoffrey Oyema. Okay, I don't know him.
Buhari's government or Jonathan's government?
I think it was in Jonathan's government.
No, it was before that. It was before that. It was during. He was in the change. Wait, his first position. Wait. His first position, I believe, was in the changeover of the first something and the Biafra war, and they were asking him to stay over the Biafra situation.
You're talking about a different person altogether. No.
What's that guy's name, Joe? Please.
Yeah. No, the guy
is
old, like 90-something years old.
Yes, he is.
No,
I forgot his name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I like that guy, man.
Yeah, but here's the problem we have. Before you're talking about the AES countries and all that, we don't have unity in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we don't like each other.
It's because people like you. That's
when you're gonna accuse me, that's fine.
Let's have unity from this platform.
No, how can I unite with you when you don't? Everything I say, because you're Muslim, you don't agree with it.
We don't have to agree on everything, but we can easily unite. I don't have anything similar to Jago. We are not from the same place. We are not, but we can easily unite. I can listen to him because
that's fine. Now you can listen to him. I have other people who can listen. Who can listen. No. Don't see.
It's true. It's true, but you don't know it. But that's the truth. That's
you. You see, you have your friends in the panel and the people you agree with. I don't agree with you in many things, and there's no problem with that. I'm just talking about. Hold on. You're talking about going to recruit other countries. I'm saying in the country, we don't agree with each other. We don't like each other. We
don't need to agree with each other. We have to like each other.
Well, we at least you see one thing that I've spoken about for a very long time.
Your siblings, do you agree on?
No, hold on now. But what I've spoken about time after time is the need for patriotism. Americans, hold on. When I make a point that is good, then you start laughing. Republicans and Democrats don't agree, but they are patriotic. Many of them, they love their country. Nigeria, many Nigerians don't like Nigeria. Nigeria wasn't good to you. That's why you ran away. Many people are accusing Nigeria. Even our leaders are the ones who hate the country the most. They want to cripple the country.
Our leaders are the reflection of us, the people, because if we're talking about patriotism, then we can understand from our thinking, because people are actually encouraging foreign country to come and invade us. Exactly. And I was saying earlier that no matter how divided America is, see how horrible America has treated Black Americans, but they would never say foreign country, you want to invade us? Come. We are expecting because we are not. It's not benefiting us. Anyways,
well, I don't agree with you actually.
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
But you spark, invade them. You said this many times. Hold on. You say
we got 30 minutes to round up for today, so let's make it count. 30 minutes.
I know because you said it.
To invade America, Americans unite.
Yes, but
no matter the
Nigeria brought Russia to invade
that you say it many times doesn't make it correct. I think out of respect, because you're a lady, just let it right. Hold on. You made your point. Let me make my point.
No, but I want to hear the part that is not correct. That's
what I want
to
say. To himself.
Yeah.
Not ever correct in his.
Let me. Well, you see, this is the problem.
He just loves to listen to himself.
Odi, why do you listen to AY? Don't bother. It's not going to let you talk. Don't bother.
Yeah.
Don't listen to AY.
The point is this. America has been treating its citizens fairly. You can say Black Americans are not treated well. I live in this country. People have opportunities. It may not be 100% for everybody, but you can see there's welfare for people. People don't have to go to bed hungry. In Nigeria, the government does not care. Why wouldn't people like a country that takes care of them? Why would people not be patriotic? You say, oh, we are a reflection of our leaders. Absolutely, we are. Many people here are waiting for their turn to go and steal, if it's possible. Yeah, but the problem doesn't remove the premise that we are not patriotic. I didn't say, I'm not sure if I ask you to go and carry arms and fight for Nigeria, will you do that?
No,
Americans are coming. Will you carry arms and go and fight for Nigeria? No, one question.
No, I want you to speak on the part that you said is not correct.
I've said it. I said that you said Americans are patriotic. I've given.
I said no. I said if a foreign country threatens to invade America,
that's a qualifier.
Will unite
because America takes care of their citizens. What I'm saying, Nigerians are not patriotic because Nigeria does not care about them. That's what I'm saying. And don't see Nigerian soldiers are fighting in Russia. They're escaping and going to fight in Russia, and they are posting themselves. They're whatever, for whatever reason.
But that don't speak to who we are as a people. You don't see.
No, it's not. No, it's about it's about how our country takes us. I'm asking you a question now. Will you take arms? America is coming, right? Will you go back to Nigeria and take arms and fight for Nigeria?
When push comes to shove, why not?
I will do it.
Yes. When push comes to shove, I will.
Not me.
I will.
Look at AY with your pot belly.
I will beat you like that. I put me with that pot belly. I will smuggle you.
Because you will see from the way we speak to each other, from how we relate to each other, you can see from the way we talk about it. Nobody is not perfect. This system is not perfect. You are talking about that is a delusion for you to say that
Nigeria, my brother. You're trying to portray a narrative that I hate Nigeria. I don't hate Nigeria.
There's reverb. Forefathers. Reverb is there.
You do.
Just put things into perspective. Jaguar is from me.
Jaguar.
I don't know who he's from.
I just turned
off my mic. It's not from me.
Muted. I think it has to be Jagun. I think I just assume he's guilty, but it might be not.
I said I'm muted. It's not you.
Yeah, it's you, Jagun.
Oli, what do you think is going to happen?
He stopped now, Jagun.
I think Jagun, I think you need to leave and come back.
No.
It's not me. I just muted myself.
I don't think it's Jagun. Let me see who else.
I did the test before I asked you.
Hello.
You just like putting my name where it doesn't belong.
You know, I like to blame you for everything, Jack.
Coming from you, it's nothing note.
If I can blame you for this Trump threat, I would have done it a long time ago. It's just I don't find the
It's not my fault that you are a bastard. It's not my fault that your father wasn't around when you were born.
Look at that. You see this bad boy. This guy is just about
the minutes for us because
sometimes the way you behave, it's not easy.
We have 25 minutes.
Just share the minutes now. Share the minutes among everybody. Two
No,
minutes.
let everybody talk. Don't share anything, man. Just
Naeem. Well said, brother Ike.
Arguing with AY. See all these people that like to. Okay, I can't believe Jagun liked.
Yeah, on minutes.
Until we put our sentiment aside, because we keep focusing on the wrong thing all the time. We are looking at don't you think that we have the class problem in Nigeria? And it's not only in Nigeria though, but we have class problem because when Dangote, who is an Hausa man, wants to have a whatever celebration, wedding for whatever it is that he wants to have, he's gonna invite Uzo Kalu or Wike or whatever, wherever. What are they not together? But we, the people, will be fighting Igbo. That's why I don't engage in discussion when it comes to tribal and all of that. I do not care. Give me Ibibio man that would push Nigeria forward. I'll take it. Give me an Hausa man that will push it. I'll take it. Give me an Igbo man that will push Nigeria.
That is for what patriotism
I do not care.
Not all these fake.
I do not care whoever is there.
Is anybody but Christian for AY or somebody from the Southeast? You know, look, my sister, like I don't know you from Adam, and I believe everything you said. You know, and I everything you said. You know, and it's good for people's mentality. But I'll tell you, there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the elite and the rest. You know, at the top, there's no tribalism. At the top, there's no tribalism. It's when you come at the bottom.
So you know that. Then why do you
exactly
propagate tribalism on platform? Then is that not good? That is
what are you talking about?
But you said that we have only two tribes in Nigeria, the elite and the.
Yes.
But you come here and propagate tribalism. Why do you
What
do
do you
that?
mean by how do I propagate tribalism? You're the person full of it. No,
that is my problem with you. That's
the only
why
thing.
I'm always
Well, you can go to hell. To be honest, you know.
All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Let's do 2 minutes.
Because you can say anything. You're a conquered person. You know, I don't really.
It's your mic.
Okay, let me have my 2 minutes so I can just leave.
Don't come here and propagate tribalism.
What I'm saying is, until we start looking beyond where we are from and all of, because the South people in the Southwest are not enjoying anything from the Tinubu or whatever. The people in the South, we are just all the same. We are all in the same boat. So why are we facing each other until then? And don't let us forget the online warriors, the people that are fighting online, because you don't know who you are talking to. They are keypad warriors. They have bots that have infested the internet. So you're just fighting in vacuum, and you are just keeping animosity toward your fellow brother and sisters. Meanwhile, these people are bots. They are bots. They are not real.
Can I ask you a question? So you mean all those people talking on all those like TikTok, they are not human beings?
A lot of people are not. A lot of people are actually not.
Those bots can pretend to actually be human beings and talk like Nigerians.
But don't you think that our division is their superpower? The divided way, because people are buying bots. You didn't see this that came out, information about in somewhere in Europe, like they invaded, they stumbled into like a bot. Whatever, I can't remember now. Like that they are the bot farm. So yes, so when you are fighting with people, you are keeping animosity toward your fellow brothers and sisters. So for me, and this is how I see it, until we look beyond where we are from, we are fighting online. People are saying stuff online. I don't even pay attention to it because I don't know who you are. People are just doing stuff. They are just typing whatever it is. Like I said, majority of them are bots. But when we look beyond that and say, oh, these people are Nigerian, tell me where in Southwest is developed. Tell me that. Give me a place that is developed. We're just working in the same way. These people are they know that we'll fight. When it's election time or there's a discussion, they throw that in the midst and people are just scrambling and fighting for that. And they just keep doing whatever they're doing. And we're just buying it all the time. He's as old as I don't know. We should, I think when we look beyond that, then we can move forward as a people. Because if you're clamoring for I want to go, you want to go, I don't know where we're going.
Don't mute, it's making noise. Yeah, I really agree with your point today, because the overall point you're making is that we have to try to see beyond our differences and our pain. Because this pain, if you think it's bad, it will be worse when these people come and cause trouble for us. I think I feel it's with your mic. You may need to go out and come back again. Your mic seems to be.
Oh, is it you or?
No, it's I speak the truth.
No, I don't think it was him, because he had his mic on. He was on mute all the time when he was going before.
No, he's the one. He's the one. Definitely.
Anyway.
Okay, now let's do the 2 minutes. Okay, let's start. Jide, do you want to start with the 2 minutes? Because we are finishing in about here. Jide, go ahead then, 2 minutes.
There's something I want to say. You see, this man, Nigeria. So, like, I was thinking about something as we were talking, right? So let me use an example of a country like Cuba. Cuba, that small country, that island that is close to Miami. So I'm just imagining if Donald Trump can come out and say, okay, you never know, right? He can say, oh, now we want a military intervention on Cuba. Cuba is a dictatorship. We want to intervene in Cuba. After over 60 years of sanctions, right? Guess what? There will be political ramifications. Do you know that tiny island? You know why? Because Cuba is not just a country that, that has resources. Cuba is a country that is ideological. They have a strong ally. They have a strong ally. They have a very cohesive government, a responsible government. So if Trump wants to go and invade Cuba, it will have political ramifications even in the US. Now, compare Cuba, that tiny island. Cuba does not have nuclear weapons, so they don't have any nuclear weapons. But you know what they have? They have a strong ally.
But Jide, let me ask you a question. What would America gain by invading Cuba?
Sorry. We are doing 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. I didn't know that. Sorry.
I will answer within my 2 minutes. It's like saying, what would America gain by invading Venezuela, right? I mean, we know the answer. I don't want to go deep into it, but you know the answer, right? It's like saying, what would America gain by invading Venezuela? It's the same narrative, right? So the point I'm making now is that Nigeria as a country, we need strong anti-imperialist ally. This is the opportunity for us to form strong alliances. I gave an example with AES, but it does not even have to be AES. It can be Russia, it can be Iran. This is now the time for us to now rely on anti-imperialist allies to help us with our insecurity and to help us against the enemy that is now showing himself and has unmasked himself. If not, all the atrocities we've had for 500 years, that up to now we are serious, we are still gallant. Maybe this might be the point of no return where we may start moving towards extinction. I will stop there. Our live wants to talk. Have a good night, guys. Good night.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Well done.
Good night, Jide.
No, brother Jide, don't go. I have something. I want to end with you on a lighter.
It's Tony now. Tony knows it's his turn now.
No, I know. I'm just telling brother Jide, don't go.
Okay.
Tony, please go ahead. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Well, what is happening is sad. I think it's a lesson in governance for those who are in authority and for all of us, that you must do the right thing. You need to carry your people along. You need to be transparent. You need to be fair. That is the reason why people will elect you to move the country forward. Find the embers of ethnicity and religion and hate. So, and this is part of the consequence. So going forward, what am I expecting the government to do? I think there's a very short time. And I think that right now we need doings in the external affairs to meet the eggheads and think of a solution. First of all, dialogue, give us some time, and then we can sort out, whatever is the problem, and then learn from there. I think that's the issue now. That's what I would say. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us today, Tony. I appreciate your contribution as always. Oga Ike, so what do you make? 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I want to end on a lighter mood with Brother Jide. Brother, I want to ask you a question. Is your girlfriend from Venezuela or your wife, is he from Venezuela?
If you can give me one from Cuba, if you can give me a wife from Venezuela or Cuba, I don't mind. Those women are too beautiful. If you can give me one.
Seriously, you be saying Nigerian women are the prettiest, yeah.
Okay. Right.
Those women are very beautiful.
Because what I'm asking is because you always use Venezuela when you want to. So I think you have a special attachment to Venezuela, probably, maybe.
No, to be fair, the reason why I mentioned those countries is because I want us to mirror ourselves like them. Because honestly, these countries, they are almost in the same status with them. But the point is, they are not as wealthy as the United States or United Kingdom. But we can use them as an example of a country where the people
are
in coalition with the
government. Have you been to Venezuela before?
No, I haven't. But I don't. The thing is, that's the thing. They may be very poor.
Let me tell you.
Okay.
Venezuela, from here where I live in the island, is about 2 hours. So I know Venezuela very well, and I want to tell you what Maduro, what the government of Venezuela is trying to paint the picture outside is not the real thing. You know how people live in Venezuela? People live in Venezuela like in the days of China, where you don't say anything, you don't speak, you don't say anything in public against Maduro. You don't say anything, anybody to hear about Maduro. And I want to tell you another thing. The population of Venezuela that lives from Aruba to Curacao to Bonaire to Stasia, they are in millions. Because that country, they are blessed like Nigeria. But the people right now are eating from the dustbin in the street. That's what I'm just telling you.
But how come do they supply food? They supplied food to Cuba recently.
That because politicians, government, that relationship between Cuba and Venezuela is not based on because Venezuela has enough. No, it's to keep the political alignment. You were talking about if Nigeria could have go back with Mali, Burkina Faso. It's the same thing. It's keeping that relationship with Venezuela, with Cuba, with Peru, with Costa Rica. It's just that politics they are playing. It's not that they have enough. I'm just telling you the fact.
No, I know.
Because this is a place that I know very well. So that's why I say I'm ending in a good note. And if you're able to get Venezuelan ladies, they are very beautiful. They are very responsible and very humble wives. The ones I know that are married where I stay or even in their place. They are very responsible women because I don't know, maybe because of the economic situation or because of the political situation. Because when they leave Venezuela, it's like they have their freedom because they feel free. That kind of a stuff. So. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. God bless you. Have a wonderful Sunday. Okay, if you are looking at a Venezuelan lady, I will try to get one for you if you want.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Look at that, guy man. The guy man wants to find you another woman. I've always been looking at Ike as a guy man.
Particularly those Afro Latinos, man, they are so beautiful, man. All right.
Yeah, I always hear that Venezuelan women are pretty. I don't see that though. I don't know why I don't see them. I don't know the ones I'm seeing. But it's all right.
Like normal, like normal, bro. You're like normal, forefather. You're looking at the wrong. You're looking at the wrong thing. As per normal, you're probably looking at Venezuelan men and confusing the whole issue.
You see this guy? You see this enemy of progress? He's always doing this nonsense. Move on already. Is he your
Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Costa Rica, Colombia.
Thank you.
Es muy guapa. Todos
So
España
listen,
es muy guapa. Now, my
For
first,
me,
your 2 minutes?
sorry.
Jago, do
in
your
fact,
2 minutes then.
Yes, thank you. My first thing actually is to thank Brother Speaks. I call him Brother Speaks because he speaks in a way of deep analysis. We don't always agree, but one thing I have to say that I'm happy with is that I can see your face for the first time since you've been coming here. And secondly, I appreciate today's words. Today's words they meant a lot to me. So not you thanking me, but just the way you presented today and what you have to say. I want to say that. I'll move on to say that this channel of ours, I do like it. I like the brotherliness. I like why we are here. The things I don't like, I wish they weren't with us, because I believe that we can make much progress. You know, we're in a world right now that is going mad quickly. What I see around me here in London, and then when I look at, I don't watch TV, so it's not news. Yeah, it is news that I'm looking at. It's news items from internet and stuff like this. I'm increasingly worried. And I've not lived my life as a worried person, if you understand me. I've been very free in my life, you know. And with the fact that I see that in my own lifetime, there has been rights taken away in the UK. And I read rights taken away in a place like America, rights taken away across the European region, rights that we've never had in Nigeria and countries like this are being taken away even further. I worry about us as Nigerians. I worry about the world as a whole. And I really need us as a people to engage our own individual power and know what it is. I think that we suffer from too much fear as Africans and even as Nigerians that are supposed to be these bold, wonderful people. I think that we probably have more fear than any other. And I need us to think that, no, I'm not going to operate under fear and silly suspicions about everybody else apart from myself. I really need for us all to look in the mirror and re-engage with ourselves, relate again with ourselves. I think it's when we relate with the person in the mirror, as Michael Jackson would say, it's then that we have an opportunity to really relate with our brother and sister out there. So, you know, I want to end on that forefather, especially my brother, you know, I like you, but you behave in an unconscious, belligerent, myopic, what's that word? Not myopic. When you don't care what somebody else thinks or does, impunity. You behave with a lot of impunity, and you don't recognize that that's what you do, and it comes across really childish. And I'm not your enemy, you understand? But if I met you face to face, the first thing is a banging them out, you know, before hello. The first thing is a quick banging them out and see if I can correct you violently. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So nice one. Next is One Africa. You want to go to next?
Nah, that's me, man. I heard him speak for like an hour. Like,
okay, please.
I heard him all night, like he was the guest. Listen.
Wow.
Yeah, he was a guest tonight. In the short term, I think Nigeria should try to develop an alliance with maybe Russia and China, but that could also backfire if we do it openly, because that could be seen as a form of aggression by these knuckleheads in charge of the White House right now. In the long term, I think as far as we can stave off the madness they're threatening Nigeria with, is to try to figure out how do you bring the Nigerian people along with the government, because, like I always said, things like this will not happen if you had, for example, a people where there wasn't as much poverty as we have in Nigeria. We have extreme poverty. And I've always complained about this. And forefathers and you always went at it. What do we need more? I say we need to improve the social economic welfare of the people. And I think with that actually comes the security, not so much with bombs, not so much with guns, not so much with force. If you have people, for example, that can make a living for themselves, people that can go to school without worrying about electricity going out, people that the mother's pregnant, she doesn't have to go to the hospital not knowing if she's going to die there because the lights went out. There's no IV. The doctors are subpar. You know, that is the security Nigeria needs. Nigeria has to bridge the gap between the poor and the rich. At least give the people a semblance and of a life and give them a reason to live. You're looking at videos every day and you're seeing in the 21st century, we're practically in 2026, and there's roofs leaking and there's students trying to study and they got to throw water out the window. Some of them sitting on rocks, learning under the tree. These are not even in villages, this is right there in Lagos. So all these things the government has to take care of. We're not saying you guys are kleptomaniacs. We're not saying don't steal. I mean, we hope you won't steal, but you guys are so, and the stealing is already imbibed in you. We know it's going to take a generation or two for it to get out of your system or the system of the people. But at least do something for your people. You don't want to put them in a situation now. There's people trying to attack you. And believe it or not, there's people of Nigerian descent that are going to go to Nigeria and shoot the shit out of you without batting an eyelid because they are loyal to this country. We're loyal to where we, you know what I mean? So they're loyal to where they're from. If they get an order, they're going to kill the shit out of you for fun. You don't have that sense of nationality amongst Nigerians. They're not willing to fight for it. There's a section of the country right now willing to work with invaders. There's a lot of people sitting on the sidelines that are not saying anything, but they're ready to do it. But we have to be, but let me end on this note. We also have to be careful about why this is going on. This is also, in my opinion, a distraction from what was happening in Gaza. I know everybody has mentioned the fact that the VP Shetima spoke against them in the UNGA at the United States General Assembly. They're also giving out $7,000 per tweet for people that can change the narrative. Bill Maher, for example, I remember I told me you talked about this, is an atheist. But he's speaking supposedly on behalf of Christians. He's not speaking on behalf of Christians anywhere else, but Nigeria has all these billions of barrels of oil, lithium, and all these things that obviously they have their eyes on. So in closing, we just gotta ensure that maybe moving forward in the future, and I've always reiterated this, you have to build a sense of nationalism. You have to give the people a reason to want to die for you. And the moment you cannot do that, this is what you have, where people are actually happy for Nigeria to be invaded and the country burned down and divided.
Yep. Go for a presidential council system, people will start feeling at ease with the system. One Africa, you are the final speaker for the day, and thank you for joining us. So please give us your final submission based on what we've discussed.
Well, look, I'm very happy to be here. Many times we can't really change the what's going on in our country, because we don't have power, but at least we'll have a voice. That's the least we can give. I think I like what I speak the truth, just said, It's about whether you call it nationalism or patriotism, which are completely synonymous. You got to give people reason to die for you, for the flag. In a country where there's no equity, where poverty reigns supreme, you're not going to get any loyalty. The lady that was here said she will go from, I don't know if she lives in the United States, to pick arm and fight against, the United States. Well, it's good to just say those things, but, you can ask the soldiers there already how life is for them. The only way Nigeria, I think this may be a moment. Number one, I don't think Trump is ever going to invade Nigeria. If you look at the last tweet he sent, he said the Nigerian government should act fast. So I think it's more of bluster, so they can, start doing stuff. But if it happens that they come in, I can tell you many people in the country who actually work with them to ruin that country. It's not nice to say it. People want to pretend to do whatever, to say things that they don't believe in. I will speak truth to power. People don't, there are so many, like I speak the truth said, we've got so many nationalized citizens here who are American soldiers who are going to be flying and doing that job, and they will do it very happily because they're being taken care of. If they get wounded on the battlefield, someone is going to lift them and treat them. Go and see what's going on in Nigeria. In Nigeria now, in Lagos, people are having their shops selectively being pulled down because they didn't vote for one person. They're having their houses being brought down because people are saying, oh, you can't vote here. You're not from here. Go back to where you come from. And people want everybody to, all of a sudden, oh, there's an invader, let's all band together. No, things don't happen that way. This Tinubu's government, there's the most nepotistic government in Nigerian history. And people don't feel that they are carrying them along. The ordinary people have never even felt ever that governments carry them along. Even the politicians now, or the leaders of the different groups, feel that even amongst the Southwest people, they feel it's just a Lagos thing. And if you look at it very well, they're correct. So this may be an opportunity if those people are thinking, it's a country where Tinubu wants to make Nigeria a one-party state. People don't want to just belong to one party. People want to have their voices heard. This is not democracy. It's not, a dictatorship. So, well, it may be an opportunity for them to retrace their steps. You can't, even the North was protesting. They did recruitment for customs, and almost everybody was from the Southwest. What kind of country is that? If you're going to recruit soldiers from Southwest, then they will go and fight, right? What do you expect? They did recruitment for soldiers. People in the Southeast refused to recruit to go and join the army. So how do you think they're going to fight with you? So, well, maybe an opportunity for the government to realize that we are together, we die together, we fight together. But if not, they can continue on the path where they're going. It may not be today. One day, if there's a threat that shows up, people are going to sabotage them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. In my own way of looking at it, I think I subscribe to the lady that came in. She didn't mince words. No matter what, no matter how, you have to realize history suggests that no matter, because the people that are going to be looking to help, they are reacting based on their pain. They're not reacting based on the gain they hope to make. And why would you want to compound your pain? You see logical behavior, but then again, you don't expect illogical people to make logical decisions. Hence, why such decisions should not be exposed to them, or at least they should be sidelined from being able to make such a decision. Because if the ones that can see clearly allow that to happen, then we are all hooked. Their fate, our fates are all tied. And this is why nations, it's not because nations that make progress, they don't have people that have opposing opinions. They have opposing positions, but it's because the ones that have the right positions dominate. Even if they are not even dominant in numbers, they capture the mic or whatever the direction the nation is going and marshal the nation in that direction. In terms of what I find today is that
sorry, would you take arms and fight for Nigeria forefathers?
I think why not? Why not? He gave you life. If you cannot fight for anything that gave you life, then you are done.
So why are you in the UK?
Because I'm looking for economic this is just like Americans that come to Nigeria look for economic success. So the idea that just because your mom is not rich or your mom treated you badly, you disown your mom. It doesn't work like that.
But people do actually. Why not?
Yeah, but most don't. Most don't. And by disowning where you are from, you are basically, especially when it comes to your land, you are and race too. You are dead, but don't know you're dying in slow motion. You're just dying in slow motion because you have, even if you go to the Western countries, you have children. Within how many generations you are gone? There's nobody like you anymore. They will see your great grandchildren. They will not even know that they were black ones.
I'll start tracking you. It's going to start soon. You need to go back and get your jersey, get your army uniform.
I've said it already that if the Nigerian government was willing to recruit 1 million into the security forces, I'll put myself forward as one of them.
Let me tell you,
what am I doing here? What am I doing here?
Why do you have to qualify it?
No,
I qualify because it indicates that they are serious.
What do you say?
Odi, let me tell you this. Nigeria is the only country in the world that I would fight for. Nigeria is the only country in the world that I would vote. I don't vote in England. Never have I voted in this country. Never. Because of my consciousness as an African, my consciousness as a Nigerian. And I know the country is sick, don't get me wrong. I know the country is upside down. But there's nobody else on the planet that I go fight for more than my own people.
We need to find a Nigerian soldier or some and bring to this platform. You know, when you people talk,
I don't care about the conditions. I don't care about the conditions. I realize the conditions. That's not the reason. I just mentioned that just because your family is poor, don't mean you disown them. Just because your family, this is one thing that I keep remembering in this song that was sung once. It says, you give up a small part in a war for a lead role in a cage. And many of our people are too willing to live in a cage. It's like, I don't understand this. If you understand the concept of being in a cage, it's a horrible existence.
Nigeria, number one, look, Nigeria is not a nation. It's difficult. Look,
the people there are a nation. I don't know why. See, we go with tags a lot when we say Nigeria. But there are 200 and something million people there. That's what I care about. And the land there. I hate when people say this thing. They always say Palestine is not a nation. Shut up. I don't care. They have 5 million people there. Why do people do that? Oh, they are not a people. They don't exist. They do.
Somebody is talking about Palestine. Nigeria.
No. My point it resembles the kind of point you are making by saying Nigeria, as if what you see on paper is the 250 million. I don't care what you see on paper, whether Nigeria is corrupt or not. That 250 million are the ones I choose that I'm going to fight for. What are you talking about?
One thing that's going to really shock people is if, say there was And I know it's, at least I would hope that it never happens. But one thing that's really going to shock people is, say America was to, and we wouldn't do that, but to invade Nigeria, you would be shocked how much Nigerians would fight back. You'll be shocked. Because when people see their existence is being threatened, and I'm not saying all of Nigeria, I'm saying the North definitely will, after a while, will fight back.
Not the middle belt, they qualified the North.
Maybe, yeah, you're right. But
yeah, the middle belt is not going to fight against the United States.
No. Well, listen, it depends on how much atrocities are committed against Nigerians by the invading force. So if they go there and start treating Nigerians, the people they first attack, as animals, don't be shocked the rest of them are going to look and say, maybe we need to band together and fight. You know what I mean? So it's the kind of war that you're going to be bogged down in. Like America, it's not going to happen.
No,
There's
but
too many conflicting interests.
Yeah, but that's like if they, score an own goal, or like this is an unforced error, right? Yeah, there has to be a massive unforced error. There's already, I can tell you, people in the East don't want to have any business to do with Nigeria. I can tell you.
Right. But
they
then
don't
the people in the East,
people in the middle belt.
No, let's not go round and round on this.
No. Let me just add this. Then the people in the East, one last thing. Then the people in the East too. We've done a simulation like this maybe like 11 years ago. But the people in the East could also make a mistake when they will try to invade their neighbors, for example. We don't rule it out. That would be
happen. Yeah.
Yes. So when you have people like Pansat in the East, and I love Pansat, right? I love Pansat. That's my guy. I'm just saying, like, with that,
Pansat, man. It's in the comment section.
No, that's my guy. Me and Pansat have talked about this before. So if that could also be that unforced error that you're talking about.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of permutations that go into this that I know the people in charge are seeing it and they're like, we're not going to go in there.
I think that sometimes you don't necessarily know how a war will go, and one event could transform the entire conflict. Because, like what was happening in Iran when Israel attacked that news station when they were reading news. This lady was reading the news. Another Israel attack, she came out again and kept reading the news. That's the kind of stuff that galvanizes people. Like, you'll be shocked. Suddenly the nation is on a war footing. Like, okay, you attack women when you know they are there, and this woman is willing to stand. Do you know how shameful the men will feel if they are not able to stand? And it doesn't matter whether a section of the country doesn't fight the war. I don't think any nation, every single part of the nation, enthusiastically goes into that conflict. Like, let's face it. That's not true.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So there are some parts that are more hawkish about the conflict than others.
Let me add one last thing.
How did Jefferson find the link to come in? Jefferson.
30 seconds. Let me just add this. Pansat is in Pansat. I understand. Let me say what I'm saying. I'm saying is coming. What I'm saying about the North fighting back is this: when you put the people's back against the wall, this same Islamists that we are complaining about, they're now going to bring them in for real. And they will turn Nigeria into a theater of war. Do you think you have only problems from people from Niger? They're going to be coming all the way from the Maghreb. They're going to turn Nigeria into one huge battlefield. So that will be their next chance. So
I would just recommend that Jegule goes to Ghana and do away with Ghana. That's revenge. It's all right. Hold on. Don't speak the truth to him. It's over. The speaking of the truth is over. And 2 minutes. Jefferson is 2 minutes. I don't know where you got the link from. Because I didn't share the link for the last 30 minutes at least. So I don't know where you got the link from. But Since you are here, I'm not going to just leave you backstage so you can go back. So 2 minutes, tell us what you make of the threat to Nigeria, and so that we can close out. It's a bit late. You came late. Sorry. Tomorrow we can have more.
Is it the threat from Trump?
Yes, the threat from Trump to attack Nigeria.
Okay, let me tell what I think. I will say it again.
I'm timing you.
Yeah, it's a welcome development. Yes.
That?
Hold on.
Come here,
Let me talk. It's a welcome development. Our leaders are failures. This man here that is talking about, full Islam is full this will come in. Nobody, one person get monopoly of violence. There is a reason why they put all the military arsenal in the southeast. It is because they try to suppress us so that we don't have not fight back. But that's the story for that day. You know, people are scared now because people are speaking their minds about people want a foreign intervention. When these killings and everything was happening, when was the so-called security apparatus? Where were they? Where the hell were they? They were just used. It turned into a jamboree. So what are we talking about here? People are on the line saying if America come in, they will take our resources. So damn what? The people that are there, that have been requesting for resources out there externally so that they will fight the insurgency. What have they done with it? Like, what have they done with it? You know? With due respect, like I said before, I will say it again. No, I don't subscribe to people killing. I don't subscribe to Christians killing Muslims and Muslims killing Christians. I don't subscribe to that. But I subscribe to equity. People should be respected for their views. People should not be oppressed for their views. You know, unfortunately, with due respect, we have had two. In fact, we have two sets of regime that is, of course, that of which the presidents are Muslims. But yet, them have been spinned up into too much rhetorics. Is it how it's supposed to be as a country? Yeah? Well, do we have to be tipping toe? Is that how we are supposed to be progressing? If we did what we are supposed to do, our people external is supposed to come in to solve our problems in the first place. We allowed it to happen. So we are going to, as we lay our bed, so we are going to lie on it. And if this guy here is talking about
even if you are aware that your time is up, I'm sorry. Even if you are aware that America, whenever they bomb any country, that country never goes on to do well after the Second World War. So, see, my own take, this is very clear. And like I said, you can't support foreigners bombing your country, even if you have problems. It's not an excuse. You should deal with your problems in-house.
Are we dealing with the
they are not? Yeah, I agree with you on that front, but it doesn't mean you should have foreigners, because those foreigners are the same forces that are supporting your leaders to do all the things they are doing. Where are they taking the money that they are stealing from your countries? Is those countries that they are taking them to. Which countries are your leaders visiting the most? Is those countries that they are visiting the most, and they are coming to bomb you now, and you are saying, "Come and bomb me the more." Do you know the kind of mind and spinning you have to do to get to a point whereby this is the outcome you are wishing for yourself? That is a terrible state of affairs, and we have a history of these people coming in, taking our people. Some of us sold them to as slaves and colonized us and kept us in a form of a new colonial servitude till date. And now suddenly they want to come and bomb because they care about our Christians. Seriously, and we buy into that. I think that is, we would have done it ourselves if we buy into that. We should simply deal with our own problems. Yes, we don't make any excuse for our bad leaders. Exactly. They are terrible. We can't make any excuse for them. But don't invite the people that have empowered them to come and even do more damage to you. It's not going to, that's not going to, if that will solve our problems, I will say go for it. But I know it won't. I know for sure that won't. So we want, anytime anybody attacks us, we go after them, then we deal with our own problem. Maybe when we go after the people that attack us, it will give us more courage and more power and will to go after our bad leaders, to make sure they don't put us in a situation whereby people can even contemplate attacking us. in the first place. That is the kind of mindset we want to have. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think we have closed for the day. If we go on like this, it's going to go for 10 hours.
It's all right. It's all right.
I understand where you're coming from.
Exactly. Why are they failing to do the basic minimum? Is it a crime to ask for the basic minimum? Most Nigerians are running from their home country because of basic security and other things.
I sit here every day asking the same question myself. And our leaders have not done well for us.
Exactly.
And we know that, and like we cannot let our pain blind us to logic. The logic dictates that these people don't mean us well. Logic dictates that they supported our leaders for doing all these terrible things that they've done to us. So why should we bother with them? We should be worrying about ourselves and dealing with our bad leaders that we have. But thank you for coming in, everybody, and I really appreciate the conversation that has been had today. When we started, we thought we were going to be talking about Dangote, Tanzania, and everything. Suddenly, Trump decides to threaten us. And this president, I don't know what kind of, when he was coming in, the omens were very good. Everything was favoring him. But somehow, man, this is our leader. He has managed to be squandering it so far. On a week where Dangote refinery said they were going to increase production up to 1.4 million barrels a day, we got a threat from a foreign, this is superpower of the world. This is a man that had the ability, they've already removed fuel subsidy for him, so that he had financial wiggle room. He went and devalued the Nigerian currency like crazy. Because he was, for whatever reason, he was rushing to do it, that he didn't even allow the CBN head to get into office. He could have been like the greatest president. And he went and threatened this in Niger, where he was really threatening Niger. Now they've left and formed an AES. Half of the landmass of ECOWAS is gone. And if not because of Niger that kicked American military this in drone base from Niger out, America right now will be less than 30 minutes away from Aso Rock. This kind of behavior, I don't understand it. This president, I don't know what is wrong with him. I really don't know. There's something weird about his behavior. He has everything working for him, but he seems to want to squander. He's hell bent on making sure he squanders it like every other African Nigerian leader has done before. But I'll leave that for some other time. Thank you all for joining us. Let me greet all the people in the chat. Pansat, I can't believe you are the first I'm greeting in the chat. Pansat, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you in the chat. You were on the panel, but somehow it looks like your phone wasn't up to it. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. You guys should be remembering to be contributing, because the channel needs the money to be funding all these fancy guests. Sooner or later, when we're going to start getting all these fancy guests coming, we have to be supporting them too, so that they can go on and do better in life. All right. Boom Boom Ray, I see you in the chat too. Jajon 5816. Thank you for joining us. I've not seen that name before. Dan Isaiah 58. Thank you for joining us. I see you there too. Let me go on. Soji Adamo. I see you. That's Jagun, of course. The most energetic man here so far. Chi 788. I see you there at Chi 788. Is that who is that? I know that name is familiar. Who else is there? Oga, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us, Oga. 1148. I don't know why you put it 1148. It's the original Oga taking. So yeah, everybody, and let me go to the ones that have donated. They are the real stars for the day. Eccentric Cast 3232. That is $5. I really do appreciate the donations. The donations are important. Money to the cause is good, because people actually come here and air their opinions. The media that we know today, they are all bought and paid for. I really feel sorry for the Nigerians. Many of them, they listen to the Nigerian media that are already bought and paid for. Many of the media you see out there, they are bought and paid for. Here, people come and they air their views, their experience and everything. What else can you support if you cannot support something like that? You guys should be doing more to support these channels. Support Dr. Damages. support True Niger, support Iroko Post, because the more you do it, anybody here can start hosting a show and people can come on and talk. You are free to come in and share your opinion about what is going on in the country. I think this part lies a kind of free speech medium for the people, because if you look at the emergence of Candace Owen right now, she would never have emerged if she was in the classic Western media. Meghan Kelly, Tucker Carlson, all these people will not emerge. What gave them their freedom is the followers that they have on YouTube, the contributors that they have on YouTube. That's what gave them their freedom. And if you want people to be able to cover topics freely without their undue influence, especially influence that are not necessarily in favor of the masses or the people. I don't like using that term, masses, of the people. Then you want to be supporting such these channels. The little you can give, $5, $2, even $1 is something. It adds up. It does add up, I assure you. So let's support this channel. I truly believe that. So let me call the second person that contributed, Joseph 4G 517. Okay, this one is £5. We have to respect. There is senior brother and there is junior brother. The pounds is the senior brother. £5. We really do appreciate that. Thank you for the donation. And let's play us out with our fellow Nigerian in cultural displays, and then we'll go from there. Thank you all for joining us. Bye.